Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-belly Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy. I'm a good boy. There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker as the other.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Go.
What? What?
Oh.
Yes. We're just debating currently about interventionism and private interventionism on the market.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
I forgot that I switched virtual audio cables. I forgot that I switched, because I switched browsers, so I ended up switching up like which program was doing what. So I had what I thought I had muted that portion, and then I saw in chat, and I was like, "Oh shit, that was all just open, like in the middle of the intro video. Fuck it." Like you probably couldn't hear my mic because my mic was muted. So you just heard like other people in our Discord when I hopped in and like yelled at them to jump scare them. I'm tired today. Luckily, this debate topic is probably going to piss me off. So, I'll be all right. Once I get in on the topic, I'm sure I'll have people to yell at. Then again, it might be one of those things that like no one wants to take the side of like McKinsey, or like Purdue Pharma. So we'll see. Yeah, Shrek guys. I jumped into the Discord and was like, I better not see any of y'all motherfuckers restreaming my shit in here. You better be watching the actual show. And I was just teasing them. But again, I forgot that I switched the Discord over to gaming as an audio. Oh yeah, Trex. I don't. Well, Trexmon, you rebel. Oh man. Oh Jesus Christ. I think it's really interesting. Look at Discord. Oh God, what is in Discord right now? How fucking dare you? Hold on. What did I fucking tell you?
Oh shit.
I just give you memberships.
You don't tell me what to do.
Thanks, Rudy. I appreciate it.
I do what I want. All right? I'm supplying the market alternative.
It's okay. IP isn't real. I love you guys. Peace. For those that didn't see, they're restreaming the stream. Thank you, Rudy. I appreciate the gifted subs. I really do. Oh man. I don't know why I'm so fucking exhausted today. I literally just what is the term the Gen Z use for it? Rot maxing? Like I showered. I got up and did a few things, but mostly I just read manhwa. And then ate a giant fucking salad from the grocery store. Here's where it gets really embarrassing. I only went to the grocery store because one of the girls there was flirting with me. And it was one of those moments where I was like, I should definitely ask her out. But then it was like she was surrounded by people and Mark was there. And I was like, all right, well, whatever. I'll just come back another time or something. And she was like, well, I'm going to be here tomorrow. I was like, yeah, I was like, same time. She's like, yeah. And I was like, oh, fuck, I should just ask her then, but whatever. So then I've gone back to the grocery store 2 days in a row, hoping to see her just so I can ask her out. And except I went there and I was just like, she's not there again. So I'm just like, I guess I'm making a giant fucking shame salad. So I made a giant fucking salad, just covered in oil and balsamic vinegar and bacon bits and ham and lettuce and carrots and onions. And then I just stuffed it. And then I sat here and was like, oh, it's too much salad right before stream. I'm getting to that age where if you just eat a giant meal, you're just like a bear that's been shot with a tranquilizer dart or something. Was it fucking Sweat the Small Stuff, Kevin James? Just I'm my eyes are dry. I'm just I'm ready to be mad at some people on a panel so I can get fired up and wake up and let this coffee settle in. I'll get there, boys. Oh, fuck. Dude, my eyes are really dry. I need to stop using, what is it, contact lens saline solution? Actually start using contact lens stuff. Is this an hour early? I mean, it's 15. Hold on, let me see. The debate is at 8. So, no, it's 45 minutes before the debate. It's currently fucking 36 minutes before the debate, but I usually show up 5 or 10 minutes early. You need the fork that tells you when to bite. What is that? Also, what? Stacy. Yeah, Rudy over here flexing his mod privileges. Hey, Stacy. I'm one of the cool guys now. I'm one of the cool guys now. What is happening on this fucking pretzel rock station? Hold on. We gotta check out. We gotta check to see if my Carmageddon video. I'll check it out later. But yeah, apparently I have learned that I've learned one of the best ways to trigger the fucking communists online is to just attack any fucking position they have with facts and evidence whenever they make the claim that Hitler wasn't a socialist. They really fucking hate that on Twitter. Like I keep getting people that are like, "You fucking piece of shit! You're the worst you're the worst monster ever." Blocked. Yeah, I'm still trying to understand what the fuck a fork is. It tells. First of all, don't ever scrape your teeth on the fork. Like, I don't know who taught you table manners, but you should never bite a fork ever. I'm assuming it's some type of like anti-fat ass thing that like is a fork that like has a timer on it and you're not supposed to take a bite of food until the timer hits or something. Like, if I had to guess, is that kind of what we got going on here? Like a fat boy fork? But I feel like if you're at that point, like, you should just kill yourself. I'm not actually saying anyone should kill themselves, YouTube. But I'm just like you've gone really, really fucking far if you need a fucking fork to tell you to stop shoveling food in your mouth. Right? Like you've got other, like, you need a therapist, okay? You don't need a fucking fork that tells you to take a break with biting, right? Like, you need some type of behavioral therapy to slow the fuck down when you, like, I can't imagine that that's your actual problem, and like, unless you just got out of prison and like you're trying to like shovel your food fast to like protect it from the other inmates or something. Like, you have some other trauma related like inducing thing to your fucking like obesity or to your eating disorder. It must be Japanese. It's called the happy fork. Hold on. We have to check this out. Hold on. We gotta. Happy Labs Happy Fork review. It isn't cheap. It's $100 fucking dollars. Pros, helps you eat slower. Cons, only works with solid food. Yeah, like most fucking forks, you dipshit. Are there fucking forks that work with soup? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Requires precise precisioning to log bites, so now you gotta like fucking balance your fork appropriately. Doesn't differentiate between foods. I mean, I didn't think it would. Pricey. All right, but that's a real thing. Happy Labs Happy Fork. They have a Kickstarter. I mean, it's got a lot of data. Hold on, we got a whole thing. We got a whole fucking advertisement for it.
Control is a problem that concerns each and every one of us everywhere. In today's world, it's an enormous challenge.
I'm just saying, if you were to show this advertisement to like a founding father, they would be like, nope, let's go backwards. We fucked up. This was our bad. You people don't deserve freedom. The monarchy was actually a good idea. You guys need some authoritarianism, and you need it yesterday.
To eat healthily and mindfully, as it's not only what we eat, but also how we eat.
Because it's not marketed towards adults. It's marketed towards adults that like can't control their eating to such a degree that a fucking fork going deet, 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 you can eat now is like fucking good enough for them. It's marketed towards infantilized adults. It's marketing towards millennials whom never got over their helicopter parents' parenting of them.
People eat too fast. This is Jacques Lépine.
I've heard it my whole life. You're eating too fast.
You're eating too fast. As someone that was in the Army, okay, I do eat too fast, and it is a problem. It's a problem for both Mark and I. Like, if you go on to, like, if like Mark and I were to go on like a double date, right? And like bring a girl or something, and there was like two, like bring a girl. There would be two girls just sitting in astonishment and disgust as like the two of us are like sink into each other from like repressed memories of basic training, and like just instantly like, and then our fucking food would all be gone, and then we'd be like, "You girls gonna eat that? Like, what are you doing?"
My whole life. You're eating too fast. Eat slowly.
And why? Because it takes 20 minutes to feel full. Because it takes 20 minutes for your brain to tell you to stop eating. So if you care about your weight, just eat slowly.
It's not easy to do. It doesn't take long for your mind to just get distracted. And without even noticing it, you go back to eating too fast.
Eating too fast.
2011, a cross-national survey of over 3,000 people in Japan confirmed how eating too quickly versus
Goddamn, of course it's a Japanese study. Of course the Japanese would fucking research some weird-ass shit like this.
slowly is statistically correlated to overweight. Eating fast is correlated to overweight.
If I wasn't smart enough, then the fork had to be smart for me.
That's the worst self-own I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. If I wasn't smart enough, then the fork had to be smarter than me.
The idea was one thing, but the challenge was then to really make it work. After so many years of striving,
Why is he struggling so hard on like the shape of a fork? My God, we've had that one figured out for 2,000 years. Worry about the technical bit, right? Like, we don't need to worry about like the fork design, like whether or not it's gonna be good at stabbing steak or not.
for perfection, what was then only on paper is now a reality.
I guarantee you, whoever made this ad, they really they really spend a lot of time on just this one portion. Like, this portion of the ad went into their portfolio, and none of the rest of this thing.
What was then only on paper is now a reality. Motion capture.
Can you imagine? Hold on. Can you just imagine going out with your boys, and you reach into your fanny pack to be like, "No thanks, waiter. I brought my own fork. I brought the happy fork. Like, can I get a little glass of water to rinse off my happy fork before I put it back in my fanny pack? It lets me." Who's buying this, dude?
Sensor, they are not adapted to a meal situation. We had to find a real solution, a sensor that was 100% efficient, and we found it.
Ooh, 100%, bro. Not 98%, not 95%, 100% of the time when you bite down on the fork like you're not fucking supposed to, and you put pressure on a fucking. Oh, we found a chip that like you can touch and it knows it's being touched. We got the patent from Texas Instruments back in 1982.
The second issue was to devise it in a way that.
Look, I was a 68 whiskey, but I was more medical. I was more healthcare specialist. I wasn't a combat medic. I was never assigned to a combat unit. I worked in healthcare, but I got out in like 2015, I guess. Yeah, 2015.
That really respects the life of a fork. Basically, we were looking for a fork sophisticated and yet rough enough to endure an everyday use, and yet be handy, safe.
I don't care what he says. I don't trust that USB charging port after I've washed it off. Like, I like how you didn't mention it, but you kind of insinuated that you can wash it and then immediately charge your fork. But like, let's be honest, a lot of those had been returned because of water damage. Also, you can't like the fork's smarter than you, and you're still dropping it on the ground.
And yet be handy, safe, reusable, that could be easily stored. And it's a fork, so it needs to be washed just like any other fork, by hand or in a dishwasher.
Oh, okay, the part comes out. All right, that's fair.
If you're eating too quickly, Happy Fork will remind you to slow down with a
What's that blue shit, dude? What are you eating? Like, I think the bigger problem might be what you're eating. What the fuck is this blue goop you're eating, man?
gentle vibration at the handle. This subtle reminder will help you enjoy your meal mindfully and in a relaxed manner.
Why nobody came up with the idea?
It is a fucking little vibrator. It's just a timed vibrator when it feels pressure for $100.
Yeah, before that. That's the device that.
Yeah, so I Restylane 68 whiskey is it only changes for like whether or not you're in a combat unit or you're still a 68 whiskey no matter what, right? I'm just saying like the title for 68 whiskey is healthcare specialist, but like it's what people commonly refer to as a combat medic, but like I was 100% POG. Like I never got assigned to an infantry unit. Like I was assigned to medical units. So that was it. So that's the only distinction. Like it's not like an army distinction per se. It's more of just like a personal distinction because I don't like stolen valor. I don't want to be like, yeah, I was a badass. I did 2 tours. You know what I mean? Like no, like I gave vaccines. I gave vaccines. I did blood draws. I like scheduled units for soldier readiness processing. I did like, I ran units that came back from war doing like post-deployment health assessments and then 90 days later post-deployment health reassessments. And then I worked in audiology as well, coding audiology records. I made sure that like nurses were like up to date on their training. I did medical inventory. I like did insurance briefings for like new soldiers coming to post being like, this is how you sign up for insurance. This is how you get in. Like, okay, you're in TRICARE North now that you're here stationed in New York, and this is the website, and this is how you get your family on your insurance plan, Captain. Just like shit like that.
It's going to change the way people eat. And eating slowly is very important for your health. The Happy Fork comes with a free mobile application that you.
Yeah. Casimir, I'm actually kind of done with this ad, to be fair. Oh fuck. Yeah, like it's really fucking simple, okay, guys? Like if you don't want your children to have an eating disorder, this includes anorexia, bulimia, compulsive eating disorder, overeating, name one, right? Depending on whether or not we're talking about ICD-10 codes or like DSM. Right? The best thing you can do, and basically really the only thing you can do beyond like loving your kids and being a part of their life is just sit them down at a dinner table, okay? And the family needs to have dinner together. You don't even have to worry about like, what do I need to say? What do I need to do? Any of this shit. All of that shit comes naturally. When you have, daughters especially, but when you have kids and you just sit them down to the dinner table and you eat as a family, okay? Exactly. There's mimicry. People eat. You go, hey, don't you want to eat all your vegetables? Like the kids are embarrassed if they're hiding. Like they don't want to eat too much food because it's kind of somewhat shameful and embarrassing. But also they won't like starve themselves. They'll eat something. And then most of the things that are related to overeating or undereating or bulimia and things like that are image issues, identity issues, and identity crisis, right? If we look at like Erickson's psychosocial model, right? Your adolescence, this is identity versus role confusion, who they are, who they want to be in the world. And like that can kind of like coalesce into identity issues. And it's like, if you're there as a parent sitting down with them at mealtime where things are less stressful, you're able to speak with your kids. You're able to have the conversations that are important. Where they can bring up those concerns, where they can talk to you about things that are going on in their life. Bro, you viewers are boomer. Who are you giving this advice to? Well, Slope is Hope. Older people, unlike queer little incels like you actually have children. And so because my audience is a little bit older, and, you know, and some of them are younger, but because I do have older people in my audience, I'm actually the perfect person to talk to them about it because we both have kids, right? What have you done for population collapse, you nihilist little queer? What have you done? All right? Go out there and make some babies. If you're so offended, hop on off and you know, go get yourself a girlfriend and, you know, put a ring on her finger and, you know, go make some babies. All right? You're not 13. You're just saying whatever you can, just like a fucking Fed boy. If you're genuinely 13, I'll just ban you from the chat. Because this is literally and specifically targeted towards not kids. Fed boy is not an argument. No, it's a claim. It's a position. Therefore, it's an argument. I'm not doing it as an ad hominem to just call you a Fed boy to get away from an argument. I'm saying that you do Fed boy shit all the time, and thus this is why I do not trust you. It's the premise that's like, I guess you could say it's snuck in, but that's only if you're like too stupid to recognize that that's implied in the claim. What is Fed boy shit? Oh, I don't know. Saying you're underage randomly, despite being like a Juiceberg that curses and has wild political ideas, in the hopes that like I'm marketing things towards inappropriate kids, or like hopping in the Discord, and even though you're the most anti-Semitic person in the community that I know, claiming that I'm anti-Semitic and that like I've posted hate speech and that like I could be banned for this said hate speech, and then people are like, shut up, stop doing that, and you're like, no, I won't. Like these are all bannable offenses that he has done, even though it's shit that you say. Yeah, like I said, Fed boy shit. You're a Fed boy. Fed boy. But I mean, really, it can just be simplified even easier than that. Being a groiper, just being a groiper is Fed boy shit. Let's be honest. Like, there's nothing more glowy than just someone being a Nick Fuentes fan, being a groiper. You just kind of immediately know that they might do some Fed shit, because it's just so common with those people. They're worse. They do cancel culture more than the lefties. They love trying to dox people and trying to get people swatted. They can't, you know what I mean? Like, nobody could be on cozy TV for like more than a couple months without getting swatted. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm weird how that happens. Yeah. There's zero proof. Proof is a strong claim. I wouldn't say there's proof that Nick Fuentes is a Fed. There's certainly evidence, you know. Things, you know, like questions, you know, like, hey man, why is it that like everybody that was like anybody that had anything to do with January 6th, you know, ended up in jail, or, you know, but not that Nick Fuentes. Weird how that happens. Is it true that some people who are abused by their own family usually end up being degenerate people to become more violent as they grow older? Usually is false. Because there's two things we can say, right? Rates of abuse have gone down over the last 100 years. You know, they've had some decades, some times where they go up and down a little bit, right? But precipitously, we've had rates of abuse go down, right? And so there's not a one-to-one situation where if you're abused, you become an abuser yourself. So that's first and foremost. That's good news, right? Secondly, what trauma does to a person manifests kind of like in just like a ton of different ways, right? Like, you know, like just because you're abused doesn't mean that you mimic the abuse. Sometimes people mimic the abuse. Sometimes people just kind of develop cluster B personality disorders. Sometimes people get PTSD. You know, sometimes people kind of like don't deal with it, but they don't have identity issues. They just get like generalized anxiety disorder or like persistent depressive disorder, right? Like trauma can have and then of course there are a group of people that like we can't figure out, but we know what we call it or I guess what psychologists, researchers call is resilience or mental resilience, right? Like some people, for whatever reason, can be subjected to all kinds of fucking trauma, and then they just turn out fucking normal. They turn out fine. And it's like, there isn't really like a common denominator between those people. Like researchers have searched and searched and searched, utilizing functional magnetic resonance imaging studies, correlational data, demographic data, IQ research. I mean, we have tried really, really hard to figure out what is it that causes mental resilience, and it doesn't seem like there's any one good answer for that. Like there are things known as protective factors, right? Do you have parents that love you? That's a protective factor. Are you intelligent so that you can like materialize your goals? That's a protective factor. And then there are risk factors like adverse childhood events, right? If you have a dad that goes to prison, you see a dead body when you're young, you grow up lower socioeconomic status, one of your parents has like, a drug addiction, like you were severely beaten. There's all these things, and we found that they compound, right? So sometimes like one type of trauma isn't enough, but like one type of trauma with like a couple other factors is like exponentially bad. So the real answer is that like it's just complicated, and like psychology is a soft science, and it's really hard to know the answer. But yeah, people that hurt people. You can say that, right? And you can say neurons that wire together fire together. So when people learn to a certain set of behavior, the myelin sheath towards the neural pathways in their brain gets strengthened, and then other ways of thinking or dealing with things that are less used weaken, and that's why we have learned behavior, where it just becomes easier to think the same thought the second time, the third time, the fourth time. But again, like it's really more about how do they survive in that situation. So if the child survives by covering up their fear with anger and rage, yeah, they might end up becoming abusers as they get older. But if the child survives by like becoming cold, or like putting on a facade or becoming funny, right? Let's say a child survives by making jokes, like then they don't become an abuser, they become a stand-up comedian, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's just, there's no right answer to that question. And it's like way more complicated than that. But like the short answer to that question is most people who are abused do end up hurting other people, but some people don't. And the way that they end up hurting people can be wildly different than the way that they were hurt, right? Like they can become anxious, avoidant people that cut people off. They can become, kind of crazy, but it doesn't mean that because they were beat as a kid that most people beat their kids after being beat as a kid, right? Like that actually isn't true. But hurt people, and they develop problems. And, mentally unwell people end up having issues in relationships and in society. Me, the Boomer's 19. Slope is dope. God, what was that other guy? There's another guy that was like a famous troll. I mean, I don't know if famous, but like a troll that used to come in here all the time. Can't remember his name off the top of my head. And I haven't seen him since I've seen Slope is Dope. And I kind of wonder if he just like took on a new identity to like be like, I'm coming back as a new type of troll, but this type of troll is going to be I was like, I don't know, maybe, who knows? Nick went on a gay catboy date and now the CIA has leverage over him. Listen, if we can prove that Nick got Epsteined, it would actually be good evidence that the Jews aren't behind it all. Because if the Jews had him, like he would be, he wouldn't be saying what he's saying. Like, so if we can prove the greatest thing that Nick Fuentes can do to prove that the Jews control the media and all these conservative grifters and everything, and that they have power and control over the levers of society, is just leak his own corruption and prove that it's the CIA and not the Jews that have him bought. Because then we would know that sometimes it just is the CIA and not the Jews. Because if the Jews had control of him, like he would be saying something, he'd be like, a Daily Wire conservative, right? Like he wouldn't constantly be talking about the Jews. Like if he really wants to do something for the movement, for the Groyper movement, he needs to fall on his sword and prove that he's a CIA asset not connected to the Jews. He loves Fashtash. Are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about Taftash? I don't know that I like love her. I like her, like as a thinker. She's one of the few streamers that's like that has a good brain on her. I don't fucking love her though. Oh, Slope was. Oh yeah. Slope was like, look at this person's OnlyFans, and I'm like, bro, why? Like, I'm good. I'm not looking at Taftash's dick, man. It's on you. Do you agree with the libertarian argument that spanking your kids is wrong? If so, does that affect a child's psychology to become more violent? So I am a peaceful parenting advocate, yes. But do I believe in it the way that libertarians believe in it? No. I think they use a lot of fallacious bullshit in their argument. So I'll explain. The problem with research on corporal punishment, right, is that there's very, very, very limited research on corporal punishment as anything other than a corollary. And so one of the big questions you have to ask about yourself when someone spanks their kid is, are they spanking their kid because they are angry and they don't know what to do? And this is like them taking out their frustration on a child and they're hitting their child out of anger? Or is it like a structured punishment that they're doing to teach a lesson? So that's the first thing. And overwhelmingly, the research that is in support of the concept that like spanking your children leads to like aggression and like, you know, mental illness and like problems doesn't differentiate these two, right? So like if you're fucking, most people, it seems, that are engaged in corporal punishment are doing so because they're bad parents, and they're not doing so in a structured way. So that's number one. Number two, most of the research also doesn't differentiate between is there a line where corporal punishment is acceptable and how that works in connecting brain pathways. So for example, I would hypothesize, right, that there's a huge difference between like spanking your kid because they said a naughty word versus spanking your kid because they almost like walked into traffic, or that they almost like dumped a pot of boiling water on themselves or their brother or sister, right? And the reason I say that is because when you're linking the punishment to the action. And so if you're using corporal punishment in actions where it's severely dangerous or they severely could have hurt someone, then is in that point, the corporal punishment very easily could be an empathy response, right? It could be a forced means of showing like, you almost died, here's pain for that. Or you almost seriously hurt someone, here's pain for that. As opposed to like other things. So like this like blanket all corporal punishment is bad, here's my mountain of evidence and research. It's like, yeah, that research doesn't say that. What that research says is that people that beat their kids end up with shitty kids. And it's like, okay, yeah, but people who beat their kids are usually people that are frustrated, that don't have good structure, and are doing so because they're frustrated, don't have good structure, and they're tying like rage and anger and a lack of love along with physical trauma to a child to try and like scare them away from behavior, as opposed to sitting them down, as opposed to talking to them, as opposed to like letting them work through their emotions, you know, things like that. So like I'm not necessarily sold on this concept that like all corporal punishment is bad, but I am absolutely sold on the concept that like having a habit of beating your kids is like almost certainly not a good thing. And like utilizing that as like a common form of punishment is like probably really, really bad. And I think the research is fine for that determination. Thomas it. We got to get at it. We got to hop on PrimeCayes here in a minute. We're actually starting with the topic tonight, which would be super nice. And we've been DMing back and forth a little bit about like how to change the topic, etc. Oh, fuck. Casimir, I'm going to put this. I don't have time to react to this. But Casimir, put that somewhere in the main Discord because you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. That's fucking funny. I believe at times spanking your kids is okay when they're engaging to do bad influences, but for most cases it's better to be more peaceful, punish your kids rather than harm them to make them more angered against you. Yeah, like I don't know. I think there are like instances where corporal punishment may be appropriate, right? But like the problem is that you're not training any healthy behavior when you're engaged in corporal punishment. And so like the way that I tend to look at it genuinely is that like it's a lost opportunity at best. Like best case scenario, every time you hit your kids, instead of like engaging in another form of thing that like forces them to think and engage about things, it's like a lost opportunity to like for growth. So even in the best case scenario, like I just think there's better situations. So like with my daughter, for example, she likes to have temper tantrums, right? And so like what I do is the moment she has a temper tantrum and she like stops listening to me, I just put her in timeout. And then I occasionally check in on her and go, "Are you calm yet?" And she like, as soon as she's like does anything other than be calm, I'm just like, "Okay, bye." And then just leave her alone. Right? And it's like, and then we'll have a conversation about it, like a short conversation. I mean, she's a toddler, right? But like that's an opportunity for her to learn how to control her own emotions. Right? I'm not trying to break her with trauma and anger from me, right? I'm trying to get her to learn that the quicker that she regulates her own emotions and calms down and can have a rational conversation with me, then the quicker she can be rewarded with my affection, with my love, and like with my like explanations for why things are done the way they're done, and so that we can like figure out whatever it is going forward and have a better day. All right, boys, let me hop in here. Let me just cut off this music. And then do one of these bad boys. Uh-oh. There we go. Boop, 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 boop.
It's not that bad. But it's just it can be a little tough for people who are running like shitty connections and stuff. But that it doesn't honestly matter what you have at that point.
Yeah, I mean,
what are you talking about?
My issue is less the connection and like
I wasn't gonna call you by name, but since you brought it up.
No, yeah, fuck that bitch. No, I was gonna say mine's usually the issue is I'll run like I have like a pretty beast ass rig and I have like the best internet like that money can buy, right?
Yes, you do.
My problem is that I'll fucking like have it like Streamlabs will like try to run the game and whatever I'm doing on, and if I use something like an Elgato to like capture it, it'll just like it just like backs up for whatever reason and just like it can't handle the bit rate. And so I've had to like use OBS sometimes instead for whatever reason. That I don't know why Streamlabs is like that, but
yeah,
Streamlabs can have issues, but
I love Streamlabs Talk Studio, man. You don't even have to run OBS with it. It's so clean. I love it.
Well, I think a lot of people like compare Streamlabs to Discord, and I think a lot of streamers are very comfortable with Discord. But like one of the things I notice about Discord is like, dude, I can't invite like an academic into my fucking Discord. You know what I mean? Like, I can. Oh,
the audio's bad. The way it handles pretty much everything is bad. Now, if you just want to have a bunch of people in a room yapping, yeah, Discord's great. You can have 100 people in a room yapping.
the audio's not bad.
literally, I haven't been on a stream yet that's had Discord as audio, where
So
every
that's
person.
so you have to, like, if you want your Discord to sound good, you have to have your server boosted to at least 7 boosts. So it's like you get additional audio quality, or maybe it's not 7 boosts, it might be 4 boosts or something. But like the default audio is, you are correct, is poor because it's free, right? But if you spend what is it, like $15 a month, and that's assuming you're the only one boosting your server, right? You can get fine audio quality in your Discord server.
Yeah, I just don't use I don't use Discord that way. Like I go live, I use Streamlabs. I used to use StreamYard, but Talk Studio is so much cleaner and easier to use. I don't know. I can't get used to the Discord StreamYard conversion factor thing. It's just weird.
Yeah,
So,
it's
but
also
I can't. But I don't use Zoom. Clunky and kind of shitty. So
Did we get moved to another
Yeah,
channel?
Zoom was awful. I had major problems with Zoom.
What were you saying, Lactoid?
I can't even hear Lactoid.
No, he was talking.
He's muted and deafened right now.
Oh.
He's probably just
Maybe
talking to
he
his
did
chat,
that.
man.
No, I like literally before Prime dragged us in, he was talking to me.
Now he's undeafened.
He was complaining about being Canadian.
Yeah,
I
I hate
mean,
being
you can't do
Canadian.
anything about him being Canadian. I'm just gonna
It's rough.
put that out there.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, man. You guys got to get a new joke for Lactoid, man. Like this.
No, I don't think so.
Boring.
I
man.
don't know what.
Like I've been
joke-
hearing
I
this
don't know, I
Canadian
kinda
shit for
feel
like
like
a year and
it's,
a half, man.
I don't know.
It's like,
what-
bro.
Well, we found out that he's a
I
Canadian.
just got here, so it's new to me.
It's all
That's
fresh.
fair.
He's a Canadian tanky. That's what we discovered. Not right, Lactoid.
He's
I don't think
definitely
he
muted in Discord.
Okay. All right. There's only one other person who we're waiting on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I agree with you. I also hate Zoom. But for
worst.
whatever fucking reason, like a lot of times when you like talk to like a professor or something, it's like
That's
it's
all I
just a
know how to
lot
do.
easier. Like if you give them a Zoom link, they're like, "Oh, okay, I know what I'm doing," right? But if you try and give them like
Yeah,
a
my wife's the
Discord or
same
like a
way.
StreamYards, they're like, "Oh, what is happening?" Especially if you're talking to somebody like in their 60s or something. It's like every now and then I interview someone that's like an expert in their field, or like you know, or just a college professor that like wrote an interesting book or something. And when you get those people, it's like they're just not hip to any of the other shit, and you have to go to where they go, and then you're just like, "Fuck, I have to use Zoom." And it's like, and it
Scott,
sucks because it's like, fuck, man.
I had a similar issue years ago. I was actually trying to like do exactly that, do more interviews, and reaching out to people outside of our world. And the moment one that you even mentioned Twitch, like I don't understand, right? And then two, if you say like
Streaming, what's that?
Discord or anything like that, yeah, like it has to be like, hey, I'm going to do a Zoom interview and like leave the rest out. Like honestly, just leave the rest out. Like it's going to be somewhere, right? I'm going to put it on the internet, right? Or YouTube. But like don't like mention anything that might scare them off, because then they're like, I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah.
I had a similar thing when I interviewed Walter Block, like where it was like he was just like, Discord, what? And I was just like, I gave him a direct link, and I was like, click the link, make sure your web browser has access. And he was like, what? And I was just like, dude, just click the link, and if a pop-up occurs and says allow, click the allow button, and you're good to go, brother. Like you're good. And it was like, and then we had to use like Zoom, except I didn't have like the pay, or it wasn't Zoom, it was like it was either Zoom or Teams or something, or Skype, I think, or something like that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
whichever one it was, I didn't have the paid version, so it was like we only get 45
Limited by
minutes
45
before
minutes.
before the call
You're
cuts
getting
off,
kicked out.
and then I had to like recall, and I was just like, oh my god, the editing that I had to do to not make that look awkward as a YouTube video was so rough, and it was so bad, and I was just like, why, dude? Why could you not figure out this click thing? It was so rough. I mean, but like, luckily, we still got like an hour and a half interview out of him. But like, you know, it was.
They're literally suspicious of anything else. Like, it's not just like they're like suspicious. Yeah.
They're like, is this a Nigerian prince that's trying to get me to wire transfer money or something? And I'm like, dude, you have a Facebook.
Yeah.
I promise you, all of your data has already been sold. Just click the fucking link, bro. Like
Multiple times.
Yeah, multiple times. Yeah, exactly.
It's really strange though, because I mean, I understand exactly what you're talking about. My wife is the same way. I told my wife, she's like, hey, I got to meet with like a bunch of people, and I'm like, oh yeah, cool, I'll set it up for you. So I give her all this StreamYard. I set up StreamYard or Streamlabs. I forget which version it was. Had everything ready to go, mic'd up, everything, and she's like, I don't understand any of this. What do you want me to do? I'm like, just talk. All you gotta do is talk.
Yeah.
I've done everything else. All you gotta do is talk.
I will give one person credit, even though fuck him, because he blocked me because I wasn't nice enough to Israel. Because the objectives went fucking off the goddamn deep end once fucking the Israel-Palestine thing hopped off, because they're all total war people. And by the way, I'm not even a fucking like pro-Palestine person. Like I'm pretty fucking centrist on the issue. But before that, I will give him that. Like Yaron Brooks had like his whole team of people. So like I wasn't even like, when I DM'd him and he was just like, I was like, has he got this figured out? And it's like, oh, I'm the intern. It's fine. I've got all this set up for him. And I was just like, oh, okay, cool. He's got like young. I was like, yes, at least the fucking one boomer knew that he was like technologically dumb and was just like, yeah, I have a 22-year-old that does this shit for me. And I was like, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for recognizing that problem and fixing it ahead of time.
Although I said it before, Gen Z is like also, I think, at least pretty, depending on, I think, in my experience, anything outside of an app, Gen Z doesn't know how to deal with. I said it before.
That's a good point.
You're
quite
of like, so when I was doing some teaching at university and like supervising students like in the lab, and they have computers to gather data, okay, and like very often time would run out, okay, and they're supposed to write down their data in their lab notebooks. But since they're in a rush, I would tell them, just take a screenshot of your data and email it to themselves. And what would they do? They would take out their cell phone and take a picture of the monitor. That's their version of a screenshot. And I can't tell you how many emails that I get when I ask for a screenshot. It's just a picture taken from the phone of their monitor. No matter what.
So argue in their favor, though. I will grant this: it is not fucking easy to screenshot even on a computer. Like I've used the screenshot feature.
It's very easy. It's never been easy.
Hear me out. Like, so the reason why people do this phone thing is because I could just do this. Click, send. Right? On the computer, I have to press print screen. I have to save the image. I have to go to the email. I have to send the image via email. And if we're lucky, it's in Outlook or something. Then I can upload it directly.
This is a terrible opinion, Gibbs.
I'm just saying. I understand why they want to do that.
You're just technologically illiterate too.
Horrible opinion.
Listen, I don't do that. I deal with screenshots all the time.
This is your worst opinion, actually. Even bombing the children was more acceptable than this.
Listen. Hold on. They need to make it as easy as it is for phones as it is for like.
I'm not gonna disagree. I'm not gonna disagree at all.
I wouldn't have much of saying. I wouldn't have an issue with it, but I always get just a low quality. They can't even take the picture properly. It's just like blurred out. Like they're trying to send me a question, and like half the question is cropped off. Like they can't even do it properly. So it's just like absolute fail.
I mean,
yeah, exactly that. No,
it's
but
not
no,
a selfie, so it's hard.
Corey's talking about like a real like identified issue. And it's not something I want to ridicule like the younger generations for it. Like it's just like a matter of experience, right? Like older generations, like we're dealing with desktops more. Apps are designed so that like all work is done within the app, right? And it has an extremely easy interface. And basically there's nothing to fix, right? Older generations would have to, use like what Gibbs was talking about, various like programs to like accomplish a task. And sometimes they would hold on, let me finish. They would like mess up along the way, right? You'd have to think about it, like how do I solve these things? when employers are looking for people, like, because remember this was a bullshit thing on your app job applications, right? Like they would ask, oh, you have to have Microsoft Word and Excel experience, right? And everyone was like, of course we do, right? But actually now that's important because you might not have that. Yeah. So like a lot of them don't know how to use these programs. Again, I'm not trying to be like old man, hey, like back in my day or some shit like that. No, I'm just saying that like they just haven't had the experience, and we need to give them.
Well, it's like, the way apps were slowly designed to be able to capture a larger audience of people with less computer experience, right? Older people, and et cetera. And as the new generation is coming in, they're growing up in a world where many of those features and apps already were tailored to incorporate a large group of people that had limited experience, right? So I think the millennials do kind of sit in a certain sweet spot where, like, even if you're not a computer nerd, if you're in your 30s, right? Even if you're not a hardcore nerd, you remember when Windows would crash and then would give you a code, and then you would take that code and then you would go search that code and then you would know what the problem was and then you would fix the problem. Right. And like, and then Windows, was it like 8 or something came out? And it was just like, oops, there was a problem. And I remember when that came out, I was like, where's my Windows 7? Where's my XP? Where's my Vista? Where's my fucking code that tells me what the goddamn problem was?
Vista was awful. Oh, Vista was so bad.
Yeah, Vista was bad. I remember I liked Windows ME way better than Vista.
I just mean that like all of them had that feature, right? All of them had a feature where it would give you a fucking code, and then I could look up that code and then be like, oh, I had a memory issue. Maybe I have a bad stick of RAM or something. Like maybe I need to run a program to see if my RAM is working, or like,
dude, my chat will literally.
Maybe I need to like increase my VRAM.
Put an example in the Discord chat of what a student has sent me. I want anyone to tell me that is like legible. That's a good screenshot.
Sociologics in the waiting room, by the way.
Do you get them all the time with like lines where it's like they took it at a bad angle, even where it's
yes,
like,
yeah, and the line you can't see shit. It's awful. Yeah,
every permutation, like it's just like
that is not. I mean, that's bad. I get it, but I'm just saying
that's what you're defending.
Gibbs, literally open up the snipping tool, draw a box around what you want.
I know how to do it. I do it all the time, but even in the defense of somebody that does this on a daily basis. Like, it is still harder that I have to click 4 buttons, than to go click, boom.
Hard.
Like, no, it's not hard. It takes long. It takes 30
seconds. The quality is shit, though. The quality is shit, and it's not that much easier, okay?
I'm just defending them for listen, that's
Gibbsy got a new camera? What's going on, Gibbsy?
We have new lighting, first of all, new lighting.
Yeah, we can see you now.
My whole house.
Get a little washed out.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll work it out.
You're washed out a little bit. You need to get
some
we'll work.
You got to lower that light.
We'll worry about that later.
Do you have LED as your lighting?
I literally opened up. This is what I was going to say. For the new year,
just turn off your overhead lights.
He has his phone, the flashlight.
Yeah, I actually got my phone flashlight. No, I have like my whole house is new boxes, of like new furniture and new stuff. I've done like a full remodel, and I literally got the lights out of the box like 5 seconds ago. So we don't know. We're gonna have to adjust with those as we go.
I'm so proud.
Hold on. There should be a button, right, where
there's a dimmer.
Tech support incoming.
Lighting. Well, not dimmer. We don't want to reduce the amount of light. What we want to do is we want to change it to a soft light.
It's a temperature.
So if you have that setting, if you can cycle through, there you go.
There we go. Yeah.
You got to turn off your overhead lights, man.
Yeah, the overhead lights
above you.
We'll figure it out later. It's not going to be a today project.
It'll
be a tonight project.
The light off in the back of your
Yep.
Yeah, we'll work on this. It'll happen.
I'll DM. Hold on. I'll DM you some tips and stuff after.
Yeah. Boomer tech support needed.
This is also, like I said, I've had it open 5 minutes as of like 10 minutes ago. So 10 minutes total. So like, I haven't got to play with it.
I'll DM you and give you some tips to make it a little easier. To
no worries.
Look good.
White people all look the same to me, so it doesn't make a difference. It's fine.
To be fair, white people have to be a little bit more. We have to figure out our lighting a lot more than black people. Okay, black people. It's true. You put any fucking bright light on black people with a camera, and they're good. But white people, if it's too much white, guess what? We look like fucking Casper. And if it's too dark, guess what?
Yeah,
but fucking weird.
Like, I always look black people if the light's too dark. It's just like
Yeah, no,
black.
for sure.
Vanta black,
like,
right?
listen. If you want,
Man,
listen,
the
if you
black-
want to
Just see a
if you
smile.
want to understand lighting and with photography and with videos as a white man, all you need to do is just be in a relationship with a black girl for 6 months, okay? And you will become a master.
Only
at
6 months?
adjusting
A lot
lighting.
easier said than done, brother.
Jesus Christ! What the fuck?
It's not that hard. It's not that
Also,
hard.
technically,
You're telling a bunch of guys to get into a relationship with a girl
wanna look
first,
like
much
it.
less a black woman.
Well,
It's
no,
fine.
no, no.
Technically, I count as one of the
What were
brown
you
people here.
thinking?
So it's like
I was
technically
thinking
I
you're being
count as one of the
racist.
brown.
Like, oh, you have to date a black woman.
I
That's
know,
what
yeah,
thought.
20,
No,
yeah,
what I'm saying is
2025
you
New
will-
Year, new
you'll-
me,
you'll
Lactoid.
take-
I got you.
Listen, what I'm saying is you will be taking so many photos
More
where
racist?
you have to figure out, because let's say you put the flash on a photo, right? You look like Casper and she looks normal. And then you take the same photo, same lighting with no flash. Guess what happens? You see her teeth. You look normal, and then you see her teeth, and then she's like, "Hey, man, did you seriously just put that fucking photo up on Instagram? Like, seriously? Do you see what I look like in this goddamn photo? Like, take that shit down right now."
Sounds like the
So you
voice of
figure
experience.
No,
out-
this is solved.
He is the voice of experience.
You just combine
For
the two
example-
photos
for
with
example-
AI now.
Here's
You're
another
welcome.
one. No,
Scott,
here's another
Scott
one.
likes dating
You put-
different races.
You're
Listen,
welcome.
You put a
Use
black
AI to
girl-
combine
listen,
the photos.
Put a black girl 45-degree angle in front of you, in front of the camera, and the lighting hits
think I
her
need this
first,
so early.
and then hits you second, and then that's one of the ways that you can get both of them in a photo in a quick selfie, because like when you take the photo, like she'll be lit well, but it won't be too bright on you because you're more in the background.
I'll be honest. I haven't seen a white girl in about like 10 years since I moved to San Antonio. It feels like so. I can't relate to this problem.
Yeah,
And
but
they
it's
don't care what I
it's
look like.
Latinas. It's different. It's not.
What do you mean? You tell me that it's
The
Latinas
shade
and
is
black women.
closer.
Pause, dude. Half of the Latinos are just fucking white people with fucking Mexican accents. Stop. Like there are plenty of people with a lot of Spanish
Like
DNA,
Gibbs.
primarily.
Yeah,
that are mostly white.
for the record, like white Hispanic Latinos apparently only make up. I looked this up because that stupid rigged poll. I don't know if I told y'all about that, but it's only like 3% of all of San Antonio. So fake news. Y'all are wrong. And also, y'all the polling y'all Democrats do. That's why y'all lost. Or it's one of the reasons, because y'all over here trying to discount data that didn't match y'all's little happy results that y'all wanted. That's what it was.
What about the
Special
what about
snowflake
like the
results.
Zapatos or whatever? Like those people are all fucking white.
The Zapato, the Zapato, oh my god, I'm done. I'm just not even gonna try it.
This is the worst thing, Corey, you've ever like. This is wild.
Nothing
Well,
pisses
that's
off
me.
a
It's
Latino
like
more than
No, I know.
saying Spanish words with a
don't get me
super
wrong.
English
I love all
accent.
my students, but this is like they're unfortunately they're not technologically savvy.
Yeah. I think there was just there was this idea that like inherently children are better at like technology than others. Like no, like it's they grow up with a certain technology and then they're better at using that thing, right? But
Oh my
not
God, what
things
the fuck?
for a bit or after it, Yeah.
Scott's saying
Oh,
the fucking screenshot.
I just
Yeah,
saw the
it's
screenshot.
bad.
Holy shit!
So
Yeah.
bad.
It's
Oh
so
my God.
bad.
The cursor is there.
fuck.
You can see the cursor.
That's like the shit night, dude. You know what, Corey Campbell? You know what? I have a whole.
That has
new
to be a
view.
meme.
I have a whole new view and understanding of like teachers' assistants that I didn't like in grad school now. Like it's like if they're dealing with that level of shit regularly, I get it now. I'm sorry. To all the TAs that I shat on when I was in grad school, I'm sorry because I never did that shit. I was like, they were like, you don't want
Yeah,
a TA
that's
job?
bad.
They were like, you don't want to be a TA job for a professor? I'm like, no, I have a fucking kid. Like I have shit
To be
do.
fair, though,
Like,
we do kind of sound like boomers right now, talking about how like millennials can't change a tire or like the way.
Yeah,
This is
I
what I'm
think
saying.
I posted today because I saw this girl like post on Twitter that like someone had like it was like Jew genocide, I think was the name in like Marvel.
Oh, I saw that.
Rivals. And then they were like, seriously guys, you guys aren't banning this? And then I just posted and I was like, millennials version of the Gen X phrase "we drank out of the water hose outside" is "you would never survive in a Call of Duty lobby," and I stand by this. Like I stand by this.
Hey,
You
COD
fucking
wasn't even that
pussy.
bad
You
compared to some
couldn't
of our other
handle
ones.
one kind of edgy name for a match. You're like, I need to be protected from this username. Like, shut the fuck up.
I know we want to move to the main topic, but just real quick to add to that, Halo, the originator of teabagging, in all games, they had a discussion because so many people were complaining that teabagging was a current part of the game. They
remove
almost
crouching?
banned it from the HCS. They said like they were going to cause people to forfeit their next match or like not be allowed to compete and have to use a sub if they teabagged opponents. And luckily it got voted down. But it's like such a bad thing that these little snowflakes now have to feel special. They can't even be teabagged.
Pause. But the boomers and the Gen X were exactly the fucking same when like NFL had to be like, you dancing too much when you get a touchdown, right?
No,
it's not
nobody
just
was a
Gen
fan.
Z.
Nobody hated that. That was just the NFL. That was like the NFL and the old people. Everybody else was like, yeah.
No.
Do you remember how
Other
popular
sports teams as
Miami
well,
was when they
don't
did that?
Actually do like goal like dances or celebrations, right? Like that's the thing.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
understand that.
saying the
sport.
older
Well, they
generation had
changed
that
it.
same like don't celebrate, man.
Well, they changed that. Like it became a big thing. They didn't even have a rule for it. And then I don't remember the U. They started all that shit in the '90s and or early 2000s. I mean, and then they were like, oh, we're gonna ban celebrations. And then they brought them back. And then you know what? One school that was the one school that bitched about people doing celebrations in the modern era as of last year. I'll tell you, it's those fucking liberal pussies over in the University of Texas in Austin. They were crying because people were doing horns down, and they wanted
It
people
was
to
a
get penalties
Texas
for it.
school, though?
It's in Austin, the University of Texas, the Longhorns.
Is Austin not Texas?
I can't even use the right words on Twitch because what they really are.
But Lacto, that's how I was trying to parse my words there. Is that like I don't want to like criticize these individuals, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, like a boomer, like, oh, kids today don't know how to balance a checkbook. Oh, I don't fucking need to. It's online, right? Like it's like it just doesn't all.
To be fair though, there are a
Neither
couple.
does the government. So
there are a couple skills though that I do think that like the boomers are right that have been lost that are actually pretty useful, right? Like
Cursive writing.
No, that was bullshit.
Yes,
I'm
cursive
talking about
writing.
no oil changing, changing a tire. This is an odd one. Talking on
Oil
the phone.
changing.
Talking
Yeah,
on the
that's
phone.
annoying. Okay.
That's something that I've I've been
because-
told this by multiple different like law partners who have said that like one of the main issues they're running into with like people of my age is like they're incredibly uncomfortable making a phone call. They don't want to make a phone call. They want to send text messages. But when you're in a law office, you have to make phone calls, right? The court has you call in.
How'd you make it through law
You can't
school?
text in. Because in law school you don't call people
Yeah,
on
you're
the
not
phone.
calling anyone.
Really.
Yeah.
You're generally not calling.
They're calling their textbooks.
I mean, well, like, wait, don't you have to be like an apprentice? Like, don't you work at a law firm or an intern or some type
You
shit
can,
like that, right?
you can. You don't have to. You can.
Really?
I
Interesting.
did. Yeah.
They usually
And,
hire
and yes, I made phone calls when I was, but like I've been always
technically
better at
in
making phone calls. I
Virginia,
think.
you don't have to go to law school. You can just
Well, they have AI now to make phone calls for you.
Oh my God, that's what's next. The fucking Gen Z, they're just be texting, and then some AI generated voice is gonna.
They're gonna have AI generate a text message, and that's gonna be sick.
They're just gonna replace all jobs with AI, Corey, and then we're fucked. You're right.
Listen, it's not Gen Z that they're making the fucking phone call AI shit for. It's being developed for usage for call centers in India to get rid of Indian accents. And so that when people call, they don't realize they're talking to like a call center in India.
We're so fucked. That's like the one thing.
John from Missouri, and so
That's how I actually know.
Because apparently it like because people get angry and people get like violent and they're more likely to get upset and they're more likely to be like, send me to somebody that actually fucking speaks English, blah blah.
Yep.
And so they found that this AI improves the quality and speed that the calls go through because people are just think that they're talking to a somewhat dumb guy named John in Missouri, but they get through it without like getting super pissed. And even worse, they're using AI on the other end to filter out the curse words and change the word of the caller so that the person working at the call center doesn't hear them being cursed at, and they only hear the necessary
I have a
details.
solution. I have a solution, and it sounds pretty controversial, but I
Call of
actually
Duty
do think
lotteries for all Indian people. Got it.
No. So so if the Indian scammers they allow this AI that like lets their voices sound like with like an American accent or something, I genuinely think we're fucked, right? I'm gonna get scammed. You're gonna get scammed, right? Like this is the dam that's like holding back all of my money from being taken. From
Who's scamming you?
Because
how are you gonna get scammed?
because I hear the Indian accent and I know I can just ignore it.
Oh,
right?
if it's
And
an
I know-
American accent, wait. If I
it's an
called
American
you right
accent, I'm
now,
fucked.
Oh, if I called you right now, you would just I could scam you like that? That's like
Check this
my-
out,
No, don't do that. You know what he's talking about. You know
Yes,
what
it
he's talking
depends.
about.
No,
I
no,
fucking
no,
hang
no,
up
Kinda
every
he's talking
time.
If hold on, if somebody calls me and it's like not like a regular accent and it's just like talking, explaining some kind of like thing, I'm gonna be like 300% more likely to believe it. An old person is gonna be 8,000,000% more likely to believe it. And if that happens, I actually
An old
would
person,
propose,
sure.
I think every phone call from I don't know how you would enforce this, but like, can we block calls from India specifically unless vetted?
Calls from a billion people. Okay. Anyway,
I bet you some significant percentage of all phone calls from India to America are
that's
scam
so
calls.
much weirdness, right? I'm not exactly trying to categorize this, but so much weirdness in that one fucking sentence.
You just
Holy
write it
shit, like-
down, and when we get to free topic, just start.
The only
start
Indian
railing
calls
you
I get
down.
are scammers.
Prime,
I
it's
never
just
get a call
true.
from an Indian that's not a scammer ever.
Hold
I have
on.
never picked up the phone.
Are you
and
getting
heard an
calls
Indian
from a lot of
accent that
Indians?
wasn't a
Lactoid,
scammer.
hang on, that's
Yeah,
not
Lactoid
that's
just
not
hates
the
Indians.
focus, though.
Ever.
Focus is on. Like,
Save
so
it-
that
save it
means
for
that
free
like
topic, boys.
it's not that you have a critical analysis of what's being told
You
to you.
can't
You
do
just
it.
believe it. Like, especially if they sound white to you,
Can't
like,
do it,
okay, all
Fabian.
right, I guess this is a trustworthy
Yeah,
individual. Right?
I agree
Rather
with
than
Brian.
saying,
Because it generally is compared to Indian scammers.
okay, all right,
Topic,
all right,
topic,
leave it alone.
topic,
Leave it alone.
topic.
Leave it alone.
It's just
Oh my
pat- it's
god.
just-
Every
it's just
single
pattern
call I've
recognition.
ever gotten to my phone.
Are we just
and
gonna
I
do
answer it
open topic for
Indian
the
accent.
Just
the
not
panel?
gonna
This
shut
is
the
so
fuck
much
up
about you.
This, Lactoid? Like,
What'd you say?
I
Yeah,
said
let's
you're
just
just
stop
not
it.
going to shut the fuck up about it. We get it. You've made your point. You've made your point. Every time you hear an
Indian
accent,
scammer, Scott.
Actually, Lactoid, I don't quite understand. Can you explain again, please?
All right, I'll
What
re-elaborate.
kind of
okay?
Indians are we talking about? Like how old?
So I get a
Is it-
call.
Can you detect like the regional dialect?
What time?
or is
What
it just,
time
like,
do you get
over-
these
Yeah,
calls?
yeah, give us a sample.
Yeah, what time do you
Are
get
they
these
doing
calls?
working
Yeah,
business hours?
Lactoid.
What does the
Light
dude
example.
sound like, Lactoid? Lactoid, can
Yeah.
you tell me like what the guy sounds like?
I might get banned if I can do it. But
Okay. All right. Let's move on.
They won't ban you for that. They'll just like penalize
am I?
you slightly.
So let's get in it. Lactoid is about to take us there, though, right? If this had been a regular week, Lactoid, that would have been it right there. Lactoid is gonna
the
take us.
HB1 thing was not the right thing to get mad at the Indians about. I'm just saying.
The last time it was FK, right? This time it's about to be Lactoid. We'll move on with our lives.
H1B. Sorry.
Thanks all for being here. If you're here, this is the Every Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a fantastic group of guests here. I'm really excited. We'll start with our friend Lactoid. I think we've learned enough. I think we've probably heard enough of Lactoid already. But still, Lactoid friend, thanks for being here. And we've missed you, buddy. We're really happy to have you back.
Yeah, thank you. So I get lots of calls. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me on Lactoid TV. I still got a little bit of the tail end of Rona. It's been 2 weeks. It's a pretty nasty bug. It sucks. But I'm on the tail end of it. I feel comfortable enough to do a stream. I am way better than I was last week. I assure you. Like it's not even close. If last week I wouldn't have been able to even get a sentence out, but right now I'm doing pretty good. So yeah, good to be here.
So okay, you're still going with the COVID excuse. Is that that's what you're going with? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I mean, it seems weird that Lactoid, who's been here literally for years, unbroken record, literally for years, right? The one day he disappears is the day that Justin Trudeau resigns, right?
Oh, you had to weep? You had to cry? You were depressed?
A known intelligence officer
Uh-huh.
for Canada. Hey, Lactoid, did you or did you not? I'm just gonna ask you outright. Did you or did you not like give Trudeau a visit to helpfully suggest that he vacate his seat? Did you or did you not do that?
Any allegation is unproven to that topic. It's not. Yeah, you can't prove it.
I mean, it just seems interesting.
Lactoid doesn't have enough money to buy Trudeau.
Money. I don't know what money would be involved in here. Just
Could have been other favors.
Yeah. Any which way, whatever it may have been.
I did not have sexual relations with that man. Okay.
That escalated quickly.
No matter what you do, get up on your off time, we're really happy that you're back. So shout out to our friend Lactoid. Scott, thanks Scott for being here as well. Happy to have you, friend.
Yeah, I am Scott, otherwise known as Fabian Liberty. You can find me on X or YouTube. I'm on other platforms, but I'm not really doing much on them. So those are predominantly where you're going to find me. Anarcho-capitalist libertarian. It's fun times. Come hang out.
Thanks so much. Corey Campbell, back with us.
I'll be right back. I got to use the restroom.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that Lactoid has mostly recovered. Hope he's recovers more speedily and makes a full recovery. No long-lasting symptoms. 100% full recovery. That's what I hope for. But yeah, always grateful to be here. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, looking forward to talking about the topic.
You know, I had a friend who dealt with long COVID, and it affected their memories, right? And like, you know,
it happens.
Things that they could get up to. I'm hoping that with Lactoid, it'll affect his judgment, and so he'll decide not to ride a motorcycle anymore, right? That
actually, I would actually, if it results in just that alone of like some sort of like mild cognitive impairment that he's no longer eligible to ride a motorcycle, I think that might be a net gain or net positive. That
maybe his balance, is off. And he's like, I can't do it anymore.
And bonus, right? If I lose that much cognitive ability, I start voting Democrat.
You really want to go down the cognitive ability route? Liberal versus conservative?
I guess so. He's good.
Let's go to our friend Grid. Happy to have you here again, Grid. How are you?
Yeah, great to be back. Great to be back. I think I got a call that was meant for Lactoid. It's Steve from tech support. And,
Steve Smith. I talked to that guy. Yeah.
What does Steve sound like? To Lactoid's ears.
Sound like Apu from The Simpsons. I don't know. I just assumed he knew what we were talking about. But yeah, it's great to be back. Looking forward to a good spirited discussion this evening, and I can be found on YouTube at An Unreasonable Man, and yeah, that's about it. Conservative-ish. Well, no, I'm pretty conservative. Yeah, here we go.
All right, he's still deciding.
It's settled.
Yeah,
I'm pretty conservative.
I've actually been told that I am that I've probably gone a little further than conservative, but I don't believe that I have. So
what comes after conservative?
Racist.
Nazi.
Okay.
I've also been accused of being a libertarian a lot lately, which is just sinful.
Well, when Scott's the one who introduces you to people.
I know, right?
Scott. Of association.
This is my friend.
Yeah. Let's go to our friend Gibbs, right? He was way past conservatism. I think he's like in a whole new realm.
Listen, I think I'm center right. I don't know what you're talking about. Also, I noticed this week that all the people that I know that have gotten COVID or long COVID were all communists. And I just realized this actually proves my theory that people don't change over time. And Lactoid is an unadmitted communist, and yet I still couldn't reconcile for a while there, and I just it clicked. It's got to be that he's actually a communist. He's just pretending to be libertarian this whole time. Especially we see sometimes those tendencies sneak out, and that's why he caught COVID, because like I said, all the other people that I know with COVID. Commies, bastards. Yeah, I'm Edward Gibbs. I'm conservative. We're going to be having a debate championship semifinal match this weekend featuring our favorite communist Lactoid versus Neolib and Ico Rich on Friday. It's going to be exciting.
Maybe.
Is there a topic?
We're working on figuring that one out.
Maybe it's just that the conservatives tend to be older and fatter, so that's why they die from COVID instead of getting long COVID.
Or they're just based genetic champions, and the only thing long over here is our dicks, not the COVID. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Get your chance. You're welcome.
Thank you for not staying silent. I was like, please spike the ball.
Well, I had it.
I appreciate it. It took you a
just
second.
real quick,
I was
I'm
whoa.
doobie, but I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay, understood, friend.
Due to our academic ability, we have to the cogs move slower sometimes. Apparently,
it's the light. It's the light was so blinding. It took you a second.
Yeah.
Ali, thank you for coming through. Did your hair or something like is your haircut? I don't know. It looks a little different.
Like weeks ago, but yeah, thank you for noticing. I appreciate it. You right on the money. Right on the money. That's what you are. But yeah, I go by Sociologic. You can find me on the internet, right? I go by there. It's 2 L's in logic. And yeah, I'm looking forward to discussing the topic with these fine, educated philosophers.
That was a very feminine reaction. Okay, all right. No, you didn't actually notice. I did get my hair cut, but it was weeks ago.
As I got my haircut 3 weeks ago, and you were like, "Yo, did you get a haircut or something? Like, something's different."
No, the feminine reaction would have been if Sociologic came on and was like, "Did you see anything different?" That's
true.
Like, are you seeing something different? Oh, you don't pay attention to the little finer details. Okay.
You never pay attention to me.
That's a little neat. That's a little needy. It's a little needy.
Okay, friends. So
Notice that he's actually did something new about Sociologic. It's that he's getting whiter as it's gone on here. It must be the snow. Right? He's turning into one of the rest of us milquetoast looking people in the cast. It's great.
It's I gotta get a tanning. I gotta find a tanning bed out here. This is fucking Massachusetts gets dark at like 3 p.m. It's the East Coast fucking trash when it comes to like sun exposure. Okay,
that's God trying to help you out because who would want to live in Massachusetts?
Yeah, you do what you got to do for the time that you got to do it for.
Fair enough. All right. So as I promised our friends last week, we'll be doing our planned topic first. And by first, I mean 35 minutes into the
You gotta have a little warm up. It's a long stream.
Yeah. But we're gonna do it first. And here we go. The consulting firm McKinsey reached a lenient deal with the Biden department for its role in the opioid crisis the United States is facing. McKinsey was accused of "quote unquote" turbocharging the sales of Purdue Pharma's Oxycontin by getting the company to target pharmacists that were irresponsibly prescribing the medication. This happened despite McKinsey being well aware of the risks the drug posed. Independent from this, an illicit drug legalization movement has been growing in the United States. However, if successful, would that birth many more Purdue Pharmas and McKinseys, organizations that seek to push dangerous drugs for profits, regardless of the consequences? Often these discussions focus on relieving the prosecutorial threat from consumers of drugs. But should we instead focus on the rapacious producers who would look at vulnerable Americans as a profit center? Even if we should have the freedom to take whatever drugs we want, should we also have freedom to sell whatever drugs people will buy? If you don't know, the Biden administration they reached a deal with McKinsey, and it just earlier, the Biden administration said that companies who self-report when they're up to illegal activities, right, who make some sort of good faith effort to self-report, well, then they will receive more lenient treatment. And then McKinsey apparently, fell under this provision, even though those prosecutors were saying that McKinsey blocked them, right? They actively obstructed them from finding the truth. So that's something we can discuss in and of itself. But and so I want to relate that struggle, right? Like understanding this is the pharma industry as it stands now, right? And I know a lot of people here support making drugs, in general, illicit drugs, legal or at the very least decriminalized. If we do that, and people can make a legal dollar off of it, well, will they simply repeat what we've seen in the current drug industry? So yeah, we'll start with our friend Lactoid.
My perception of McKinsey is that it's like a bunch of coked up psychopaths who all got together and they were like, let's make a business. It's like if Wolf of Wall Street was somehow wilder, and then it became a business, and that was what they did. This company has a pretty checkered history. Not only did they do this opioid thing, they also worked with Enron. In fact, they were like instrumental to Enron, which was just a complete scam, right? And so the Saudis and all sorts of shit. So Rikers Island, they've done all sorts of like horrible shit. And I think that the big thing is that they have facilitated fraud. I think they facilitated fraud when it came to um, what they did with Enron. I think they facilitated fraud when it comes to what they've done here with Purdue Pharma. If you know that this drug is dangerous and you help an organization market and put out this drug, lying about its safety history, lying about what it can do, I don't. This is the equivalent of sneaking heroin into ice cream and selling it to children. It's not good, and I think it's perfectly fine to hold them responsible for doing this. And that's somebody who I think all these drugs should be legalized, right? I'm not looking at the fact that they promoted drugs as the problem. I'm looking at the problem is they knew this shit and hid it, and it doesn't seem like they have any problem doing unethical stuff. And so, yeah, I'm not a big fan of McKinsey, and I think that it's questionable how effective they even are. It seems like a lot of the like internal metrics they use like are a little bit shady in terms of like, oh look, we've gotten XYZ results, but like for like the Rikers Island complex, for example, they claimed all these benefits when in reality you look into them and they just kind of changed some of the reporting standards so it looks like they did some good shit, even when like the actual reality is they didn't do all this good shit. So I think it's a lot of coked up psychopaths smelling their own farts, and if they get in trouble for fraud, I'm okay with that. Good shit.
Okay, thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah, I don't have much to say that isn't already kind of been said to a certain degree by Lactoid. We're going to have a very similar argument here, which is, but I cannot stress enough that there is a giant difference between selling someone a known addictive substance and they know that it is an addictive substance and they choose to take an addictive substance that is going to destroy their life. Now, I have plenty of moral problems with that, right? But when it comes to ethical, legal problems, I don't think it's the government's role, obviously, or anyone's role in actively using violence to stop that. And that there are a lot of unintended consequences to the drug war, to trying to stop that, a lot of high cost to that. In terms of McKinsey, McKinsey is a shut. It's like there is no better example of a group of people that provably knew what they were doing was fraud, right? Like McKinsey didn't just come in and then say like, here's how you should do your television ads, right? McKinsey did ride-alongs with pharmaceutical sales reps, right? They went to centers that were full of drug addicted, like they saw before most of Americans on TikTok and Twitter videos saw people, standing at 90-degree angles. They saw that shit way before any of us because they went there, saw that, and knew that those people were addicted to an addictive substance. And their response was to advise Purdue Pharma to specifically target areas that already had high rates of opioid prescriptions, such as Appalachia, places in Pennsylvania, places where coal mines had been put down, where they, where there was already large amounts of drug addiction, and to up the dosage, and that would do away with some of the withdrawal symptoms. They knew it was highly addictive. They knew that it was destroying communities, and they knew that Purdue Pharma was lying up until the FDA came out and said that it was addictive. And even then, Purdue Pharma just was like, oh, we'll see, it's less addictive. And I mean, like the story of the opioid epidemic and what Purdue Pharma did is one of the most disgusting stories in American history in terms of fraud and abuse and the consequences of it. This has nothing to do with drug legalization, because drug legalization does not mean legalization of fraud. And we'll get into it more as we go, but I just feel like you cannot stress that these are two totally different things enough that to try and draw the connection that it's just people selling drugs for profit and therefore we'll have more of this. is horrible. And actually, final note, just real quick, I find it so interesting how often people talk about, the government's role in protecting us from evil corporations. And over and over and over again, you see it, but you see it more so than any other case with Purdue Pharma, I think, in how, no, their role is the exact opposite. Their role is to protect the corporate wealthy elite from justice. Like that is what their role is, to maintain the status quo and to maintain order. And sometimes maintaining order means maintaining laws that harm, the peons. But that is their primary goal. Maintain order, maintain the status quo, maintain the wealth of the powerful elite. And then all the way down at the bottom is the little guy where it's like, well, we got to get your votes, so we have to pretend like we give a fuck about you. And the Sackler family, yeah, sure, they paid billions, but they're all in Italy right now living in fucking mansions after murdering millions of people. And they're immune to criminal prosecution.
Yeah, we gave him that.
I'm just saying, Luigi could have picked a better fucking target.
The rage that I express sometimes over, executives who get away with it, right? Where like we'll find companies, we'll find them, but then like no one actually goes to jail. Yeah, like this is what I'm talking about. Exactly these situations. But yeah, let's go to our friend Corey Campbell.
Yeah, I actually don't have much to add on what has already been said. At least nothing. Well, all great points have been made. But I do want to amend Lactoid's characterization of the McKinsey Institute, where I think you call them coked up psychopaths. But really, it's just very educated, coked up psychopaths. That's critically important. And that is really sad. It is wild to me how this institute is able to operate and exist. Pretty wild to me, and a sad state of affairs. But what I will do is use this opportunity to bring up something that I think gets often overlooked, in my opinion, when it comes to the opioid epidemic. And here is where Scott and I become allies, I think, or I'm reasonably sure. And I think people overlook the fact that, so I ask myself the question of well, why did this happen? Just like everyone else. And obviously it's multifaceted and many variables. But I think one that gets overlooked is intellectual property. And I don't think people understand how intellectual property and innovation institutions play a critical role in how this played out. And I'm going to read us just a small paragraph from a very nice journal article from the Journal of Law on the Biosciences, which I'll post in the Discord chat, where starting off in the early 1990s, MS-Contin, a controlled-release form of morphine sulfate, was generating millions of dollars in sales for Purdue Pharma. But MS-Contin no longer had IP-protected exclusivity, and Purdue expected generic competition to eat into its profits. The firm pivoted to a new pain treatment market strategy. In November 1993, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office granted Purdue's application for patent number blah blah blah, which claimed a controlled-release form of the opioid oxycodone. Just over 2 years later, in December 1995, the FDA approved Purdue's application to market OxyContin for treatment of chronic pain. Purdue's strategy, according to its 1996 budget plan, was to, quote, to switch patients who have been started on MS-Contin to OxyContin as quickly as possible. And there's a whole breakdown as well, very long article that I'll post. But again, there's many factors play into it, but I think a critical factor is when it comes to intellectual property and the creation of demand that pharmaceutical companies can have or carry out, and they have a pure monopoly, and an opioid is a perfect sort of what more could you want in terms of a monopoly on something and you see in their pricing, they initially start off with a low price, they get the demand, they get people hooked, and then they could jack up the price. What better thing that you want? And I'm sure, we're going to see Gibbs fall to his principles of mind your own business, right? I'm sure he's not going to uphold intellectual property. Everyone should mind their own business when it comes to intellectual property, right?
All right, I'll mind my business. I'll mind my business, just like Corey said.
Okay. Well, then well, actually, why don't we go to Gibbs? Let him respond immediately afterwards, and we'll hit you, Grid, afterwards.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, so continuing my theme of spotting secret communism tonight, of course, libertarian Lactoid would come up with this take that's very communist. Coked up psychopaths, I think was the exact term. Notice how Corey and Lactoid had similar points. And Corey is openly in favor of socialism. Very strange. Very strange. I'm willing to bet. Also, I'm willing to bet more money has been made by concepts that people came up with at 9 a.m., coked up maybe, after partying all night with their business associates. Who are we to judge? Who are we to know? I don't think they keep exact statistics on that. But based on some life experience, I think that that's probably an accurate assessment. Now that that's out of the way, let me give you an actual based capitalist take that our libertarian friends somehow missed. The only reason they had to resort to, quote, nefarious tactics and conceal their true goals, which was to generate wealth, was because it was illegal to do it in the first place. They should have been allowed to set up opioid vending machines right outside Narcotics Anonymous and rehab facilities. That's what they should have been allowed to do. But instead, daddy government's going to come in and tell them they can't do that because it's bad for reasons. Also, who is the government to tell people what they can and can't do in their own homes? If these people want to pop pills and rage out, then sure, as long as they don't hurt nobody else, let them. Yeah, exactly as Corey said, mind your business. They don't need to know what I'm doing in the privacy of my own home. Capitalism is base. We need less regulations. And these people should be lauded as heroes because they're allowing everybody to have opiates if they want them. That's what I think.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
I'm Gibbs.
Oh, sorry. Did I say Gibbs? I mean, good. Sorry. I'm looking. I was looking. I can't. I told you I can't tell the difference. Right?
One of
If you're
those
low in the
G
prize,
guys.
I don't know.
One of the G men.
Great. I'm sorry.
That's okay, man. It's fine. So while I would echo some of the sentiments of Lactoid and Fabian Liberty, I actually have to. I have to kind of go along with Gibbs here for a second, because the real problem is not that McKinsey did their fucking job that they were paid to do to market a company. The problem is that Purdue Pharma lied, cheated, and stole to get their product on the shelf in the first place, and that is who should really be blamed. If you want to lay it right to the doorstep of the people who killed these people, and they did literally kill people, is the Purdue who said that it wasn't even addictive. They literally said that. They literally said that it's less addictive. And yet in their own testing showed that 68% of the oxycodone itself would remain after distilling the pill down, or a pill down. So that is irrelevant. I mean, that is the actual relevant part of this. That is what killed people. And that's just the way it is. And so if we want to put blame, if we want to make people accountable, we want to hold people accountable, then we don't even care about McKinsey. McKinsey did their job. They said, hey, you want people to represent your company and sell your shit? We're the dudes. We can do that. Did McKinsey know? We don't know that. We can assume that because they've been in bed with all sorts of other criminals, but that doesn't mean that they themselves are criminals. And honestly, I couldn't find anything other than a bunch of nonsense that they are in fact criminals. They just do their job of representing their clients, and that's fine. I have a problem with the way they did it, but that's irrelevant to, again, the discussion of the drug issue, right? So whether or not the drug should be allowed or whatever, we could literally spend the next 6 months discussing, and we still wouldn't come up with any agreement between us, other than I don't believe, as a conservative, the government has any right to regulate any of that shit. And that, to be honest with you, I would prefer privately owned and regulated to some degree, self-regulated, opium dens than what we have now, which is doctors getting kids hooked on opioids when they just hurt themselves at a football game or something. This is crazy to me. This is absolutely nuts. The kid, we're not even talking about. I could care less what grown-ass adults do. I'm the most aggravated I can be is that kids are getting hooked because doctors overprescribe opioids, and none of you guys even bothered to mention that. And that's a real problem to me in the first place. because doctors are the way. But now again, I have to take some of the responsibility off the doctors because they were told that these were. Initially, they were told it wasn't even addictive. Then they were told it was less addictive. And then, of course, the truth comes out, hey, it's fucking heroin in pill form. And we lied to you the whole time. So doctors did what doctors do, and they prescribed pills. They're pill pushers. It's what they did. If you expect anything else, well, I'm sorry, you're going to be disappointed. And again, it makes me a little queasy, but I'm with Gibbs on 90% of this.
I'm glad we got the pro opium den opinion out there. All right. Very important. Don't hear that often these days, but appreciate it, friend. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah. You should be able to trust your government to regulate the things that are going to its citizens' bodies. Hence we have the government. We're supposed to have elected officials that we can trust and believe in, but unfortunately they get bought out by these companies due to why should a pharmaceutical company be for profit? It should operate as an NGO. It should operate for this, basis of just making good medicine for people to get medicine, but they operate for profit, which is how you get competitive pharmaceutical companies, which is strange to me. But anyways, yeah, I agree with everything that Lactoid and Fabian and Corey said. I just kind of disagree with Gibbs. I don't think we should be having opium vending machines outside of drug addict facilities. Probably not. We shouldn't do that. That's not good. And Gibbs, to your point, it's if you're not hurting anyone, it's okay. Do whatever you need to do. Well, they killed a couple million people, right? So they are hurting people. They're hurting, your fellow Americans, which is less money in your pocket. If people in your community are dying, they can't give you their money for your products. So yeah, we should be able to hold them accountable, but we can't because they're bought out by the government. So I don't want to hear any complaining when more Luigis start popping up, because this is kind of the result you get of the system that you have.
Thanks so much. And finally, our friend Doobie.
I agree with everything Sociologic said, and I think that maybe I felt like the last year, right, for me at least, has really highlighted who actually runs the country and which interests control the way things go. And it's, for me, the last year it's been totally transparent. It's been fucking overtly just out there, right? I think the only beneficial thing of the last, this included, right, it's that people I think are starting to see it. It's out there more often. People are talking about it. They have the Luigi thing, which I think is a good thing actually. But this, I feel like the atmosphere is changing, right? The attitude in the country toward these things is changing, which might be beneficial long term, possibly. Could also just be suppressed as it usually is. So yeah, I agree with everything Ali said. I think that it's disgusting, right? We have case number 10,000 of our government run cover for some fucked up corporation. So yeah, it is what it is.
I didn't hear too much from you all. I think maybe one of you touched on it, but on the other side of this, right, the street pharmaceutical side, that's where apparently we agree McKinsey crap for most of us. Not okay, most of us agree. McKinsey is crap. But that's what I kind of want to marry this conversation to, right? Okay, if we're pushing for drug legalization, are we pushing to create other organizations, expand the system that we already have here, where there's a powerful moneyed interests who benefit from more Americans being hooked to their products.
I think if it's legal, I think if it's legal, there's less incentive to lie. You can just outright say, "Hey, this drug is addictive," whatever. But hey, you can have fun. It's self-right. It's listen, weed.
Exactly that where they lied about exactly.
No. Well, they had to lie because they have to push a product. Yeah, they had to lie because they have to push a product because they're trying to do it as a medical thing. Whereas if you come up with a drug and you just advertise it as, "Hey, this fucking makes you feel great." Yes, there are addictive qualities to it, but at the end of the day, that's your decision. You won't have to lie about that as much. I feel like
this is just not true. This is not
true.
They did not lie about it being non-addictive just because some law or some regulation.
No,
yeah,
that wasn't what I was
did.
saying.
Hold on.
Wait.
No.
That wasn't what I was saying, though.
Purdue Pharma committed fraud on a mass scale about
Mm-hmm.
it being non-addictive for the very purposes of pushing it into doctors' offices. They created the modern day. They created an entirely new a metric used in hospitals and in healthcare that didn't exist, which is on a scale of 1 to 10, how much pain are you having? They created the concept that
but that wouldn't have been necessary,
like
Fabian, if it had been open free season. Like, here's where you're wrong with this,
Yes,
right?
it would've.
Is
Yes,
no,
it
no, no.
would've.
Hear me out, right?
Wait. In order to push it as a medical drug, I agree with him to what he's saying. Yes.
Hold on. Yeah, but they wouldn't have pushed it as a medical drug.
Having it
because of what
opening up
Grid
could
said.
open it up to just having a fun drug be out on
No,
the
hold
market.
on.
That's
Let's talk about the
what,
street
my
level.
argument was.
Let's talk about the street level, right? Grid absolutely. I didn't even think of this when you said this, and it actually offsets all these arguments. Really, Grid actually nailed this with the opium dens thing, right? Because one, they could just sell it as a street drug. Everything can be sold. These are symptoms and treats. Hey, it's addictive. Then they can even sell different forms of this for like to be smoked in the opium dens, etc., etc. Then guess what? Here's the secondary market that eliminates the problem that Sociologic brought up of my customers dying. Guess what? One, I'll sell it as opium dens. Two, I'll sell to this new market that's generated, which is going to be the people that are going to go, hey, I'm going to say be a private medical service that's going to provide Narcan, and I'm going to set it right next door to it. Boom. Now I have two businesses set up.
I just want to clarify.
They're going to keep these people alive and just perpetuate it.
So now you are on our side now that you're not in favor of intellectual property, right? Because to sell Narcan, okay, that's patent protected. Okay, so how is their secondary market going to open up? How is this open free season for you?
Hold on, you can get a license to sell Narcan? I don't know. I'm not going to get the ins and outs of that.
So wait, you said open and free season. So you're against intellectual
it's
property,
open free season. Hold on. It's open free season for a new business to develop where they're sitting here taking care of people for the opium den so they don't die. You got a new insurance companies that are going to open up. There's so many different avenues here.
Before in your opening statement, you said in the privacy of your home, you can do whatever you want. Well, yeah, because I'm trying to speak over Gibbs. Is it still clipping now?
No, you're good.
No,
Okay.
That's way better, yeah.
So you said, if I recall correctly, in your opening statement, privacy of your own home, like get the government out. Okay, so you're okay with me in the privacy of my own home. I'll reverse engineering an iPhone, making it and selling it. That's okay for you, right?
Oh, so like maybe not as on a mass sale. Hold on. Maybe not. Right? Hold on. Maybe not on a mass sale. But hold on. First of all, let's just take this back.
Wait, why not?
Hold on. We can get into the intellectual property thing in a bit, but as for what you're arguing, what I just argued for has existed for thousands of years. So unless we're going to take the contract for opium as intellectual property back to ancient China, then really everything you're saying goes out the window. Like
whoa. So here is where people don't understand. Like, what is OxyContin to you?
What does that matter for what I'm arguing though? I'm talking about them being able to sell different things.
Hold on, let Corey get through it. But Corey,
sure,
fucking catch him up quicker. IP is a big part of this discussion.
I understand the IP portion.
I don't think you do.
I do absolutely.
I don't.
The problem is you're so focused on one little in the weeds aspect that I've made a broad strokes argument that we can't even talk about because you want to get sitting here and talk about IP and have a circle jerk around it for 45 minutes.
Let me clarify then why IP is an important part of this discussion, right? So Purdue Pharma had the rights to several different forms of opioids that were widely prescribed, right? The patent was running out, okay? And so this was going to essentially destroy Purdue Pharma's profits, right?
Oh, really?
And so because it was going to be open up to the market. Now, the way that IP law works in medicine in America, right, is that, yes, we have a lot more technological IP and like character IP lasts a really long time, but drug IPs don't tend to last as long because people don't like the concept of drug IP lasting, 100 years. So what ends up happening is that you can create a new version of something that is slightly different, either in its release, either in the way it's done, maybe it's slightly more effective. You see this with insulin all the time, right? Like insulin is
Adderall, amphetamine salts. I understand. Yeah, I got you.
So what Purdue Pharma did is that they knew they needed to change, but if they came out with a new form of oxycodone that was essentially the same thing, then it wouldn't matter. There would be all of this competition. So they created a lie with fraud. They created a new drug that was like, this is time release, and it's better than the other drug because it's less addictive and less prone to abuse. And now, if anyone tried to use the old drug, they could then say, oh, that's the old stuff. That's addictive. That kills people. But our new stuff doesn't do that, and we're the only ones that have the IP on this. Then they created things like fake data. They use logarithmic scales to try and trick the FDA and doctors into thinking that it wasn't addictive. They lied to everyone. They created television ads lying about it to sell this new product. Without IP being a part of, like, IP is central to the part of to this argument, because it's the whole reason that Oxycontin was invented, and they created all these lies because they couldn't come up with a new drug that actually was less addictive.
No, here, let me tell you how I hand wave all this away. All of this would have been avoided, real simple, if we didn't have over-regulation of the medical industry in general. That's the problem.
IP, that regulation you're talking about, Gibbs? Regulation like IP?
That could be a portion of it.
It's
but
IP
even,
regulation.
Okay, hold on. Even then, what does this matter to anything that from my argument at all? Like, nothing.
So you want to hand wave away IP regulation? We're on the same page now?
So, all right, hold on. Are we debating the street problem and the problem with the company?
Pro IP or something? I'm confused.
I don't know. I'm
Oh.
like tacitly pro IT. Like, it depends. Like, it's all situational. Because once again, my underlying motive is what's best for Papa. So I don't understand how like you can even sit here and try to like.
What's best for you? Getting rid of IP?
Well, unless I have that IP, and then go fuck yourselves. So, like, I mean, this is like, it really is all situational. Like, what is your point?
Yeah, you can't argue with that, Corey. You really can't argue with that.
You're right. That's why I said his whole principle is, mind your business until it eats into my own personal profits. Then it is my business, and I want government to step in.
The reason why is because it's too regulated already. Well, because we got to play by the same rules.
It's a very Randian way of thinking, actually.
Hold on. We're all playing by the same rules until we're not. It's crazy. I'm just saying, if y'all don't like my rules, we should just get rid of all these other rules that y'all put out there for right now, which is this over-regulation. So if y'all want to bitch about IP for the next 45 minutes, we can.
It's an overregulation of the market. Is IP like it's listen. I understand that you don't want to bitch. You don't want to have a large conversation about intellectual property.
It's not necessary.
It is necessary. There's whole papers written on it that I posted.
It's not my main argument either, right? But to dismiss IP as like not being a part of this discussion is to just fundamentally understand what.
Okay, sure. Maybe it's like a 2% important part of this discussion. I
think it's a third. I feel like it's at least a third the way they're talking about it.
Prime is referring to.
It is
so Prime is trying to focus on the street.
Yeah, that's my point. Who cares about none of this for the street?
Of Oxycontin.
Well, so okay, let's just take it from the max there level. Do you how does IP affect me setting up opioid distribution centers out front of Narcotics Anonymous? Can you tell me about that?
It depends on what. So, do you think you can sell any opioid at your narcotic center? Do you think you have the right to do that?
I mean, potentially. Or I can get licensed.
Just to be clear.
Well, you have to paint a proper hypothetical, Gibbsy. You can't just say like this world where the goalposts can't change every time you bring up a point.
No, because this is the problem, right? See, we're getting so lost in the sauce of this stupid IP bullshit that when I'm sitting here trying to make a simple hypothetical, like, hey, whatever situation you need to get to point A to point B, it's not super important because it's not. If I have to buy the licenses from the IP because it's special snowflake regulated, then okay, cool. We make that the argument, and then you can have your float your little boat. Or if we can go my argument, which is totally gone, we get rid of it completely, and we can just have them selling fucking hashish and fucking opium hash and opium, like whatever. Either way, it works for me because both should be allowed.
We're in favor of Arabs coming and Middle Easterners coming to the Middle East. Good. Or to America.
Yeah, I like that. See, you're welcome. We're gonna get you on my side one way or the other.
Yeah, so I mean, I was just going to point out, I think that the issue is that Gibbs is right. You guys are focused on the IP thing, but he's talking more about the idea of just having full-on drug legalization for everything, whenever you want, wherever you want, etc.
Yeah.
So like the IT, I think the IT discussion is really important to that, right? It's not really relevant to that.
Which is like, well, my point. It's like if you don't have the regulations, if drugs are just legal and you can sell them for recreational use, then like there's really no need to sell something as like a medical drug as long as you can just you're gonna make more money if you're able to just sell it as like a fun drug. Recreational use.
I want to examine that, but
look at the medical marijuana, right? Look at how many people just stopped using their medical marijuana cards the second it became recreational. and how limited, like there's a limited amount of people using recreational marijuana versus like, or medical marijuana, like having their cards and going to medical dispensaries versus recreational dispensaries. It'd be the same.
It's because 95% of those medical cards are bullshit.
No,
right?
Wait. No, if you have a medical card, it's actually a great benefit to you as a customer because you get tax exemption when you're buying from the dispensary. Like you get a little bit of like perks, so on and so forth. But I'm just saying, in terms of like recreational.
Yeah. I'm saying it's like, oh, I got back pain, I got insomnia.
Well, wait, no, that's
give me some ganja. That's what it is.
Which is to my point. Wait. Which is to my point. Initially, when weed was legalized, it was legalized as a medical drug, right? So you had to go to a pharmacist that would prescribe you the card, that would give you the card in order to have access to it. But the second that it became recreational in the recreational states, you see a decline in medical marijuana use, an uptick in recreational, right? Which is to what I'm saying is like if these pharmaceutical companies could just like make recreational drugs, they wouldn't.
No, that's
they
not
wouldn't
the
do it.
Why did you scoff at what he said?
Why?
Why did you scoff at that?
Because the conclusion to draw about that is that the people were getting medical marijuana licenses, specifically because they wanted to smoke weed recreationally.
Yes.
But it was illegal.
Hold on, Lactoid. What's the problem? Why are you scoffing at that?
Wait, Gibbs, correct. Wait, Lactoid, you were right.
A question real quick, and then you can go. Why are you scoffing at that?
Point?
Yeah, but hold on. Why are you scoffing at it? Like, because you're sitting here going, "Oh, they're doing it because they want the recreational." Like, I thought you were a libertarian. Why shouldn't I be able to walk into my doctor and be like, "Hey, I want a bunch of Oxycontin for my back."
You should be
able to walk in.
You shouldn't even have to justify it. You should be able to. You should be able to. You should be able to.
It was going to be a good comment. Listen, okay,
Lactoid. You should be able to walk into a weed sales place. And they should do all the weed. I'm fine with that. There's no problem. Okay, you're 18. Buy the weed legally. All good. What I'm saying is that, in my opinion, the vast majority of medical marijuana holders were getting that to circumvent the the anti-recreational laws.
Correct.
Once that became no longer a problem, the stoners, because I mean it requires effort, and stoners, right? They didn't want to go through the hassle of getting the medical marijuana card. They just went and bought it recreationally.
And then the sellers and the growers didn't want to go through the hassle of a medical.
But here's the here's the difference.
I just want to finish this one stream of like.
I was next anyway.
Yeah.
So, and I'm going to tie this into my point. The distinct difference between this, and I think why the fraud uniquely made this a problem, is because nobody getting medical fucking cards. Okay. Maybe one or two people, but nobody was really under the impression of this is medicine for me. They wanted to get high. Okay.
Yeah.
The distinct difference here is the doctors that were prescribing OxyContin were lied to and told that it was a non-addictive way to help treat their patient's pain. And you trust your doctor. People trusted their doctors. And so then they did what their doctors told them. Yes, this is different from a street drug salesperson. You don't trust some shady dude on the street like you trust your own doctor.
But that's my point a little bit.
Pernicious, right?
But that's my point. But that's to my point a little bit. And like, just hear me out. If there were no regulations, obviously, like we live in a world where there was, and that's why they did this. If there were no regulations, if drugs were just legal, then Purdue Pharmaceutical, whatever it may be, comes up with OxyContin. It doesn't have to sell it or advertise it as a medical drug. It can just sell it as a street drug, right? Why not? Well, that's the point I'm saying.
Because they're relying on there's a much larger customer base in regular people who just want pain management, as opposed to people who are willing to get hardcore into opioids.
They created a market.
They created the market.
There was not a market for OxyContin just to get high, right? That market existed for people that were doing heroin already.
It's a very small group of people.
What they saw was.
Don't back down from sociologic. You're right. They're wrong.
You're not, Gibbs. Just shut the fuck up and listen.
No, I'm gonna fight back a little bit.
When they created OxyContin and they wanted to bring OxyContin, they went specifically to Appalachia. They went to places where there was a high rate of injury of people that wanted.
I watched Dope Sick.
Okay, yeah, but that didn't want to be addicted to a drug. there was a group of people that wanted pain management, that wanted a miracle drug essentially. And then they went to doctors and they lied to the doctors. If not for the fraud, there would not have been the market, because the market that was there was looking for non-addictive pain management. And
that was
so
there.
What they did is they created an addictive pain management, and then they lied and said that the product did something that the product didn't do. It's not the same thing as with marijuana.
Yeah, I know. Now my only question is, wait, because when they realized that in like Florida, that there's just pain clinics all day that people are looking for pills to just kind of get off on, right? Whatever it may be, that if there were no regulation to it, that they could just remove the medical listing from their drug and then just advertise it as hey, here's a painkiller.
Yeah, because now you have addicts, right? You created the market already.
I feel like you would have already always had addicts.
Y'all are wrong with this.
Would you not have always had addicts?
You would have not had that many addicts because you got the normal people addicted because you gave them the pain pills.
Let's let Grid in, and then we'll go to you, Gribbs, right? Let's
Sure. Yeah. So Scott's actually really right here about that part of it. They created the market, but what they really did is they didn't just create a market. They convinced doctors.
Literally said that word. Demand creation.
Corey was also right. Corey was also right. Just say that.
He was right after Scott. Honestly,
he was right all along.
No, because you didn't say that. What Scott said. Scott actually said that they created a market.
I said literally demand creation. Rewind the tape. Rewind the tape.
Yeah, so
pay attention.
But they did that, but they did it in a very and again, Appalachia and all of that. But the way that it was done is that they were even like doctors that would never prescribe opioids to children suddenly started prescribing this Oxycontin to kids, because why not? It's
for like headaches.
It's a miracle drug. It soothes the pain, it relieves the pain, and it's not addictive. So now kids are now getting addicted to it, and that creates an entirely new market because those kids will steal, lie, cheat, whatever, and that's really the problem. With the let's just have the centers, which I agree with. I mean, I agree. I think bringing back 1890s opium dens and just let people that want to do it go off in their corner and just smoke themselves to death. That's cool. I get fine, whatever. I think that's the same as a fucking bar. Because alcohol kills a shit ton of people every year, and we don't seem to give a crap about it. So, but
it's really fun.
At the end of the day,
it's opium.
Yes, opium. Opium's really bad. But the problem that, and I was actually waiting for someone else to mention it. I am shocked that I'm the one doing it. Is the way that opioids work in the brain, and they absorb into the fatty tissue, and so. The real problem is that even if you were using it correctly, you could trigger an overdose just by going to your doctor and getting another pain prescription. And you could OD right there or on your kitchen floor. This is a problem with the opioids. And the thing is that I could excuse Purdue Pharma if they didn't know about it. They knew about it. They created the market. They went to McKinsey and said, hey, sell our shit, and paid them a shit ton of money to do it. McKinsey did their job effectively. The doctors, which was also in the prompt, they were kind of blamed that they were turbocharging it. They were lied to. They had no reason not to put this. It's like a more effective aspirin, right? Like this is ibuprofen times 10. And who wouldn't prescribe that to a kid with a knee injury or a guy who comes in with a motorcycle accident with a big chunk out of his leg? Who's not gonna prescribe that to relieve the pain?
He doesn't care.
That's where the problem really lies in my eyes. My eyes is completely on. I'm all for free enterprise, but when you commit fraud to sell your product, it's not free enterprise anymore. That's fraud, and we have laws to deal with that. The unfortunate problem is they didn't really go after Purdue yet, and they may never. They went after McKinsey. Why? Well, because they acted on behalf.
So just
quickly, they destroyed Purdue. Purdue no longer exists.
Purdue had
Purdue no longer exists? I thought it was still.
No, they got sued into oblivion. They went bankrupt.
So
I thought that they were fined $634 million.
$6.5 billion Okay.
Okay.
Nevertheless, in order to pay $6.5 billion, they also got immunity from further prosecution, and they still had billions of dollars left over, and they just left the country and retired in mansions, mostly in Italy. So yes, they
none of these
No,
people
they started another pharma company actually.
Well, yeah,
not
some
surprising.
of them did.
That wouldn't be surprising
It's
at
a
all.
family, which means they're kind of all in it. But yeah,
The revenue for
Well,
Oxycontin is at least $35 billion. Just FYI.
Okay, 38. Thank you, Aiko, for 38 months of resubbing to the channel. He says, Constitution spells out the purpose of IP. Explicitly, it's to encourage innovation in markets. The moment it stops doing that, it shouldn't exist. So thank you, Aiko, for that. I just want to get that out there. And consider subbing to the channel if you haven't done so already. Or using our super chats on YouTube, or anyway you want to support the channel, consider doing that. That's how we keep this up. So we're gonna go to Gibbs, and then I really want to try to again reorient this conversation into after Gibbs, spawning however you want, but like reorient this conversation to take in these a new class of drugs, being the old class of drugs like cocaine and heroin.
Perfect.
Heroin,
Let's
right?
segue into that.
And okay, great, yeah. So I want to put that in.
Yeah, so I think this is actually just the most retarded statement I've ever heard from any of these people up here. These are all very intelligent individuals, but they're sitting here arguing about they had to make this market via fraud. I'm sorry, y'all are wrong, and I'm gonna tell you why. It's real simple. If they hadn't had any of these regulations, they could have just sold as a street drug. Y'all go, oh, well, they had to create this new market, yada, yada, yada. Okay, then how come does cocaine exist? How come does Molly exist? How come does marijuana exist? None of these drugs.
It shows you don't understand.
Hold on. Oh, I understand. I just don't give a shit what you're saying. Like, because it's wrong.
Everyone did this at the same time.
The CIA has created markets for cocaine, by the way.
It's sure. Okay, cool. Whatever. I don't care. That's beside the point.
crack?
That's just good capitalism all around. No, it's simple. Every time a new street drug appears, exactly. It is. It's great. Every time a new street drug appears, what do these fucking cartels do? They go out and they make new customers. It's just like any product. This argument is so like brain dead because anytime, remember the fucking Scrub Daddy? The Scrub Daddy. This little thing that with a smiley face, you scrub, put it in your guess what? Yeah. Stupid little invention, sells millions and millions every year now. You know why? Because guess what? They created a new market. How about Clorox?
And it doesn't kill you.
Hold on. How about Clorox bleach? It kills
we don't know
you
yet.
when you mix it with ammonia. It kills you when you drink it. Guess what? When they invented that the first time, they found out, they sold it, and guess what? All is well.
Corey, you gotta
hold on. Cocaine kills you. Guess what? People love it. You think they just sat there and go, hey, who are we going to sell cocaine to? No, they went down to the club. They went down to the club. Yes, you can. Hold on.
You can't make mustard gas.
Doesn't matter.
Purifying.
Can you drink blood bleach and you live?
Let's not talk about make
hold on. If you drink bleach, will it kill you? Yes, it will. Listen, if you drink bleach, it'll kill you. All right, cool.
Your arrow is showing.
If you shove it up your ass, you'll kill you. Either way, look.
Yes, the very famous American bleach addiction problem. Currently ravaging Appalachia.
Cool. So, let's move to an addiction problem, right? How come all these
millions dead from bleach?
Kids were eating Tide Pods.
Hold on. Every lawyer I know, every stockbroker I know, every stock guy, every lawyer, every single one of them has a mild cocaine addiction. Why? Because they just go real coke, stay up all night. Listen, Lactoid, you haven't gotten there yet. You haven't got there. Hey, cool, and they're successful. Like, listen, Lactoid said that people that make more money, having money is being the most morally responsible you can be. This is a quote from Lactoid, all right? So this is by his own logic. Listen,
more money you have, the closer you are to God.
They make more money. They need the cocaine to stay awake to make that money. Guess what? They go to the club. These people want to stay up all night partying. They sold cocaine to these. Listen, if there is a drug that magically takes away pain, if it's addicted, they're going to find... Hold on. It is just because you can't follow, it's pretty simple. If they had been like, hey, this drug's addictive, and guess what? It also gets rid of your pain. It's not a gift scalp. It's very simple point by point. Write it down. If you can't follow multiple points, I know that's hard for you. You take notes.
It sounds more and more like Trump every time I hear him.
Finally, my last part here is if they had came and told everybody that it was addictive, but yet it also solves all this pain. Sociologic, the reason I said he was right and y'all were wrong, they could have absolutely walked out the front door and said, hey, I got a drug that take away your pain. You're going to be addicted to it. And people, hobos, in front of my house, I know would have came a running to buy it. You tell me that these rich motherfuckers in the suburbs
Hobos might, but children might not.
Who gives a shit about the kids? Because guess who's going to be buying it? The parents are going to be buying it because they're going to be like, "Wow, I can make my head numb."
You
my
think
kid
that you
all
put
day.
out, "Hey, I'm selling heroin. It's addictive, but also feels."
See,
good." You think
heroin's
parents are gonna be
dangerous.
buying that for their kids
Hold on.
en
If I go, hey, you have to do heroin, in which you have to light up with a spoon and then inject, or I can sell you this addictive pill that if you don't take more than 3 of these, it won't kill you.
Yeah.
Which one do you think people are going to buy, Mr. Capitalism expert?
For their kids?
It's going to be the pill.
You gotta stop doing the kids.
Simple.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit about the kids?
Why?
It's not relative
Because
to
they
you.
Wait,
Because
lactoid.
Purdue Pharma sold it to doctors who prescribed it to kids.
Because that's the whole problem is they wouldn't need to do that because they could sell it to the parents on like over the counter.
Yeah, they could just make a pill bar. They could just make a pill bar. You come.
They're going to give it to their kids if they don't think
So
it's
much
safe.
to give it to the kids. That's the whole point.
Guys, stop being.
It innovates new drugs for kids.
Just be an adult for a second.
You're welcome.
Listen, it's very
New market.
Stop talking and just listen. This is.
It's
middle
too simple
school
for them. They gotta
level
make it too
logic.
complicated. I know it's very
not.
simple. It's very easy logic to follow.
You guys, listen. Just listen for a second, Admiral Gibbs. Now,
Have you ever heard of bubblegum heroin? Not neither have I.
Admiral Gibbs, for the love of God, stop acting like a toddler and just sit down and be patient for a second. Let me walk you through this. It's very simple.
Yeah, okay, walk me through it. Yeah.
Okay.
Put on my hand. Here you go.
There is a market for drugs that get you high. We both agree to this, correct?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Now, in that market of drugs that get you high, there is a larger market of drugs that get you high but are a different market of drugs that get you high but are non-addictive, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so what we recognize, right, is there's market A, market B, and some overlap between market A and market B.
Well, it's more
Market
like market A, B, C, D. Like you're telling me there's a same between a guy shoving a needle with heroin in his arm and a parent buying Oxycontin?
Shut the fuck up, you goddamn coked out dumbass.
I'm just telling you the
follow
facts.
me
Like
a fucking kindergartner can, okay?
why does Adderall
Toddlers
sell more than
are
cocaine?
better at
You tell
fucking
me,
listening
but I don't
than
know
you.
what I'm talking about.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Listen, there's market A, market B. There can be other markets out there, okay?
Sure.
We're just talking about market A and market B. Market A is people that want to get high and they don't care if it's addictive or not. And then market B is people that want to take a drug, either to get high or to manage their pain, whatever it is, but they want it to be non-addictive. These are two different markets with some overlap, okay?
Really?
You agree?
All right,
you agree?
cool. I'm gonna respond.
No,
yeah.
yes or no?
Fucking no. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree because this is
Okay, well
stupid
then you're
what he's
literally just fucking gigatarded and like. I
No,
can't-
because
okay.
you want a yes or no to a not yes or no question.
Gigatarded?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
listen, I don't care what what term he wants to make up today and use. I don't give a shit. Listen, he's acting like there's not also like 50 other six markets, right? And this is why.
I'm not fucking acting like there are
Hold
other
on,
markets.
because you are. Because you are. Hold on. There's a reason why people use Adderall on the street, right? And it's the same reason why people use cocaine on the street, right? Guess what? If I go and present, say, my parents a pill for THC, CBD or something, they're much more likely to take it than they'll ever be to smoke it. If I present a pill saying, hey, this does all the things heroin does, but you don't have to inject it, there's millions of people that are going to want to try that. And you're acting like, okay, hold on. You're acting like this small percentage of this.
Don't inject heroin.
I listen to your little bullshit. I listen to your bullshit. Like, first of all, there's plenty that do. I've seen heroin addicts do it.
Yes,
But
most
the point I'm making is that, like, you're acting like there's not like 50 shades of gray between, and you're saying that. You're saying that, what I'm trying to tell you is if they had sat here and told everybody it had been able to with no legal repercussion, they could have sold this on the street over the counter and these people would have bought it. Then y'all were worried about what's going to happen to the children. Well, then somebody could go in and get the drug that helps the kids and is non-addicted, and they can get it from the doctor. But they can do both.
Screaming and yelling a non-fucking argument because you can't.
It's an argument. I'm sorry you can't follow it. My argument's very simple.
It sounds like what you're saying is that like they invented a novel way of delivering the high, right?
Sure.
So
it's a better way.
It's already in a pill format. It was already in a pill format for like 40 fucking years before that.
Okay.
The difference,
Fair enough, then.
the difference between the patent that they held before and Oxycontin is that the time release.
This is the
pill
chronically
was-
online take, is what this
was
is. This is
some-
the people
this
that
is-
don't go out in the
this is
world
the-
and see what people do on a regular basis.
This is the detailed, intelligent take.
It's a stupid take, is what it is.
No, it's like this is the shit that angers me about you, and it's why I call you just as much a fucking patsy as fucking Connor is.
No, I'm just telling you all the facts, and you just don't like the facts. Y'all want to sit here and like
aggressively stupid on purpose and try.
No, but y'all are aggressively overcomplicating something that's a very simple thing. It's simple. People like drugs. The drug market's gonna exist. Like I don't understand how you're like.
You cannot stop acting like a child. Stop acting like a child.
Sure, I mean,
You're on too much fucking
yes,
drugs.
you can.
Because
I mean, I guess I haven't taken anything except smoked weed. Weed would calm me down. So clearly, you don't know what you're talking about. Two, listen, you spurg out every panel. Bro, Papa, you spurg out every panel and give dissertations over the word "is" like you're Bill Clinton. I don't want to hear that. I don't shut up, bro. Like Jesus Christ! If I've ever seen the pot call the kettle black, it's right now. Holy Christ!
Okay, all right, let's calm down.
So
Let's
I'm
calm down.
gonna explain this to everyone else, but I'm just not going to ask Gibbs to answer because Gibbs
Sure.
can't follow the argument.
No,
So
yeah,
very
it's too
simple.
complicated. Big
Very
brain
simple.
Aristotle shit. Got
Admiral
it.
Gibbs, shut the fuck up, you fucking retard.
Yeah. Me is dumb, you is smart. You can tell me.
Admiral Gibbs, Admiral Gibbs,
Two big
when I'm
brains.
calling you a retard, understand
So
that that
smart,
is
big smart, big words.
Understand that is a fucking compliment.
No
because
uplifting
the only other
mess.
alternative is that you're a lying, grifting sack of shit that is trying to
No, I
destroy
just think you're literally
conservatism by
overthinking
being a
things.
patsy.
No,
Okay,
I mean
okay.
that's what Grit
Yeah,
agrees
yeah,
too.
okay. Gibbs,
Sorry,
Gibbs.
you're just wrong on this.
Gibbs,
I
I
will
want to
shut
hear
up.
from Scott. I want to hear from Scott.
Yes, please, big brain take.
It's not even a big brain take. It's a fucking middle
Scott.
school take,
Oh,
but it's
please
smarter
give me
than
the
yours.
philosophy from on high.
Don't worry about
love of
Gibbs.
God.
Just talk to me, please.
All right, so when sociologic and other people have this presumption that if there were no regulations on the medical industry whatsoever, and if we had a truly free market, then that these companies would not have had an incentive to lie about whether or not the drug was addictive, because they would have just been like, yeah, it's addictive, whatever, come buy some. There is a reason that this isn't true. The reason this isn't true is because the manufacturing process for something like Oxycontin and the money in the research and development for that product has to be recouped, right? Like the IP, assuming we're maintaining the IP laws, right? Assuming we're maintaining that they can put all of this money in research and then they have to recoup those costs. Heroin already exists and it's cheaper to manufacture than Oxycontin. So if you go out there and you say, here's an addictive opioid that gets you high, and you try and sell that in a market to the exact same group of people, which is people that will take anything to get high, then what they're going to do is go, why the fuck would I buy your drug when I can buy heroin? Why the fuck would I buy your drug when I can get some form of legal fentanyl, which is even cheaper to manufacture and is even more, that you can take even smaller doses, and you do, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not difficult to put, like, morphine pills have existed since like the early 1900s, and they're stronger than Oxycontin, and they're cheaper to manufacture than Oxycontin. Okay, the reason that Oxycontin exists, the entire reason it exists, is based upon this fraud. And it's based upon this concept that they can sell to a different market of people. These aren't people that just want to get high. These are people with injuries, people with headaches, kids, horribly enough, right, that had some form of injury. And these are people that want pain management and they want the pain to go away, but they don't want to be addicted to a drug. And so therefore they need a different product than opioids that they know are addictive but just get you high, because this new product that doesn't exist, right, but they lied and said it exists, is one that can get rid of your pain but also isn't a high risk of addiction. These are different people in the market. Purdue Pharma alone made over $35 billion selling this drug, and this drug that was marketed in such a way went to a large swath of people. You can see heroin has been on the street for a very long time and very easy to get. There have been a lot of these drugs on the street and available through doctors, etc. And they went through an entire campaign of creating new systems, lying to doctors. Now, that isn't to say that there weren't horrible, evil doctors that were also committing fraud on their patients. And that isn't to say that there weren't people that were just using and selling Oxycontin in Florida at pill mills to people that just wanted to get high. And everybody knew that's what was going on anyways, especially since they had kind of already gotten addicted to these drugs. But we can see the opioid epidemic is a direct cause of what was injected into the market by this company.
Hold on, I gotta respond to that real quick. That's stupid. This is a logical flaw right here. Let me explain it to you. It's real simple. Hey, so if Hitler had won World War II, OxyContin also wouldn't exist. I guess OxyContin exists because Hitler lost. Like this is the kind of argument you're making. You're sitting, you're going, me is big brain, me is smart. Like I mean, you're
Super
not
base.
like it's fucking stupid. It's dumb. Let's give you the real world perspective. People make drugs. There's going to be a market for it. They should have just sold them as a fucking thing, but the government said they couldn't. That's simple. You don't need this high end philosophy bullshit that he wants to sit here and spout. He's fucking wrong, and he knows it. He can call me a patsy now all he wants, but this is the actual
Top shelf
intelligence.
philosophy, baby.
Guess what, guys?
He's got your number. That's a good name. Top shelf philosophy.
I educated
Good
y'all
name.
with using small words that everybody can understand. It's called simplicity. Maybe we try it out sometimes.
I'm thinking about it.
Because it was just a stupid argument, and I didn't need to address it. I mean, like.
Right, exactly. You just continue to.
Yeah, I mean, like,
out right now. See how it
Hitler
looks
won,
good.
and also would not be OxyContin. What? So, are you saying Hitler losing is a good thing? Is a bad thing because OxyContin exists? That's what you sound like.
Yeah.
That's what you sound like.
Yeah, no, that was
You support Hitler, Scott? Basically,
You're exposing, yeah.
You know, Hitler had an anti-smoking campaign, which means that all smoking could have been ended. Did you know that, Scott?
Yeah.
That's the kind of
So
argument.
how can we hold the tobacco companies responsible for lying to people about the addiction to their cigarettes when really the problem
He's the only one. He's the only here. No, but Stephen Lacto, this is my argument. There's the only one here who can come up with some bullshit prerequisite scenario that's in say, well, my point's right because this bullshit prerequisite, and then go down there. Like, sorry, you don't have a fucking what's the word I'm looking at? Monopoly on bullshit.
You fucking retard.
Let's
prerequisite? You keep calling me a
let's move
liar
on.
and you keep refusing to engage in any form
It's
of
just a
debate.
circular argument at
Let's
this
just
point.
move on.
That's exactly my point. It is a circular argument.
I would like to move on from this. Okay, this was fun, right? I appreciate that Gibbs
Just let me know if you ever
identified
come up with an argument. You
the
know?
mask
I mean,
off moment from Scott,
All along.
right? Finally,
I
everything
can write a book like
everyone has
Dr.
all
Seuss
said,
way if
all
you
the
want.
liberals have said about Scott is true, right? Mask off time. Really appreciate that, Gibbs, for identifying that. But we can move on. So Doobie, are you there?
Yeah.
Well, I've
Okay.
never been mask on. First of all.
No. So I said Scott. Scott's been
Oh,
mask off. So,
gotcha.
yeah, maybe I mix you guys up again because again, melanin deprived, so it doesn't matter to me.
Mm.
But so Doobie. So you have been, I think, above everyone here, right? I think at number one within this group. You've been the most critical of drug legalization or decriminalization. And so maybe you can help me out here, right? So like if we do go down that path, would you foresee, right? Like McKinsey expanding its clientele base, right? Like now I'm working with not Purdue or Neo Purdue, whatever new version they came up with, right? But I'm working with like the cartels, right? The
Gibbs
who are now
Group.
legal, you know.
I don't know
that,
what
like,
the fuck it is,
now
but for
we're
whatever
trying to figure
reason,
out, okay,
my
Heron's got a bad
computer will
name,
just
right?
randomly
What
cut
do we
my
do about
microphone to
that?
50%.
Right? Can we
And
PR
good night,
our
brother.
way out of
It just
like
randomly
the
fucking
public's
cuts my
perception of
volume down to
cocaine?
half.
Like, do we
Constantly.
create a new market where you have these well-connected
It's like I start peeking or
organizations, right? Like
something and then it like
McKinsey's
tries to
an
fix it or
octopus,
something.
has its, like tentacles all over the government, all over industry, right? They have all kinds of connections. Is it simply that McKinsey, if we legalize drugs, gets a new
Cocaine goes back into
profit
Coca-Cola.
center, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, a new profit center. Because now we have a bunch of new drugs that are now on the market. What are your thoughts, TV?
Yeah, I think the incentive would, obviously there is an incentive still to be dishonest. I think all companies have this incentive. But I think that there would be another incentive to make the drug as addictive as possible, and to make sure that the advertising is getting in front of vulnerable groups who might get addicted to it. Right. So, I think all this is kind of silly. Honestly, I think that what There's just at its core, I have a fundamental disagreement with almost all of you, I think, about our duty to our fellow man, right, our fellow person in this country. You guys just don't seem to think that you have any responsibility to them. You don't have any responsibility to vote for, to support a government that has any responsibility to them. You think it should just be a free-for-all. People do what they want, and if they die, they get sick, they get addicted, they get exploited. Fuck it, who cares? Like, I don't agree with that, right?
Well,
so
neither do I, just for the record, if you're going to straw man.
Yeah, sure. That's fine. That's fine. I think that I let you guys kind of go on without interrupting too much because I'm more focused on like.
I was just trying to be quick when you were lying about what positions I held. Right?
That's fine, Scott. I don't give a fuck. That's fine. That's fine. I know you're very sensitive.
I know you don't give a fuck if you don't lie, so you should run Purdue
That's fine.
next.
That's fine. That's fine. Maybe I should. So what I'm more curious about, actually. So I think we all have a general agreement about the punishment for these people not being sufficient, right? Even for Purdue, right? These people, yeah, they're still billionaires, many of them. None of them got jail time, if I remember correctly, and they destroyed countless lives, right? So, like, when the government does say it has a responsibility to take care of the people, and it puts in laws that it's supposed to enforce to take care of the people, and it just doesn't do it, right? It just over and over and over and over again. This made me think of the fucking Epstein cases, right? And how they gave him sweetheart deal after sweetheart deal over and over and over and over again, right? To this fucking guy that they had evidence of him having sex with, like, I think like 2 or 3 dozen children, and over and over and over again, over and over and over again, just sweetheart deals. It's fucking crazy to me that this happened, right? But that just people just don't talk about that anymore. This Purdue thing, people don't really talk about it anymore. It just kind of, it's news of the day, and then the media moves on, and nobody cares. So, like, what do you guys think? You know, from all the wild political perspectives, I think all of you are very different. How would each of you handle this? Like, what should we do to get the government to start actually representing our interests?
As dumb as it may sound, more Luigi's. I think if more of these CEOs and these business owners were afraid for their lives, they would actually sit here, and you would have to. What we have kids that get killed every other day due to school shootings. We don't do jack fucking shit. But the second a fucking CEO gets shot, we tote him around as a terrorist and go around and market him as major. Yeah, I mean, clearly they care more, and they're, I think we should instill fear into the people that run this country a little bit.
I like where your head's at, sociologic. Do you know how many children were killed in school shootings last year?
I don't know, like 100. It's gonna be something like 100 or 200 or some low number. That's cool.
Do you know how many were killed in crosswalks?
I think this highlights a really interesting thing. I think these political footballs they throw around, right? Immigration, guns, fucking abortion, all these things that there's really no real movement on ever. Not any real movement on. That are distractions, like you just said. So I think Ali's making a real important point, and you jump into with I gotta protect my guns. The Democrats coming after them.
I wasn't even talking about guns. I don't give a fuck about guns.
Ollie actually made a point.
Grin was making that point. Is that it's a wedge issue that we bring out and parade on the media instead of dealing with actual problems that affect.
It's a matter of being factual and not emotional in what you talk about. Like, if you're going to say, well, we got to get rid of, we got all these school shootings. Well, hey, that's great. Do you know how many? 6. Or there were 6 kids killed.
Great,
do you know how many
kids
were killed in crosswalks?
It's okay to have emotion.
Yeah, but wait, how many kids were shot at? Wait, how many kids were shot at? How many kids were shot at? How many kids were shot at?
Hold on, Ollie. But what's interesting?
Not how many kids died. How many kids were shot at? How many kids have to go to school and think about like, am I gonna get shot today? I don't fucking know. There's a weird kid in the class. How many kids have to live with or deal with the trauma of the bullshit? I don't really care if a kid dies. That doesn't change the argument.
92 kids were killed in crosswalks in front of their classrooms. You don't give a fuck.
Who said I don't give a fuck? Why are you bringing?
You didn't mention it. Or are we?
What do you want me to do about? Okay, do you want me to remove cars?
Moms driving their kids to school. Come on, dude! Don't be fucking disingenuous. You
wait,
a very
hold on. I said that the government doesn't care when these kids are being killed or shot or under threat, whatever it may be. You're all of a sudden trying to bring this up to me and insinuating what the fuck do you want me to do about it?
If anything, he advocated for a gun rights position. Honestly, like I really want to engage with that. Ollie, you know what? I'm so glad you said it, because I've said it a lot of times. Everybody thinks I'm some patsy or an insane person, but as a Texas borderline revolutionary kind of guy, like you said, I want a healthy fear, the government to have a healthy fear of citizenry, right?
Yeah.
You know what? And like I don't like the Luigi things personally. I think that maybe there's better ways to handle it. However, this is why everybody
should have went to
needs-
jail, but I don't
what-
think he'd, you know.
Hold on, imagine if he'd had a tank. He could have rolled in there and took out the whole complex. Guess what? We need the government to be afraid of its citizens. You're absolutely correct. I'm so glad you.
I'm
came
not
to the-
anti-gun.
you're
I don't know why Grid got it like all anti, like all gun defense. I'm
you're
not
right.
even anti-gun.
You might have moved me on
being gun defensive. It's a matter of when you talk
You might
about
have
these
moved me.
things, you picked a very specific thing. Why do we talk about all of the people who die every year in car crashes?
Because we assume that it's
Because
like
you didn't give
accidental.
a
It's not at the hands. It's not at the hands of like a potential shooter that's getting into these schools, right? Now, I don't
Crazy
necessarily.
people get in cars every day, Ollie.
Yeah, I do think people get into cars every day.
You're in favor of gun licenses, Grid, right? You're in favor of gun licenses, Grid? Like license for
I
car?
mean, like you could like reduce car accident deaths by like somewhere between like 10 to 20,000 if you just made the speed limit everywhere 25. Right? It's a trade-off, right? Like we recognize
that would
that
suck though.
like we recognize that like our economy would grind to a halt, that like, you know, that things would get more expensive, that like people would lose jobs, that like people's lives would be miserable. So we accept, you know, 30,000 people dying a year based upon the speed limit that we have. Because it's a fine trade-off, right? I think obviously school shootings is a hyper kind of emotional thing that like I understand what you're saying, Ollie, and I understand what you're saying, Grid, right? And actually I think, Grid, you're probably more towards I think you're actually making the point, Grid, which is that like, you know, nobody does anything about, like, this is a wedge issue. This is an issue we bring up to sensationalize things, right? Like, in terms of the significant impact on American children, you know, gun violence in schools is, you know, from mass shootings specifically, right? Because if you take out mass shootings, those deaths go way up because the overwhelming majority of those deaths are like gang shootings, right? Where like, you know, teenagers in a gang go into the school and you know, take out another gang member, or they're like, you know, they had some issue with like one kid specifically. Whereas like, you know, the white kid that writes a fucking manifesto that, you know, had an retired FBI agent in his Discord server that helped him buy the guns and go commit a mass shooting is like, you know, pretty fucking rare. It's like, but like, I think when we're talking about like, what, you know, back to the actual question that Doobie's asking, it's like, well, like, what would we do to solve this issue? And the issue predominantly not being that fraud occurred or that these other things occurred, but the issue being that we all recognize that these corporations, they have no fear, which is another thing I think sociologically, you're like, well, maybe we should give them the fear, right? Is that they have no fear, just like with Wall Street, right? Just like with when, you know, we are the 99, everybody knew I can be as risky as I fucking want, because at the end of the day, chances are I'll get a slap on the wrist and I'll make a fuck ton of money, and some fall guy will go before Congress and do a mea culpa, and then he'll get fired, but he'll have a nice little fat pension after he gets fired, and we'll just keep making money and the system will keep continuing. And so, I don't think more regulation is going to solve this, right? I don't think more government is going to solve this problem. You know, I mean, like when we look at the FDA in their role, we look at the FDA and their role in the Oxycontin situation. You know, as much as I don't, you know, I'd love to get rid of the FDA and give it a private option, but I know that that's like not the thing we're gonna, you know, America's gonna fucking adopt tomorrow, right? But I do think that Trump, for the first time, is, you know, instituted, or at least plans to institute, I hope he's actually fucking serious about it, which is to get rid of the revolving door, right? You know, there were people at FDA that approved the original label that said that it was less addictive, which is one of the major things doctors depend on, right? Is that warning label on drugs. And when that warning label from the FDA is saying the same thing that Purdue Pharma is saying, then there's not really a reason for them to go dig deep into the research, because they're like, well, the FDA is saying it and the pharmaceutical company's saying it, so they must be true. And so there were people that then went to work for Purdue Pharma that were the very same people that helped get that label. And so I do think, hopefully Trump passes, passes rules that bar people from working in government agencies that regulate, regulate industry to then being able to go and work for that industry, a year or two later. That's one small thing that we can do, but ultimately, like, we're going to have to get rid of the FDA and get private options, and we're going to have to fucking be serious.
Yeah, but this isn't
about
just an
fraud.
FDA issue, right? I'm talking about like across the board, right?
No, I agree. It's not
Everyone's
just an
running
FDA
our
issue. That's
country.
just
So
one.
like,
I'm giving you an
Everyone's
example.
running our
I
country, but
understand,
our
but
elected
I'm saying, like,
officials,
across the
brother.
board,
That's what he's getting
This
at.
is why, like personally, I'm leaning toward Ali's option, right? The Luigi thing. Like honestly, because I think these people do need fear, like real fear. And if the government's not willing to give it to them, then like what other option do we have? Like we vote new people in. These people are already bought by these institutions, these corporations. So like, what's changing?
The government needs
Like
to be
at some
afraid
point,
too.
at some point,
Right,
like
but
you
it's
need.
But like at a
Gibbs,
certain point,
we don't have a government anymore, man.
But you're
The government needs to be afraid too. That's you're welcome. Now you're coming to my side, Ollie. That's what we've been telling you.
Like I agree that the government should have a healthy fear of its citizenry, right? But the problem is when you say that like we need a few more vigilantes, essentially, right, to like take out people that don't get the right justice. The problem is that you're actually advocating for the straw man position of anarchism that you say that I hold, right?
On a
is
Justice
like
League.
this anarchy where there is no order, right? Like I don't want random fucking dudes assassinating rich people when half of fucking Twitter that gaslights people are straight up fucking communists, right? Because the moment we as a society start accepting, some random dude going and killing, a Sackler person, we get very, very, very fucking close to society thinking it's okay to just kill random people because they're rich.
No, I totally disagree with that.
How do you disagree with that? Like
because the hatred isn't. It's not about them being rich. It's about the things that they have done. It's about the specific industry that they're part of and how they've affected that industry. So I'll give you an example.
I agree, but
if we'd found out
you're
actually
talking about
that
mob psychology of justice, it doesn't work.
Hold on, like Scott, like I agree. Scott, I agree. Obviously, this is not ideal. Obviously, this can cause a lot of problems. But like, if somebody had killed Epstein right after the second sweetheart deal, I would have thought that was a good thing. If somebody had I'm not going to get too extreme, but the prosecutors, quote unquote, who led those sweetheart deals, they should have gotten some justice too. Honestly, like I think there needs to be some fear at this point, like because it's not. I feel like this is making people hopeless. Right? That anything
So
real can
hold
happen.
on,
We're not getting any justice at all.
But what's the difference? Just real quick, what's the difference between that from your position, right, and the left-wing people that were really mad that Donald Trump dodged the bullet, right? Because I don't see a very significant difference between them saying, well, yeah, Trump did January 6th, and Trump is this, authoritarian fascist, and the entire media is saying that, he's just like Hitler and he's a fascist and stuff. So it's like when you start saying we need more people going out and doing vigilante justice, I agree that if someone would have taken out Epstein, right, that it would have been justified. I agree with that from an ethical position. I agree that it's justified. I don't think that we ought fucking encourage people to do that because there are a lot of other social movements and people within our culture and our society
I 100% get
that would have celebrated. And what would have fucking happened if Trump took that bullet, dude? Like we would be in a very fucking different country.
Yeah, well, this is why I'm
I guess
asking you guys for like
we're at the point where we have to
another
see.
like another option. Like that's why I'm asking you guys all for like what if that's I understand that that's not ideal. I wouldn't prefer that, but realistically, like what else is there?
I'll engage with that topic with your question in a second as well.
Why I opened with
We'll go to Grid, we'll go to Corey, and then I'll try to answer it. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
So
Gibbs as well.
What the Luigi proposal, and one of the reasons why what Luigi did was so awful, and why he is so awful, is it's a rejection of the rule of law and constitutional rights that we have, and a complete disrespect of that, complete rejection of that. You have a right to a trial, and the CEO of United Healthcare didn't get a trial for the alleged wrongdoings, right? The evidence isn't even here.
Wouldn't have mattered if he did.
There was no trial. If you're saying, hey,
wouldn't have mattered if he did.
Here's the thing, right? I think
That's
a lot
the
of people.
point.
I think a lot of people commit crimes and they get away with it. They probably shouldn't have, or the punishment's not nearly enough. The solution to this, unironically, is mandatory minimums. If you are convicted of this crime, you must go to prison for 10 years. That's how you do it. That's how you address the problem you guys are proposing. If you are caught committing fraud and you're like in this XYZ circumstance that would fit the Sackler family, they absolutely cannot get out of going to prison for 10 years. And we can implement mandatory minimums for all crimes. In fact, we could say, hey, you commit murder, you must go to prison for 30 years. You must
But we're
go to
not
prison for
going
40
to.
years.
So like,
well then vote it in.
We can
Like,
say that all day, but they killed millions of
like
people
to it-
and got away with it. So it's like, we're not
to it,
going to,
even
which is
that-
like the point.
Like to it,
Yeah,
even
yeah,
that,
and
even that wouldn't have
4/5
done
of
anything
Americans
but
disagree with you.
Like to it, even that wouldn't have done anything but Epstein because they just gave him a non-prosecution agreement. They just chose not to prosecute.
They killed him.
Allegedly, Lactoid. Allegedly.
Yeah.
But hold on, but we know if
somebody got his
if they did kill him, we know why, right? We know because it was all these people implicated and what the fuck he was doing, all these videos that he had. So we know. So like,
yeah, you're right. We need to be
so there
voting
are
in
these
people.
So that's another example of like this fucking open secret that everybody knows.
Voting
Everybody
in
kinda
people
talks about
doesn't do anything.
We all know
though.
it's
We're
true.
trying to vote in people.
It does.
And it's
four-fifths
you just
of
pretend it's not,
Americans.
and the world just carries on. I think it's
Four-fifths of
Stop,
American
stop.
what are
Four-fifths
dumbasses.
Four-fifths of Americans disagree with Luigi. What's happened is that there are people that are within very small groups that believe that their group represents like the people or America. The reality is most people in America don't like what Luigi did. They just don't. And there's a reason why this wasn't a major factor in the 2024 election. It wasn't a big thing. It's because you guys are all worried about healthcare. Most Americans care more about immigration. You guys want to talk about punishment? Maybe we should, if we're just following the will of the people, we should be punishing illegal immigrants dramatically more than we currently do, shouldn't we?
Hold on, but Lactoid, right? Lactoid. This is the kind of the question though that I have, like, right? Like on one hand, as like on the capitalist side and the ultra capitalist, like I almost don't have a problem with what the CEO is doing, right? However, and that's why I'm more on the 4/5 side. However, on the opposite side, from the political side, like I've sat here and I've advocated for, hey, everybody needs guns. We need the government to be afraid, right? So like there comes a point where like if say like Trump really was Hitler and this guy shot Trump, there comes a point where in my mind, like you are justified in political violence. And like what Kadubi I kind of think is saying is that what is that point, right? Like these people feel that no matter what happens, this guy's going to get off scot-free or not enough of a punishment. So they took it into vigilante justice. And like, what's the next level for political like justice? If they're like, this is going to happen,
The problem,
like,
here's the problem.
hell
The
yeah.
problem is that I simply don't trust. Like I don't trust.
Well,
when
okay,
it comes
so
to
when
it comes to
the founding
political,
fathers did.
No,
Do you trust the elected officials?
I want people to defend themselves, right? But 3/4 of Democrats following Kyle Rittenhouse getting acquitted.
Okay.
3/4 of Democrats
What about like
thought he should have gone to
70% of
prison.
Hold on, 75% of probably the UK thought America probably shouldn't have broke away. 75% of Mexico probably thought, hey, Texas shouldn't break
You're getting
away.
the other way. You're
just saying,
you're getting it flipped. What I'm saying is, when you're saying, oh, well, what happens when they get away with it? 3/4 of Democrats would want to like Luigi Kyle Rittenhouse, despite the fact he did
I
nothing wrong.
understand that, like Lactoid, but at what point is this like okay politically for the political violence? Is it never? Is it never
wrong? He's a hero.
He's a fucking idiot.
What's the point for political violence?
He's a dumbass. I don't think he was like
maybe the dumbass hero.
a murderer, but he was a dumbass.
Let me just meet this halfway, right? I think the question you have to ask yourself when you're saying, like at what point, right? I agree. I'm a fucking anarchist, right? Like I agree. The question you have to ask yourself is the cure worse than the disease, right? And so the question is whenever you start saying, okay, it's time to grab guns and start offing people, you need to be prepared for what the world looks like after that. I agree that there are evil motherfuckers that get away with killing people in America. And the Sackler family are fucking some of them, right? I agree that there are corrupt politicians and evil bankers and people that steal money and wealth from people, that our lives are made worse by a lot of different things. But you have to ask yourself, okay, when that point is, and what you need to do, and as someone that has, I haven't gone to war, right? But my fucking roommate has. A lot of friends that I have been to war. Some of them, luckily, none of them died in war, but some of them, a piece of them died in war, and they came back and they killed themselves, right? Like, and I've seen what war has done in interviews with a lot of people, coming back from war, like. I think often people are ready to embrace a chaos, and they don't realize just how crazy that chaos is going to be. And
One
so
last point.
is the cure worse than the disease?
That's not the only. That's not the only question. You're right. The cure being worse than disease. That's an important question. But the other problem is, I see a lot of people, and we saw this especially with the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. We see a lot of people who will think, "Oh, this is an injustice," when in reality, they're just ignorant as to the process. They just haven't paid attention to this. They still believe that it was 3 black men that were killed. They just don't give. They don't know anything. Like they're an ignorant mob, and they're below us. And here they are, like coming up with these like crackpot ideas as to like what the chemtrails are poisoning our brains. I don't want these people thinking it's okay to kill people.
That's what I mean. When I say is the cure worse than the disease, is those people get activated.
Let's go to Grid and Corey.
Yeah, thanks. So while I 100% agree that there's a lot of people out in the world that need to be promoted to chalk outlines.
That's a good one. I like that.
It's not wrong.
At the end of the day, you can't decide. I mean, how do we decide that? We said, well, you know, the rich people need to be punished. Well, they think the poor people need to be punished. Why? Where is this all? Where does this all melt down to? Where? How do we distill this down? Do we no longer trust our system of laws, checks and balances? Okay, well, work to make it better, because that is the only thing that we can do. Because none of us are going to lead a revolution. None of us are going to stand out in the middle of the street in armor and say, "Come at me, bro." It's just not going to fucking happen.
You can grab a few grand and move to, you know, Prospera in Honduras.
Sure.
I mean, that's another option too. I mean, there are a lot of options, right? You can move to New Hampshire, for example, in the Free State Project that's doing great things, bringing liberty back to that
Liberland?
state. Nobody lives in Liberland.
Okay. But at
I'm
the end of the
joking.
day, yeah, you could have a conclave somewhere, but at the end of the day, we live in a nation of laws, and those laws in this case
don't apply to everybody.
they kind of did vilify everybody. They did.
Let's go. Let's. I'm gonna let it in. Corey. Then I'm gonna jump in. Then we'll go to Gibbs and all that.
Well, actually, so I pretty much, so you're asking, I think, a great question, Doobie, that I don't know that I have a really great answer for, but I agree with some of the recommendations that Lactoid said, in terms of probably like mandatory minimums for some things. And I think also, well, I'm agreeing with this, and I think Lactoid has brought up before, like potentially removing limited liability protection. I think that is an issue also at play. Well, I think it's one of the reasons why potentially like the Sackler family is pretty much in the position that they're in. And I don't think that's a good thing. But like, yeah, it is a difficult question to answer. But at least that's for me a starting point. That's pretty much all I have to say.
The only I agree with that. Like corporate fictions are a bizarre concept. The only real problem with it is, ideally, we would get rid of all corporate fictions, and the shareholders would be like directly responsible for any and all conduct of the company. The only problem with that is, I don't think people would want to invest in the stock market if they're going to get hit with a lawsuit. That's like the one concern I have, and maybe we could work out some kind of way around that. I'm sure we could, and it could be that these public companies have so much capitalization that lawsuits they get hit with like really aren't going to be a big deal for their stockholders anyway. But that's just like one little concern I have.
So I want to try to engage with what Doobie said and what a lot of you have already touched on. You know, shout out to Scott there. Like I like what he was saying. Talking about like, you know, what does the day after look like, you know? So yes, we can cheer on Luigi. I don't have a lot of negative feelings toward Luigi, but right, like Luigi would be my particular champion, right? Well, someone else's champion looks differently, and if we go down this road, right? Well, first of all, eventually it's going to go down to the Jews, right? Like it's like, well, the Jews who are the problem.
It's already there.
I mean, yeah, exactly. But I mean, in terms of like actually, now if it's open season, if we can kill our political opponents, right? We'll start with the Jews. Pick a powerful Jewish family, and we'll start with them. You know, but yeah, beyond that, it's like that vigilante justice ends up with mob justice. And you know, shout out to our friend Lactoid too, right? Like I think what he was saying there is correct. even when talking about the disgusting Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Like, it would have been wrong if someone had gone up and killed him as well. But you know, what Doobie's getting.
They did. That was the whole case.
They did try.
They did try. They just failed at it miserably.
What Doobie was getting at is that, okay, well, these other paths of it, like you can say, well, hey, you should change the system, but I think that what Doobie's getting at, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, right? Is that at some point people have tried. They even know the history of these movements, and they're like, well, okay, we've done all that. We've put the effort. We have tried to elect the individuals who have lied to us, right? And I would say that on both sides, right? I'd say that about Republicans. Like Trump is a false populist. I think Obama came on with hope and change, and he was a fucking liar. I mean, no, he was status quo. As well as Biden, right? That
as well as fucking Trump.
Yeah,
well, that's
As much as Trump has like a few populist ideas and shit, right? It's like I'm just saying, like, I love this recent, Jimmy Carter funeral where like you have him you have George Bush gut tapping fucking Barack Obama and like them giggling, and like the only and you have Biden, sorry, so you have Bush, you have Trump, and you have Barack Obama all laughing and giggling like schoolgirls, and the only person not invited to the conversation is Kamala Harris, who's like clearly like upset. And it's just like, yeah, this is your like champion of like getting rid of the evil Democrats. They're all fucking friends.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can go a little farther than that, like, because apparently, what I'm understanding is, tonight, right, like a few hours earlier, what Joe Biden did, he named an aircraft carrier after George W. Bush, right? Joe Biden named it. Like, I don't think some people might understand like how perverse.
No, it's true. He has dementia. That's a clear sign.
No, they're allies now.
Is it named George Bush or is it named Mission Accomplished? I'm just curious.
I know, right?
The big banner, the same banner.
But like, it's so wild for so many reasons. It's so wild because like during those elections, right, like with George W. Bush, right, like Democrats were talking about and language. I'm sure you'll all be familiar. This is the most important election of our lifetime, right? We can't let this person. It's going to be the end of democracy. Like all the things that you know and love will be taken away from you if George W. Bush gets in, right? Like he is the corruption within our system. And now you have Michelle Obama sits next to him, right, and talks about how he's they're friends, right? Like my good friend George W. Bush, and he's the good one. Now Trump is the bad one, right? But he's good. I mean, he's nice. I mean, he's a kind old grandpa George W. Bush. And then Joe Biden, who was one of the ones who was criticizing George Bush, right? You can go find clips of him doing that. And now, like, we name like the ultimate symbol of imperialism, like after George W. Bush. It's like, well, of course, he's one of us now. What are you talking about, right? No, Donald Trump, he's a little too far, right? Not the type that I want to associate with. Yeah, whatever.
They're going to be saying the same thing about Donald Trump like 10 years from now when some other person.
Yes, they will. Yeah. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. The next Republican.
You're saying it now, though. I mean, he's a Democrat. I mean, what do you?
No. 10 years from now, they're gonna be like, well, like, oh, I would so like the Trump back. Just bring back Trump. This new guy is so awful.
Yeah. They exactly what will happen. Exactly, right? Like he'll be brought into the circle, especially if he delivers. If he delivers for the people that like George W. Bush delivered for, that Joe Biden delivered for, right? This is the swamp that I believe that a lot of Republican voters like actually meant they wanted to get rid of, right? Like
this is the happiest fucking conversation I'm hearing from all of you right now, because this is the whole point of being a fucking libertarian. Okay, is that all of these people are swamp. All of these people are corrupt. They're all shitty. I agree. So stop trusting them with power over you.
So you just shouldn't have professional politicians.
But here's
why do you
here's the
keep
thing.
voting for professional politicians though? That's the problem.
No, I
Why is
don't know. But Trump's not a professional.
We need a
politician.
businessman.
He absolutely is part of the swamp. He's absolutely straight from the swamp. He hasn't done anything. Like he's filled his cabinet of neocons we haven't talked about here. Yeah, like he has imitated all those things. It was all a lie. Like I said, a fake populist. Anyway, right?
50 years before
But
that.
what I wanted. Hold on.
And this one, and I will go to you, Gibbs, right? But like I'm trying to like get to the essence of what Doobie is saying, right? Because like these are responses, right? Like the MAGA revolution was a response to something real. Now, like if you ask some liberals, it'll just be about racism, but like in some of it's that. But like other parts of it was like, hey, my life is not getting better. I can see like politicians lying to me. I can see that like there is the system is failing me, right? And I have an election where, hey, this like I am equally invested in the Bernie Sanders and the Donald Trump campaign. How are these people equally invested into these individuals? Because they were the ones who were saying they were going to destroy the system, that they were going to flip the table, and that's all they wanted. Right. And so, but like so Bernie Sanders gets eliminated, Donald Trump goes in, but like their lives actually don't change. And then we have, a disastrous, pandemic, point, right. Where their lives get even worse and they don't know exactly what to do, who to blame. And so, yeah, when a rich person gets killed, like this is the act I want. This makes them afraid. The guys above me, the guys who keep getting over on me, right? Who like billionaires whose money has increased, right? While they lost money during the pandemic era, right? The billionaires, their wealth skyrocketed during that period in time, right? And so, yes, this is a response to all that. So Doobie's asking us, well, then what do we do if not a Luigi solution? Right? Because you can't just keep saying, and I'm almost. I
propose one.
Hold on, I want to go after that.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, give
What's the logical step?
So
what's the logical step? Billionaires afraid don't fucking capitulate to the mob. Okay, they make up new rules to control you.
I agree. Hey, that's what I'm saying.
I'm
just
afraid
like trying
it ain't
to
gonna
like
fucking work out in your favor. Trust.
Oh,
like all you're doing is saying do nothing, right? That's kind of like what. You're saying just do nothing, keep the status quo, cause fuck it.
All right.
Well, which is why Doobie asked the question, because he wants to see how many of you were just going to be like, we'll just keep the status quo versus like being afraid to cheer on a terror.
Let me address that because I know that Fabian's going to object to some of what I say, but let's look at this. A big concern that I've heard from a couple of y'all seem to be like mob decision making, right? This is in today's era of easy information access, right? So by y'all's own logic, then y'all would all be against the American Revolution. According to USAHistory.org, only 20% of people supported the American Revolution, with another 10% being sympathetic to the cause. Of that total 30%, only a small portion had any real understanding of the reason for the revolution. Yeah, so about 3%, real tiny amount. So what's interesting to me is who's here is arguing for just total rule of law. Fabian actually made a good point about understanding the repercussions and possible outcomes and his reasons for like why he didn't necessarily like this, and you need to know the social calculus or whatever. However, even though I'm sympathetic to this view, if minorities don't take violent action in some cases, even if most of their movement wasn't Rhodes scholars who understand their whole platform, at some point violence does become necessary. If you or a group feels like a justice or a government isn't working for you. This has been the whole argument for like 2A lobbies for decades. We don't know what that line is, but when it happens, you're going to want those guns to protect you from government tyranny. If you truly believe in the fact that you're arguing what the line is, truly believe that, then you're arguing over what the line is. I might not have the same line as, say, Doobie, because I don't think the CEO should have been shot. But what I do agree with is that there's a large portion of Americans who think this way. And now because of this shooting, we may get change, which is the end goal of political violence in general, right? Is either you get change or the other outcome is the government cracks down. And so, basically now we are having the social calculus happening that like nationwide where the government's either going to make new rules or the violence can continue until new rules are made, or there's going to be some kind of giant crackdown. And that's like, it's really a catalyst. And like at some point you have to have political violence or, you don't really represent anything.
But before Scott deals with that part, Scott, like you said, like at some point, like making billionaires afraid isn't enough. Well, I guess I would agree with you there, right? But here's where we disagree: is that like we shouldn't have those billionaires in the first place? That like uh, uh this
It's like an extra
these
step of
concentration
fear, right?
of wealth, right? Well, this concentration of wealth creates these dangerous individuals because, like, I guess I think you would agree. Like, so billionaires are afraid. What do billionaires do? Billionaires are going to use their power within the government, right, to get those extra rules, right? And those extra rules are going to look like state violence being used against the rest of us because they have so much influence. Well, if they didn't have that money, then they couldn't have that influence.
Well, so there's
Like,
two ways.
not
There's
that they
two
can't be
ways.
multimillionaires, right?
Yeah,
Or
well, there's
many,
two
many
ways to deal
multi.
with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's two ways to deal with that, right? So number one, you can reduce the power of the state, and then their money is less valuable in terms of what it purchases, right? So if the state has power over you in certain domains, and then you get rid of that power, then it doesn't matter if if a politician can be bought, if the politician and the government doesn't have that much money over you. That's one way,
Billionaires can
right?
also buy private armies, just to be clear, right? They can just buy like a private
Sure.
militias and also do this
Well, I
do
mean,
some
like
other things
as of
on a
right
smaller
now, they
scale.
can't.
Fair, but sure.
As of right now, they can't, right? Like
Because
I mean,
of the government, though.
well, yeah, the government has a monopoly on power and violence, right? Like that's kind
Yeah.
of the last thing to go if you're trying to create an anarchist system, right? I think even most libertarians, like small L libertarians, like Lactoid, are like minarchists that say, look, the government should enforce contracts. The
take that,
government should
Lactoid?
enforce private property rights.
Called you
the government
lowercase.
should enforce like trade, and the government should like protect its citizens, but like the government shouldn't do anything else. But setting that aside, I'm not saying that's what we do right now. I'm just saying every regulation that you do, every time that you say the government ought stop the market from doing this, you're not actually stopping the capitalists from doing what they want to do. What you're actually doing is you're giving the power to the capitalists to then get the special treatment from the government that protects their businesses and makes sure that they don't have competition, which makes them the billionaires that they are, right? The more you get the government out of regulation, the more competition exists. The more competition exists, the less likely you are to have those billionaires to begin with, right? So, like, I agree with you, kind of, that billionaires shouldn't exist. I don't have any problem with someone gaining a ton of wealth, but what I see is I see an economic model in the United States where the people that make it to the top in these giant companies that dwarf every other business in the market do so through regulatory capture, through purchasing of politicians, through utilizing state power as their friend, through special contracts which are monopsonies from the market. Like Black and Vetch shouldn't fucking exist. That is a company that works as a non-profit corporation, and all they do not all they do, but like 90% of what they do is just things the government wants them to do, but the government doesn't want to have a three-letter agency do, right? Like NGOs that have so much influence and power over politics are getting your tax money given to them so that they can then give that tax money back to politicians, and they work in a revolving door of your own tax money being given to politicians. Like, I agree with you to an extent that billionaires shouldn't exist, but it's not because capitalism is evil or that they need to pay their fair share in taxes. What I'm saying is if you got rid of so much fucking government power and government regulation, you wouldn't have billionaires. You'd have 20 millionaires competing for whatever product the one billionaire is doing right now, that he basically uses the government to be able to be the only one in the game. That's why Facebook and social media companies, they love going to Congress. They don't hate that shit. It's a dog and pony show where Mark Zuckerberg goes up to Congress and Ted Cruz goes, "How dare you do these bad things?" And then Mark Zuckerberg goes, "I'm not aware of these bad things that I'm doing." And then they walk away, and then there's like some small bill or some small thing that nobody talks about that slightly regulates them just a little bit more, and all it does is make it a little bit more expensive for a Rumble to exist. It's like, get the fucking government out of this shit and you won't have billionaires, dude.
So Doobie, a lot was said. If you're still there, friend, a lot was said. So what did you take from any of that?
I'm torn, to be honest with you. There are things that I can't say on this platform, right? But There's something about the last year, for me personally, right, that has really shifted a lot of the way that I am thinking about this issue. And I think I kind of was it kind of popped into my head, right? When you guys mentioned Michelle Obama earlier. Like she had this speech where she said that for the first time in her adult life, she was proud to be an American, right? Something like this. And I think for me, the last year, it's been the opposite. It's been like the first time in my adult life, I've not been proud to be an American because I feel like our country is just totally pocked, disgusting. It's humiliating, actually.
It
So
always was. It's
maybe
just becoming more obvious.
yeah, it's more obvious now, so I've noticed it, right?
Mhm.
I don't disagree with that. I think I did notice it in some ways before. I just didn't know it was this bad, right? It's really fucking bad. So like I think maybe my inclination is going toward like an extreme solution, the Luigi pill, because it's so bad, right? And because I don't really trust that any of these other softer ways, like lactoid, the mandatory minimum thing sounds great. I don't think it'll happen. I definitely don't think it'll happen. If it did happen, they'd come up with some other way to get out of that. They'd do like a non-prosecution agreement, come up with some other deal to get these people out of trouble. So
I'll explain it this way. The Luigi pill is a horrible idea, especially, and I'm saying this as a lawyer, and you're saying this as somebody involved in insurance. You kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. You seem to be advocating for your own demise right now, dude.
No, there's a difference, right?
No, well, you might
listen.
see a difference, but all the
Oh
the left-wing maniacs out there.
That's fine. I
they-
get that.
Will they see a
I get
difference?
that. I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is I can agree that, yeah, there are going to be people out there who disagree about who deserves the pill, right? Of course, obviously. Some people might think the local librarian deserves it because she's showing people gay books or whatever the fuck, right? Like, yeah, crazy people exist. Or maybe not even crazy. Maybe they just have like stronger preferences about different things than I do, right? Like Grid might want to kill somebody for endangering kids somewhere, right? So yeah, I understand that that's a possibility, but I think that even thinking of that, right? Even thinking about that possibility, the short period of like fucking chaos, right? Where there are like people getting shot all over the place for perceived wrongs, right? Real or fake, real or imaginary. Long term, to me, that seems like it could work out in a positive way, because you'd remind the politicians, remind the people in charge that there is a consequence, that they aren't immune, right? They can be hurt.
There is no end point. When you say long
I think
term,
my headset went off. 1 second.
there is no end point. Like look at the French Revolution.
Can I
There
make
is
a
no end
point really quick? I'll make it really
They will eventually come from for Robespierre.
So just do nothing then, just like kind of like
I'm
just
not
chill.
saying do nothing. I'm saying handle this in a
but
civilized
that's
manner.
literally what you're saying. Is like that's literally what you're
I
saying.
propose mandatory minimums. I'm saying
Which
like
will
some
never
kind of
happen. You propose a non like.
Yeah, yes. If we as a country can't like get together and vote to do a specific thing, then killing people is not the alternative. Then do nothing. Yes.
Even if we did vote to do the certain thing, that's kind of like
bring
the
back
point.
dueling, problem solved.
Hold on, Doobie, let me ask
Yeah.
you a quick question, right?
Doobie's not
Can you
here,
hear me,
I
Doobie?
don't think.
He said he had a quick mic thing. I didn't
He
know
said
if
he said he had a headset issue. He's not here right now.
Okay, well then I'll just explain it, right? Like the problem is maybe someone here can think of a time, but has there ever been a time? Okay, all right, Doobie. So let me ask you a question. Can you hear me? Oh, and he left again.
Not
All right,
anymore.
so I'll explain it.
Okay.
All right, so like does anyone here doubt that if we start saying that we ought to have some vigilante justice on certain groups of people, and then we ought to like come together as a culture and start demanding and supporting vigilante justice against certain wealthy elite people, that there wouldn't be a form of crisis that is in our political climate that is created? And if you agree that that would be a crisis, at least for those at the top, can you think of a time in world history or even just American history where a crisis hasn't been taken advantage of by the government to grab more power and control? And so like I agree with the concept, right? That like if we can't vote things in, we have to do something. What I disagree with is this false dichotomy that it is either we vote harder and vote better, or we start offing CEOs, right? Like I think there are a lot of other options in between those two. And I even presented some of those, right? The New Hampshire, the Free State Project in New Hampshire, there is, spreading, a philosophy and having local communities, right? Like the point about an armed citizenry is not, it's like people misunderstand why the Second Amendment exists, because it's not there so that at any moment, a ragtag group in your neighborhood can go overthrow the U.S. government. It's there because of the United Kingdom and the Rotherham Report. It's because when you have a population of people that are armed, they do fear backlash to a certain extent. These things do occur, and it's not in the vested interest of DC to like nuke places. What they want to do is they want control because they need you as a wage slave. They need your taxes. And so when you are armed and when you start pushing back a little bit, and when you collectively get together in groups of people that say enough is enough, we have won. Look in Oregon. There have been farmers in Oregon. There have been instances in Texas. There have been instances in Tennessee where the government wanted to come in and wanted to take farmland or put people in jail, and they said, fuck you, we're going to grab a fucking federal building, we're going to hold it with guns. And then the government didn't say, we don't have the power to kill 20 dudes with guns. We said, this is too much bad press, and this would cost us too much money to kill you, so we're done. We get it. And they back off.
Did I skip you good at some point?
Yeah, well, I just let Scott go because he had a point to make.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And actually, I just wanted to make a couple of points that Scott, I actually thought Scott was going to cover. He kind of touched on it, but you can't name a modern civilization that's had a civil war that's been successful. You can't name a single country where they have an ongoing conflict among citizens that has been better for the populace and made poor people richer and rich people poorer. Exact opposite happens. Rich people, they have the guns, they have the private armies, as somebody else mentioned, and they will come in and clean house. It always happens that way. Venezuela, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Haiti. Just pick a conflict. America, yeah, same deal. Yeah, and so just pick a conflict. That's the way it goes. Anything else is delusional. As far as it's always an interesting discussion because I actually am from Tennessee, and I have read all of that history that Scott's talking about, including the Battle of Athens and all of that. So it's a very interesting discussion.
Wait, what about the Russian Empire?
Sorry?
What about when the communists took over the Russian Empire? Like, that kind of disproves everything you just said, right?
Well, they did kill all the well, they ate the rich technically. But
yeah. How about when Mao
and
took
look
over
how it
China?
worked out for them.
How about North Korea?
So well, but hold on.
I can name a lot of examples where the poor groups took over.
Wealthy. It made an entirely new wealthy class.
Dude, it fucking switched my mic quite again.
All of the middle and down.
Why does this keep happening?
Absolutely destroyed them. So at any rate, it's just an interesting thing to hear this kind of rhetoric. But it's just interesting to me. One of the things that's really interesting for me is when people start talking about all of this, they don't really think about all of the other things that go along with it. And we haven't. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm having a problem getting my thoughts back together because what Scott said was very effective, and he's pretty much right. One thing I will say is that when you look at a company like, say, BlackRock, for example, right, which is a bunch of individuals that are invested in that company, they actually invented a tax strategy that I wish I had thought of, where they wrote off something like $7 trillion. Not only did they write it off on against their $9 billion in profit that year, they also were able to depreciate the the real estate value that they held to the point where they qualified for some benefits there. They refinanced it through the bank. They got paid 3 times on the same deal. It's excellent strategy. I wish I'd thought of it, and I will use it in the future at some point. I just don't get I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting dichotomy for me because on the one hand, I wouldn't mind being a billionaire, and I'm working towards. I mean, you know, I got a long way to go, but if I can accomplish it, I'd love to do it. You know, I'm stuck you know, at a specific level right now. This seems where people get stuck at, but I don't know, man. I hear this stuff a lot though, but you know how you tell if the boog is really going to pop off? The boogaloo, that's what we call the
I don't know what that
uprising,
means.
the boogaloo. You know how? So what you do is you get all your kit on, you get your body armor on, you get your you know your weapon, you strap up with your knife and your backpack and all that stuff, and you walk down to the end of your driveway. And you look left, and you look right. And if everybody isn't dressed like you, it's not kicking off yet.
Yeah.
So
Basically you just like your whole thing was like you're stuck in a grip because you don't want to punish the billionaires or have the billionaires suffer because eventually you want to be one of the billionaires who can exact the type of bullshit that the billionaires are exacting
I can
on us,
actually
which is
see
exactly why everyone's like kind of like fuck these billionaires because
right?
it's
I can see it. I don't know that I can do it, but I can see.
You can see that you're going to be a billionaire.
Why could I not?
Because everyone can. Like there's always the dude that's sitting in his basement. It's like, no, listen, I don't want to tax the rich because one day I'm going to be one of them, dude. I'm going to be one of the rich. It's like you're not going to be a billionaire. I'm not trying to discredit you.
Can't stand.
I understand that you can't stand taxes, but like that's the system we live in, right? And like your whole thing is like, no, I don't want to affect this group of people because one day I might be part of this group of people and I want to do the same bullshit that they're doing to everyone else. So no, I don't want to affect them with anything, which is kind of what like
that's
how we know Grid 1 isn't a billionaire, is because billionaires don't fucking pay taxes because they don't fucking have income. They have wealth.
I know
right? That's why they.
So I know he's not a
love
billionaire
fucking
because he's here with us on a Monday.
I'm just saying. Well, I mean,
like there's a bunch of reasons why we're not billionaires.
Wait, that's something a billionaire would do.
Come hang out with us on a Monday night.
Elon plays video games.
They're a billionaire.
Through Scott.
Corey, that Elon drama is pretty wild. Yeah.
But like, the greater point is like what Doobie was bringing up is that like all the points that everyone brings up just seems to be like, yeah, do this type of regulation or that type of regulation, which is like nothing which like won't happen, but which kind of gets to the same point, which is keep the status quo. Nothing's going to change, and like but like
Ali.
What else do you want people to feel?
I'm gonna tell you how magnanimous the right wing in this country is. How fantastic, how incredibly moral and ethical. Okay.
Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse is your guys' hero. Tell me about it.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And I want to point out something. This is something that actually Kyle Rittenhouse is an example of.
Oh, ew.
Can you imagine, like, between the group that is heavily armed out the fucking ass, they're the ones. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have violence. Let's let's not like kill people randomly. And then we have the group of people that doesn't, has like maybe a butter knife on average, right, in their drawer. Oh, we gotta kill it. We gotta kill the CEOs. Got to take our country.
They're killing us randomly. Wait, the CEOs are killing us. Why are we okay with CEOs killing us?
What I'm saying is like,
yeah. Why are we okay with CEOs killing us?
It's like a really short, weak person like getting very mad at you. Like you have to understand like what this means. You don't challenge like the most heavily armed demographic in America to a firefight.
Well, hold on. And you don't. I understand you don't. You just shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down and accept what's happening to you. But like, for example, like all these wildfires in California, I heard something to the tune of like,
logic, dude.
Yeah, what's up?
I gotta ask, man. How much do you think a CEO at Goldman Sachs makes every year?
I don't know, $20,000, man. Just say the point you want to say. Just make the point you want to make, bro.
I don't know
like,
what
make
their
the point you want to make.
salary is. It's probably about $750,000 a year. Their bonus is about $12 million a year, depending on how big their year, how good their year is. They're not billionaires, dude.
I don't give a fuck if they're billionaires. If what they're doing to make a bunch of money fucks over my common fellow American, I have an issue with that. And the fact that like you're just over here like, oh man, they don't even make that much money. They just make $12 million a year, bro. They're not even billionaires, you dumbass. It's like that. That wasn't the own you thought it was. That wasn't the own you thought it was.
So I want to object.
That wasn't the own you thought it was. Man.
Hold on. So y'all. I want to object from a conservative side because y'all are actually kind of dismissing what they're saying a little bit. And as a conservative who's super pro gun rights and pretty pro, history where there's a lot of revolutions that take place where the little guy wins. I gotta sit here and I gotta go. Y'all are just acting like they don't have a valid concern. So Lactoid, you just argued, all right, we're magnanimous. We have all the guns. How nice of us not to go and run over there and beat their ass with them.
Yeah,
You're right.
we're advocating for peace.
Sure. You're right. Absolutely. However, here's the deal. There's a point where even like us are gonna go. We're gonna go. Hey. We don't want to advocate for peace.
Right.
And I give you an example.
Americans have just
hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, and it's not going to be a
Americans are pathetic.
Hold on. So my point is, like, okay, in Texas, for example, I'm going to use Texas because I'm familiar with it. Battle Gonzales. We told, like, the Hacienda owners and Santa Ana to go fuck themselves over a cannon. All right, cool. That seems like a pretty minor thing, although there's other mitigating factors to go. So all they're arguing is they're saying,
slavery.
Hey, sure. I listen.
Was slavery one of those factors?
No, it was not one of the factors. We've already gone over this. Texas had way less slaves than any other state for a variety of reasons. Namely, one of them being, I don't know what you. Well, yeah, that, and I don't know if you know anything about ranching, but it starts in South Texas, and then you have to walk 900 plus miles to Fort Worth. And I don't know if you know what happens when you put a slave on a horse in the wilderness, but they're gone. It's pretty simple. It doesn't work too good. So my argument here is, when I sit here and see like a little flashing tipping point, they Doobie and Sociologic are absolutely right, and you can't pretend to be a gun rights advocate or a conservative if you don't think there is a line where we need to go, hey, daddy government, time for your ass whipping, and go and beat them and fight them. Like you got to tell, there's got to be some line, whatever y'all think it is, that we're going to go and do that, and they're just saying this is their line. Now I get where y'all want to sit here and go, oh, rule of law is cool. We want to sit here and obey rule of law, but sometimes. Fuck rule of law. We fought a war of independence over a 3% tea tax. Right? These guys are killing. I know that's not your argument.
That's not true.
But that's what Lactoid and Grit are arguing, basically.
Yeah, rule of law. People.
I'm saying this rule of law is great till
everybody underestimates and doesn't, I guess, appreciate how critical rule of law and stability is to everyone's well-being and the proliferation of all things good. Right? There's a reason why Haiti is a bad place to live. There's a reason why Sudan, you don't want to live in Sudan.
That would be American imperialism, but
I was about to say, like, the Americans.
You can say all this, but the reality is there's no stability there. There's a reason why
because
you don't
but you have to give the reason to why there's no stability. You're painting the reason. You're painting it because you're painting it because these people, as if these people just were fucked by themselves, as if they have no intervention. That's what the implications are. That's what the implications are. Look at the Middle East. Look how barbaric the Middle East is. It's like, yeah, we get it, dude.
I'm not making the point you think I'm making. Okay, I'm not saying that like this is their fault. I'm not saying et cetera, et cetera. Sure, the U.S. is always bad. Whatever. Okay. What I'm saying is that it is a bad place to live because it is unstable. Regardless of why the instability occurred, people dramatically
underestimate how important stability
all the time. Stability is...
Papa Doc is a dictator. Do you want to sit here and have Papa Doc in charge? It's stable in Haiti, but you think it's any better with Papa Doc going to kill people?
Stability is often good. And there's a comment here, Chad, I'm going to read it. People sure are concerned about due process when we talk about going door to door looking to deport people, but don't blink when citizens are gunned down in the street. Like, due process isn't something that you can just, oh, I like that guy, he gets due process. Oh, I don't like that guy, he doesn't get due process. As an American citizen, you get due process, even if you're not an American citizen, if you're in the U.S.
So Lactoid. So let's say the Purdue family, right? They got due process, got a slap on the wrist. They got to go into their castles as billionaires. If somebody was not okay with that and gunned them all down after they had the due process, right? After we figured out that they're guilty of these things, do you think that would be okay?
No, the due process includes the punishment that was handed to them.
Okay, well then we're just like, there's a fundamental, because the issue is that this due process that you keep reaching for isn't being applied fairly. Yeah. There's obviously a double standard.
They lost billions, Doobie. They lost billions.
Then support. Okay. then support political objectives that increase the penalties if you think they're too low.
That will
This
never
is not
happen.
By
this
who?
this
We
this
can't
is
even
not
get.
worth.
We just
This is
discovered
not
a
worth
fucking
a civil
sitting
war.
politician in a fucking
This is not worth a
nursing
civil
home.
war.
We
This
can't
is
get
not-
we can't get term limits put in place. It's not going to happen.
We voted him out.
So
okay, so
We voted him out, didn't we?
hold on.
Yeah.
So
Who do you think I'm
just
talking
wanna
about?
say-
Biden.
That's not who I'm talking about.
And we put in a
That
very
isn't what I'm
sharp
ta-
young
that is what
man
I'm talking about.
in his place.
That's what
okay?
I'm talking about. Hold on,
See, it's
hold on.
that kind of
Maybe-
defense,
so
though.
this
It's that
is-
kind of defense
this
that where
is-
people are like, you
this-
just
so,
like
hold on.
bootlicking all these people because like you either
it's
want to
not-
eventually be
listen,
them.
it's not
Bootlicking.
bootlicking.
No, I'm never gonna be a billionaire.
bootlicking.
I'm
That's kind of
never
what
gonna
it
be a
sounds
billionaire.
like.
North Korea is stable. North Korea is stable.
I
So
just don't want a civil war.
Would you
It's
rather
not
be
worth a
Sudan
civil
North
war.
Korea?
Yeah,
Would you
because
rather be
Americans have
Sudan
become
or North
pathetic.
Korea?
They just want to sit at
Oh,
home, make
it's
their little
because they aren't as
$50,000 a
bad as
year,
they
and
are.
fucking
Lactoid.
fucking
If
kiss the president's ass.
Most of us live pretty
or
good.
North
It's not
Korea?
that big of a deal.
Guys, for the love of God, stop trying to get in like one-liners, okay, and have an actual fucking conversation.
We're having a back and
So,
forth, Scott.
stop. Yeah,
No, we're not
yeah,
allowed
back-
to, Lactoid.
it's
No fun.
one-liners.
No
Make
fun.
an
Only
extra-
philosophy and
hold on,
logic.
I need to say something
Only
else.
philosophy and logic
hold
in
on,
45-minute
so,
rant.
No, it's not a 45-minute rant. It's just that listen for just a second, all right?
Yeah, save it, fam.
This is one of the things that like the communists are descriptively correct on, despite the fact that they arrive here on completely false axioms, right? Is that we have in this country this false concept of this social contract, right? Where the government is run by us because we live in a constitutional republic, and because most of us agree for one politician or the other that they have consent of the governed. And that's just not true, right? Half of the people don't vote for the politician that gets in power. Half, another, let's say a third, another third are so fucking checked out they don't even vote. And even still, when the politician does get in power, they only represent like 10% of the shit that people that elected them for anyways. And the other 90% of the shit they do is horrible. What we actually have in terms of this concept of a social contract is people are willing to go along with the system so long as the material conditions in their life seem relatively stable, and so long as it seems like they have some hope of achievement and growth in their life. Okay? And where we are at right now in American history is people are starting to realize that the dream of that social contract is whittling down a little bit more with each generation. That like the baby boomers absolutely lived in a world where their material conditions were consistently improving, and where if they put in effort, they could achieve great things for their family. And a lot of people are looking at it and going, I'm never going to be able to afford a house. I went to fucking college, and the degree I got that was supposed to help me is nothing but fucking burden of debt. And the problem that you guys have and that you guys keep circling on in terms of this fear of politicians is exactly what Grid Motorsports said about the like, when do you know the boogaloo is actually kicking off? Is that you start killing, you start bringing the civil war. You bring the fucking civil. You go past that precipice and it's a cliff. Okay, you don't get to take a step back from the cliff. You either step off the cliff or you don't. And despite how bad things are, I promise you, civil war is a lot worse. Nobody on here is growing their own fucking food. Nobody in here, except for maybe Grid does, maybe Admiral does, knows how to.
Grid would be the kind of person to do that.
Knows how to get clean drinking.
You got a
water,
basement full of
okay?
MREs, don't you?
Like nobody here knows how to power their fucking devices or has the system set up to actually power. None of you fuckers are self-sufficient. Okay, almost everyone here is living in a city, and a good portion of their life is spent online, and and almost all of your life is dependent upon an infrastructure that is made stable by this system. And woe is the motherfucker that thinks that you're going to pop off a civil war, and the rich and the elite aren't going to grow from this. Oh, but I'm not saying you sit and do nothing, and I'm not saying just vote harder. What I'm saying is that great men plant seeds for the trees of the shade of which they will never sit in. You have to start fighting for a change in the philosophy, and you have to start moving your family and moving your communities to be self-sufficient, and you have to start doing things like the Free State Project, and you have to start getting off of the grid, and you have to start having things like Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies as a reserve. You cannot be completely dependent upon this system and then just be like, well, let's take out a few CEOs. Everything will be fine. No, it fucking won't. A war is going to pop off. And you're going to be the first one dead.
So my
I think
problem.
this idea that a war would pop off to protect CEOs is fucking crazy to me. To protect billionaire CEOs who like fuck over God knows how many people.
One or two CEOs guys, no. But if you just start as a society fucking supporting and like doing everything we can to push in that direction, you're asking for the snowball to go down the hill that absolutely goes in that direction.
Yeah, I think it should start rolling in that
I- I-
direction. I think it needs to get to the precipice, and then it needs to be really hard to pull it back for these people to wake up. Because I can't imagine everything else you guys have laid out. It's nothing.
I don't know what the problem with CEOs is, but you know,
I have no issue with CEOs.
I have a whole.
I have no
like,
issue with CEOs. Yeah, don't try to
literally
psychoanalyze
said
me on
like
that. I have no
4
issue with CEOs.
times.
My issue is that there are people in this country with influence and power who are fucking over everybody else and not getting punished for it. That we have laws, we have the rule of law, but it doesn't really apply to them in the way that it does to everybody else. If I had groomed dozens of children and raped dozens of children, I'd be in fucking prison for life. Jeffrey Epstein did that shit, and they gave him a non-prosecution agreement. It's fucking crazy. That's unacceptable.
The answer isn't getting on Twitter and saying kill the CEOs. The answer is growing your own fucking food, getting in a community of like-minded individuals, getting armed.
Brother.
Yeah, so they keep doing all this evil
Scott,
shit to everybody who's not in that situation. They continue fucking everybody up. They continue extracting resources. What are you talking about?
Power to
This is
fight these
nostalgia.
Your solution is Gibbs' solution, which is just not my problem. I'm just gonna do my own thing, be self-sufficient.
I have to dive off.
It literally is.
Really quickly,
You're glad y'all are figuring that out.
Scott, I like what you're
good
talking
and
about.
yes.
That's why I live where I live, is because I can do all of the things that you have said. I have to dive off, guys. It's been great. We kind of devolved into a circular argument, and I need to go somewhere else and do some other things. Always a pleasure, Prime. It's really cool. Everybody else, good to hang out with you guys
Glad
again.
to see you, bro.
I'll be available next week again. I love coming on this panel. It's great.
Take care, be well.
It's a lot of fun tonight. Yeah, it's just circular right now. So, but
So you got to leave because you.
I'm sorry.
You got to leave because
we
it's too
started pointing
circular
out
for you.
that he's too afraid to stand up for these principles he claims to have. So he's running away.
Like
at the end of the day, the conservative argument is, they're too scared. We can't fight them, so we're just going to
Hold
be
on,
bitches and
that's
keep
not.
ourselves.
Hold on. I object to that because I was actually
American
hold on, Libby,
patheticism.
because I would actually argue that that's just, they're not. The audio is good. To be good. I actually want to argue something to me. They are not. Yeah, so I want to argue something. Lactoid here is actually taking his takey position. That's what this is. It's Kami takey position. Because let's ask Lactoid.
You're right. Anything not Somalia is tanky.
Because actually, let's ask that. Hold on. Let me finish. Can I finish?
They're also revolutionaries. Yeah.
Hold on. Can I finish? Thank you. Yes, thank you. And what system do they advocate for? Communism. Let's ask Lactoid, it's really not surprised me that with that background of his, that he would be pro North Korea. Like, does he want to, if we had to drop him off in a country, he can choose a country, make it Somalia or North Korea. Now, me, personally, I think I'd do all right in Somalia. I know I wouldn't do too well in North Korea. I think I would. I think I'd be all right. I could make it out.
You would be killed.
Or I would kill them. Maybe I'd eat them. Who knows?
Somalia?
Hey, listen. We can figure out the scenarios. But if you drop me in,
Gibbs, you're gonna be an easy target, though.
It might be, but I also have this cool thing called money that I can pay people to protect me, and I have guns. But if I have those,
you have money that will make you a target.
Yeah, it does. But it's always a bigger fish. And here's the next thing: if I go to North Korea with those things, the government's going to come in because they've got everything nice and orderly, and take the money from me and take my guns, and now I'm fucked all around. And now I'm at a concentration camp. So, your argument is just that, stability is good. It's total bullshit. I'm sitting here and I'm looking at all these countries that are stable. They were
America.
pinnacles of stability. Like the USSR. They were very stable. They cracked down like China, 5,000 years of history.
America,
the Mongol Empire, the Roman Empire. They're very
things were better back in World War II. I agree.
No. Listen, Scott. We can come to you in a second. I'm glad I'm having this convo with Lactoid. I don't want to have to go into what's going on over your Aristotle, big brain, super highbrow, 30-minute argue a simple sentence that can be explained in one sentence. Bro, listen. Bro, listen. All right. I'm gonna break a revolutionary concept to you, Scott. You know what? I'm done with this argument. We're coming back to this one now. Listen, Scott. Have you ever heard of the concept that if you have to use more words to explain something, you're actually making a bad argument? You're mad because I can illustrate my argument in 5 words, simple words, without having to use intersectionality or intersex species or
less
words
words
last week. Like it's
use more words. You're an idiot.
Yeah, but yeah, this is exactly. It's exactly. I'm so smart. This is what you said. Me is smart. You is dumb. I think that I can articulate a point without having to use some special word of the day that I learned from my dictionary.com app. Yeah, I do think that. Yeah, it's called being. What's the word? You're like utilitarian.
The only reason
check it out.
The only reason I talk longer than you
is because you're educating the masses. We got it. Please come down and bless us with your knowledge.
But you just say so much retarded shit and constantly get yelled at.
No. I literally will say one sentence and everybody starts yelling. You over here will say because everybody because everybody understood my sentence and they objected or they agreed. You'll sit here and argue for 30 minutes and we'll be like, wow, is the paint done drying yet? Listen, I don't want to sit here and like argue about the exceptionalism of this special microbes nut hair that came up with the philosophy of tetanus. Who gives a shit, bro? Like let's talk about the issue. Let's talk about the issue.
You never talk about the issue. You just spurg.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay. You're right. You were so smart.
You just scream into a shitty mic even though you could afford a better one so that you can scream nonsensical fucking statements and constantly get interrupted because everything you say is a straw man and not actually connected to what other people's arguments are.
That big brain, the big brain take that everybody agrees with. We all agree.
Understood. All right.
It's not a big brain take, I promise you.
A few words, right?
It's just simplicity is better than over-explaining things for the 600th time. Like, I mean, nobody needs to know the second definition of the word ball sack. Like, give me a break, bro. Like,
you do.
I've never heard that
from
Scott in his defense. I don't even think he's ever said the word ball sack.
I'm just using the illustrate a point. It's called.
I prefer the word scrotum, okay? Because I'm so
see, you know what I'm saying? We got glad somebody owns a thesaurus.
Let's see, that's right. That's right. So Gibbs is a man of people. He would say ball sack, and of course, Scott and his hoity-toity degrees. It was
what is this bullshit? You know.
But anyway, okay. Wow.
Can I make a point?
Gibbs thinks he says only one sentence. That's pretty wild.
So long story short,
only if your point makes Americans look not pathetic, Lactoid.
Apparently,
Lactoid is going to make him look real pathetic. Don't worry.
Yeah, Lactoid just wants
I do want to engage with.
I want American exceptionalism, Lactoid. No more patheticity.
Yeah, Lactoid, defend gun rights, stop defending communism.
All right. So Lactoid will go, and I want to engage your dude because I know he has limited time. So go ahead.
All right. Civil War bad. Okay, I made very few word, much few word, very bad. No Civil War.
Much few word.
See that much to articulate? I'm proud of you.
Now, the other thing I want to point out is that I feel like a lot of motivation from the people who are like wanting Civil War, and political extremists generally, is either like an aspiration to some kind of glorious future or an idyllic past. And the reality is, like, in America, like, we don't need a civil war, first of all. And things aren't, you might disagree with this, but like, things aren't declining to the point where it's like, oh God, we need a civil war. Things are getting so bad. In fact, things tend to actually get better with time, right? Like, you want to talk about, shit being bad, right? What about Jim Crow? We got over that. We got over the whole marital rape thing. We got over Chaplinsky. We got over all sorts of shit. Like, we are improving as a country in many different ways. Are there new problems? Are there new challenges? Are there things happening that I disagree with? Of course, I talk about them a lot. It's fair to point out things that are bad, but this idea that everything's so doom and gloom, when, like, by every single economic metric, we're doing okay. Like, median income has been going up. Median income is like among the highest in the world. Even buying housing, all the millennials complaining about buying housing. A home ownership rate hasn't substantially changed. In fact, it's higher now than it was in the 40s and 50s. The glorious age of owning houses. Higher percentage of Americans own houses now. Things aren't as bad as people think they are. They never are. Everybody always thinks that today is the worst time to be living in. In reality, it's more likely it's the best time. The worst thing we can do, we can fix problems. We should do so politically. But the worst thing we can do is fucking have a civil war and turn
I
this
feel like I'm
into a
listening
failed
to a
state.
royalist, right?
Turn
Like
this
at the
into
start
a
of the American
failed.
Revolution.
Yeah,
Saying,
I know.
bro, these are
Turn this
royalists.
into a failed state. A royalist. We look. In some ways, individual rights are. Yeah, I advocate for individual rights. Back in the glorious
This guy would have
40s
been
and
working for
50s,
Santa Ana
back
for
in the
sure.
glorious 40s and 50s, right? When we had the Chaplinsky case, you couldn't call a cop a fascist without getting arrested. Back in the glorious 40s and 50s, right? That was when Wickard versus Philburn was decided, right? That's when in the commerce was expanded to the government could do anything. That was toned down. Like there are many ways in which government power, like the fucking Chevron just got overruled. There's many ways in which the government is actually like toned down in power a little bit lately, and it's a good thing. Things aren't doom and gloom, and it's definitely not worth killing God knows how many people just to fulfill the fantasy of a lot of people who are mostly just LARPing, right? They play a lot of like COD and they like the idea of going to combat. But I'm telling you, it's horrible. Watch enough Ukraine footage and you'll be like, holy shit, this cannot happen. Everything needs to happen that this doesn't happen. And people who support Luigi are advocating for that kind of world to exist, and it would be awful for America.
So, okay.
Loyalist
I want
TV is what we
DB
need to
to
change
be
his name
able to respond to that. Well, I'll leave it. First, I'll let DB respond to it.
I mean, there's nothing to say. I just think that I do feel like I'm listening to a loyalist, right? But it's even worse because I don't think a civil war would break out if people started going after Epstein types or going after the Purdue family for things. I'm talking about like clear cases of like fuckery happening, right? I don't think that would cause a civil war. I think most people would actually support that. You said that in that poll. You said it a poll earlier. You said it a poll earlier, right? It was like a fourth of Americans agree with this, but 75% don't. Well, that's like including
only 1 out of 5 Americans agree with Luigi.
Hold on, but this is the older generation, which is extremely cocked because they've been conditioned to be cocked for a long. Their hopes and dreams about this country have been ground down to a pulp, right? The younger
because they appreciate
the younger
stability.
generation is the opposite. I think it's like almost 90% of them support.
No, it's half. Of Gen Z, it's half. Yes, it is.
No, hold on. But 90% of them had like a sympathy with him, right? And I think it was like 7% or something with the other guy.
Half of Gen Z did not agree with Luigi. They did not have sympathy for Luigi.
I don't know where the fuck you're getting that from.
And that was the demographic that had the highest support, and that was about half, which is ridiculous, by the way.
Okay, I'm gonna have to pull this up because I saw like literally the opposite.
Pull it up, and then you have to admit that I'm right when you see the data. Okay, deal?
Deal.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So, before I was gonna say something to DB, but before I do that, someone gifted 100 bits. They want Corey to say something. Whatever you like, Corey.
Something. ban intellectual property. Ban football. Abolish intellectual property. Those are my positions.
Enough bits. Thank you for the 100 bits. You want to hear Corey speak. And he has beautiful voice, so it makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, just really quickly. So Lactoid is unfortunately correct. Okay. So it's 81%. I'll put it in the group chat. 81% had an extremely or somewhat negative view of Thompson, the victim, quote unquote. And what was it? 45% sympathized more with Luigi. 17% chose Thompson. 37% said neither. 48% said that they view the killing as totally or somewhat justified. So we're making progress on that. That's good progress. So bump that up a few more points. We're like half.
No, not that wrong direction. It's gotta go down. We want that.
You gotta keep in mind that's with all the negative press. I mean, I watched a mini doc, like a TMZ mini doc about Luigi with my wife the other day, right? For some fucking reason.
Hulu? Was it on Hulu?
I think it was on Hulu.
Yeah.
And
Hulu be quick with the docs.
They presented him as like some fucking like they call him a sociopath, psychopath. He's insane. He's a lunatic. He's a vicious murderer with an evil ideology. Yada, like all this shit, right? So and that's kind of been the temperature of a lot of the media coverage on him. It's all bad. Everything's bad. He's evil. Yada yada. So I think that even still, even with all that press attention on him, that negative press attention on him, still you have a very large chunk of the population supporting this guy. So I think there's and I think we've talked about just a handful of cases tonight that demonstrate a real need for something tangible to change, right? Maybe you don't think Epstein's a big deal. Maybe you don't think that's a big deal. Maybe you don't think that the Purdue shit is a big deal. I do. I mean, I think that the fact that these things are allowed, and again, this is just a handful of the shit that we know about. I'm sure there's a ton of shit we don't know, but we never find out about. So, and I don't think any of the solutions you guys have presented are like, I don't think they're, I don't think they're meaningful at all. Black Thread, I think the mandatory minimums thing would be good. But like I said earlier, we found there was a congresswoman who was missing since like July or some shit, and they found her in a nursing home.
Texas one, I think.
Yeah, just in a fucking nursing home. And even so, I guarantee you we're not going to get mandatory minimums passed. I'm sorry, term limits passed in the Senate or Congress. It's just not going to happen.
How do you keep it in that box? That's my question, right? Like, because I think I think the major difference between our two positions is that, Lactoid and I believe that if society starts at large supporting vigilante justice towards wealthy elite people, that we're going to get crazies, we're going to get a lot more crazies, we're going to get a lot of problems, and then we're going to get either, a snowball effect, or we're going to get like a serious crackdown on our civil liberties to stop this problem. And you're working up to the assumption, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that like we as a culture can encourage vigilante justice against those that have been outside, have not been taken care of by the justice system. Those relative few that like we kind of all agree are super fucking evil, like the Sacklers, or like, these limited cases. And I'm wondering, just genuinely wondering, like, and not even trying to be a dick, right? Like, why is it that you believe that that we can like keep it on guardrails like that? That like we can have a culture that starts overwhelmingly supporting vigilante justice towards those, and like all of these other crazies that are already calling for vigilante justice, like Eat the Rich, or like, all of these other groups, or like, the growing kind of like, right-wing people that are like, fucking, it's them, like it's the Jews. Like, how do we increase it to such a degree that we get those people taken care of, but we don't have like a lot of spillover effect that causes the problem that we see is fairly inevitable? Like, why is that your assumption?
I think that we have examples of similar things happening. Like there are examples of throughout our history of vigilantes getting support, vigilante groups even being put together and getting popular support within the country, and it remaining within the box that they were like specifically focusing on. Like there's one on the top of my mind. They made a movie about this group, the Deacons, or like the Deacons for Defense, I think it was something like this. That were like
Tombstone.
Is that what I'm talking about? I'm
No.
not sure if it. Oh.
But it falls in your category, vigilante justice, for something very specific.
Yeah. So basically, the idea is that.
Y'all never seen Tombstone?
Yeah, great movie.
No, I think I saw it like a long time ago.
Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Making sure.
But I think the idea is that because, at least from my perspective, politicians, media, power structure, they're just not listening to. There's a layer of immunity that they think they have, right? Or they do have currently. They have immunity from a lot of these things. And I think the way to get them to start behaving in a somewhat reasonable way is to break that aura of immunity, right? And which is why I think that there were a lot of people shaken up over the Luigi thing, right? It wasn't just because he killed a guy. It was because one of these untouchable people was touched, right? So I think that when you break that aura, I think it might force people within that strata to actually change their behavior, to realize, hey, yeah, if we go too far, there are going to be actual physical consequences for us. Now, it's true.
Let's assume it works
it's true.
out that way, right? So
Sure.
my follow-up question, right, is if it is true, would you not say that there's another kind of context-dependent thing here, which is the how well the country agrees on its shared values? Because
yes,
what I see as a big problem to this like assumption that like the fear will get everybody like to kind of like point towards a single goal, a single problem, and kind of like recognize that we have a problem and like recognize that we need action towards these people, etc. What I see is like a big kind of like hitch in that giddy up, if you will, is that we are in like we haven't really been this politically divided since like civil rights era, and then before that would be Civil War, right? Like I don't know that you get that reaction automatically. Like just looking at it from like a anthropological perspective, right? I don't think the culture can uniformly react if the culture doesn't have a shared set of values. And with multiculturalism, with immigration, with political division, with the fact that for the first time in world history, a demographic of like white liberals have out-group preference, whereas like everybody else has in-group preference. Like we're seeing a lot of markers of like drastically different, kind of groups in society that do not have shared values. And as much as the left went crazy starting like in 2014, where the far left really started pulling the left further left, we're also seeing the right kind of slowly catch up to what the left did. It doesn't seem like the right maintain that, well, we'll just stick together as the center right, but it seems like there's a lot of influences that are like, we just will go further right. And so would you at least admit that, like, even if that is possible, that people can do that, that our current political landscape is not ripe for that reaction, but more likely ripe for the reaction that Lactoid and I think, which is that we end up with vigilantes on both sides going after their own people and not necessarily like uniform group of like people that we really kind of all agree deserve it.
Yeah, I think that's more likely to happen right now, for sure. But I do think that the culture issue is a big one. I don't agree necessarily that it's about like immigration or immigration or any of these things. I think that is primary that issue is primarily the division that you're referring to is primarily driven by media, politicians, these same corporations intentionally to point fingers at everybody else to keep the fingers off them.
I mean, a libertarian perspective would just say that it's being pushed by government and socialism, but it's fine. Even if I accept that, right, it's still a reality of the ground, right? It's an is here.
Yeah.
And so,
So
that
I
is
think
the
that is
situation
something
we're in.
that-
Why should we start like that? Now's not the fucking time for that. Like we have to have shared values before we can.
I'm torn on that,
So
though.
how do we get there?
Yeah,
I'm torn on
but
that, though. So I think-
aren't you arguing like what the line? Like,
So-
okay, Scott, just real quick, Ruby, and I'll turn it back over to y'all. I just like I'm real confused here, right? So like I get what like y'all are sitting here going. The argument though, like I feel like Doobie's been making this whole time is like they see what they perceive as an injustice. They don't think there's any way to fix this, and they're choosing violence. Okay, right? And now, as a conservative, I've been kind of shocked to hear our two libertarians sit here and like basically defend statism and say there's no line that like this is like okay, cool, because like it sounds like y'all like basically the reason why I think Doobie was accurate was with the like loyalist lactoid is because he sat here and goes, stability, these things are bad. Now, like, I get where you're coming from. You have a healthy fear, due to, like, your life experience. These people killing themselves, war is hell. Like, and yes, there's a lot of LARPers. And, like, I'm not advocating for a civil war either, but I'm saying it's better to be ready.
To start pushing for accelerationism until you're growing your own fucking food and you're in a community.
So we're never going to be ready. So we're never going to be ready. So like, okay,
some of us are.
If it's not not always violence, right? I mean, violence. So like for example, the California wildfires, I heard something like some insurance company canceled X amount of fucking tens of thousands of policies for fires, and it's like now none of these people are going to be covered.
Was the government's fault.
I mean, whoever's fault it may be, it doesn't matter. But like, wait, how is it the government's fault that this private insurance company? The quick one.
Yeah, no, just the government put in regulations regarding the caps on prices and price control, and they're like, hey, we can't afford to insure you against fire at this price, so they pulled out because the government made it illegal for them to charge too much for fire insurance, so they just pulled out and people couldn't get fire insurance.
Oh, yeah. So like, if all these people then like were to revolt against the government, then they realize, okay, this was a government thing. They revolt. This is like a negative thing. It doesn't always have to be like an individual vigilante, or like Scott, to your point, if there is like a few people in a movement who like, take it upon themselves to be like leaders of a movement. Like you have a V versus Vendetta, whatever the fuck like action happened where this person builds a philosophy and builds a community of people where there is like a revolt. Like I understand that you guys are saying that you won't win the revolution if you start one, or you won't win like you're just, these are just kind of empty words because the people that are like wanting it can't grow their own food and don't know how to shoot the gun or do whatever the cause may be. But like, your arguments are just telling them to do nothing and kind of just accept the status quo. Whether or not them, that is your argument.
But please stop please stop saying that my argument is do nothing when I said get to fucking New Hampshire, be a part of the free city.
Getting to New Hampshire is doing nothing. That doesn't do anything.
That's not doing nothing because New Hampshire.
That's literally doing nothing.
It's even despite the fact that it was a blue state, it is now the most libertarian state because of the free
You
state
still have
project.
to have insurance and live with these people and pay these mortgages and do whatever the fuck it may be. Like you still have to deal with the system that you live within. Like New Hampshire is right. It's fucking 2 hours away from me. It's not much different. I've been to New Hampshire. It's not really all that crazy.
They're getting rid of
like New Hampshire is just another fucking place.
Oh, you can just come on down to Texas. We got the ranch. We got the arsenals. We ready down here.
Like, realistically, the argument would be to move to Texas.
Yeah.
Realistically, the argument would be to move to Texas. But I'm saying that like for example, a couple weeks ago we had the argument where like Scott, you were like adamant, this guy's a terrorist. You have like Lactod right now who's like shooting down Luigi, right? Like you completely downplayed him because it was like, well, why? Because what he did was wrong. But like what we're saying would like to me and do is like he didn't do what was wrong. We see these CEOs of these like insurance companies, at least we feel, right? Could be feels over reals.
Like it's not like I said, if this person is did do the things he's accused of doing, right? In terms of utilizing AI and committing fraud, then what Luigi did would be justified. But he never got a day in court, and nobody knows whether or not they actually did that yet. So he's just engaged in vigilante killing some random.
So to Doobie's point earlier, if
he was the one, it wasn't even someone that.
So if someone killed off the Sackler family. So if someone killed off the Sackler family, you think that'd be okay because they got their day in court, they were judged, and they were judged to be guilty of the crimes that they committed. So you'd be okay with that.
I said it would be justified in doing it, but I wouldn't support people going out and engaging in that because
Why?
I don't think it. Because morally speaking, I want people to do what is in their rational self-interest. And I do not think that it is within one's own rational self-interest to go get locked up in jail and then be used as an example by the powerful elite to push more fucking regulation.
But that keeps it to a self-interest versus a collective interest, right? If there's a large enough group of people who disagree with these things, right? It's like you kind of are disincentivizing people from gathering and like following through with their ideology. It doesn't have to be killing the people, but like to tell people that you like, but we know that, but yeah.
Most people are fucking have socialist axioms like you. So I don't think we're going to get a better world when the revolution's over. I think we're going to get more commie, socialist, warlord, authoritarian bullshit.
I'm not going to be the one leading the revolution, so you don't have to worry about that. But I'm just saying that like
I think you are fairly representative of like what normal people think. It's why I like having you on these panels because you're not an ideologue in terms of like libertarianism or communism or being like a conservative tribe. I appreciate your input here because it reminds me what the average American thinks in a lot of ways, and so like that's why I like you having here. And what I hear from you is exactly what I expect, unfortunately, which is that. You have a lot of socialist axioms that like you're not a libertarian. Obviously, you're not based off of private property rights. You're based off of a consequence system, and you have ideas that have been promulgated throughout our culture. And I think that if we push revolution now, you push the crisis. What do I think is the logical outcome of the crisis? Peep the name Fabian Liberty. But my channel has always been about incrementalism, right? So this shouldn't shock anyone. It's in the fucking name. Is that I don't think the boogaloo is going to solve any fucking problems. I think a bunch of people are going to die, and what the system gets replaced with isn't guaranteed to be any better, and I don't think is likely to be any better. Look, I think the state does a lot of unjustified things, obviously, but I think the most effective way to fight the state is not to try and cause chaos and turmoil because people in power love chaos and turmoil. They love to use that as an excuse to take rights away from you and to take more money away from you because most people, once the chaos and turmoil starts, are willing to give up civil liberties for safety and security. And so what I am saying is move somewhere and push in the local group. Get somewhere where you're more self-sufficient. get with a group of like-minded individuals, because the spiral is already started. I do think that we eventually get to the collapse, but I want more people to be in like-minded communities that work together, that are self-sufficient, that have the same ideals, that can actually meaningfully survive when that thing occurs, not people that are just off trying to push that collapse quicker because the status quo is bad, because I just don't think it leads to anything good.
I think where me and you disconnect, and this is just like a me thing, is like I'm doing my own thing. I am doing the self-sufficient thing. I am like moving, like building my community, doing and so forth. But I fucking can't. There's something in me. I can't get over that. Like I feel like this is a new thing. Like my fellow Americans are getting fucked over like continuously. And I just see that like it's like I feel like the average American is either in a place where they're so overworked or tired that they're ignorant. Most Americans are just fucking ignorant to everything that's going on. They're in this fucking loop, and I feel for them, right? And it's just like I can't be selfish like for much longer. Like I live within community.
Selfish. It's like I'm saying.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that our current system, unless it collapses, right, is democracy of the people, by the people, and for the people, and the people are retarded. Like
it's what it's supposed to be.
And so, like, if we like start popping off random people, all those fucking normies will absolutely outvote you when someone comes along and says, I'm going to stop the chaos. You just got to give me a little bit more power. It has happened
I get your point. Yeah, I get your
over and
point.
over and over again. And so what I'm saying is that the right solution to this is not to push the chaos. The right solution is to push that like-minded people collectively get together, to push philosophy, to teach people to try and wake them up.
Hasn't that been happening for decades in this country? And like we're just getting no result. I feel like it's getting worse. I feel like we collect, but like we get nothing done with the collection other than like we have a bunch of people who are talking to each other. Yeah, sure, but like nothing's happening.
Congratulations, you just stated the tragedy that is all of human fucking history. That has been our problem.
Yeah,
since we stopped being hunter gatherers.
Hold on. Sociologic. Don't give in this easy, right? Because you're
not.
not.
I'm listening.
You're not totally
I
wrong
like
here.
to listen.
No, you made a good point earlier. There's a reason why the libertarian movement has picked New Hampshire. It's because there is a government system in place, as opposed to what I just posted in Discord, which is like the largest area of unclaimed land in the world, Bir Tawil. Excuse my pronouncing or whatever it is. But basically, it's this area in Africa between Egypt and its southern neighbor where nobody claims it, and it's just totally lawless. You know why they don't start their little communes there? Because it is totally lawless, right? There's a reason why Texas fought against the revolution against Mexico, because guess what? We had the guns, we figured out the cause, we got behind something and we did it, right? There's a reason why the libertarians here, they can't find enough people principled to admit that they're not statists. And this is what they're arguing for, is statism. There has to be a line where eventually what you're saying, sociologic, is right. Where if you keep seeing what you see as injustice continuing and over, then violent like political violence is the option. And like I think the big disagreement is like maybe where like more Doobie and I disagree is what that line is, right? But like if you advocate for gun rights, then you can't have the take that Lactoids had the whole night, which is stability good, guns bad, because you actually don't care about gun rights. Because basically, then you're just over here bending over for the government. You don't have to admit that at some point, hey, the tyrannical government comes up, then maybe, you know what, that's my line, time for political violence. You know,
that's my debate tactic against
Lactoid.
I just have to get to the right of Lactoid, and I usually he becomes a leftist.
Yeah,
I learned
Lactoid,
it's the communism, bro.
It's me specifically. I feel
there's
like
one thing that he's been trying to impress on us is Lactoid can't stand
Prospera
guns.
exists. Okay, Prospera exists, and even though people aren't living there, people are fighting for it. As Corey Campbell brought up, Lieberland does exist. The reason nobody picks that area is because it's landlocked and there's almost no resources there. And it's kind of the same reason why people haven't.
It's actually a resource-rich area in Africa.
It's not. But nevertheless, Prospera does exist. Okay, there is an anarcho-capitalist community that has been growing.
Where?
Okay.
It's in Honduras.
So it seems like
It's mostly pharmaceutical research and like resorts. They grabbed a bunch of like resort land during like COVID because they were able to buy it up and they've been growing. You just go there. I mean, they have it's voluntary system. You have very minimal tax there. because that tax has to be paid to the Honduran government as part of like a UN contract deal. But they have rights over all self-governance, and it's all rights enforcement agencies. You pick out your insurance policy, and those are the laws that you follow.
Okay. That seems to be, and I have issues with some of the things that have been said, but I don't know if I have time to express all that and go back and forth. So we'll end the closed panel here. I'll stick around to see if people want to talk and have a bit of a conversation. But yeah, this has been great. First of all, to my audience, guys, if you've been enjoying this content, consider supporting it so that I can keep doing it. I do need your support. We haven't gotten much support today, so subs to the channel, give bits, or give subs if you're out there. Super chats, like if you ever are on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, are a great way because we can respond to whatever you say. If you want us to, if you want Corey to respond to something, they give to like to snap him out of his stupor. And get him to respond to something. Super chats are a great way to do that. So consider helping out the channel if you can. If you have Amazon Prime, Prime Gaming, consider using that to keep us up and running. So this is a help us out this month for our leaderboards. We have our friend Black American Mate at the top with 6 gifted subs. And it's not much. So you can also make it to the top of that board pretty easily. But consider helping out the channel any way you can. Thank you, Nubbins, for that 100 bits previously. Okay, so I'll give an outro to all you guys. But before then, okay, indulge me, okay? Indulge me very quickly, all right? So that show that I've been watching, Silo, is fantastic. And you all need to be on top of it. Look, Silo is it's wrapping up. It's like, so I've caught up now. And the last episode left is the season finale. It's coming out this week, so you'll have 2 full seasons to watch, and it is fantastic. Guys, check it out.
It's about.
Is there going to be a 3rd season?
Is it about corn?
There is a couple of things pinned, but there is
silos. Aren't silos the big ass things that they put corn?
Yeah, I'm just gonna def this real quick. There is, if you go in the Discord, I'll point it out after stream, Drake, or sorry, Drail L. There is a like a reading list that I have pinned somewhere on that I like suggest for like libertarianism, in terms of just like learning philosophy in general. Oh, it's hard to know where to start on that. If you're a neophyte, I wouldn't suggest this. If you have like a good concept and you're intelligent, I would suggest like listening to Leonard Peikoff's series. He has a whole philosophy series on objectivism, and it's amazing and it's great. And it's, you know, listening to him get really angry at like Kant and Hegel is really fucking funny. But yeah, you could start there. If you're a little bit like newer and like, you know, really just like need to start from the very, very beginning, I'd have to think about that. I'd have to think about like a true intro to like, you know, like personally, I really like Niemakian ethics, you know, like as like a fun thing, you know, and I also really enjoy, oh my God, now I can't think of it. The Roman emperor that started virtue ethics, or not started, but is like the modern concept of virtue ethics. Can't think of it right now. His like diary of like self-aspirational shit. Marcus Aurelius. What did he write? Jesus Christ. Someone in chat will know.
22. But then like the second season is about to start. Like it's imminent. It's gonna start soon. So it took 3 fucking years. So I want all of you to watch it, but specifically, right? I want to hear from Scott. Right? I want to hear Scott's opinion on it. He wasn't paying attention, so he might not know what I'm saying. And you're muted.
I know you're talking about Silo, but you want my opinion?
No.
After I
yeah, I know exactly. Because you didn't listen. Yeah. So Severance is the other one.
Super chat. All right, I muted the shit and started answering the question.
Okay. All right. Fine. Super chats for me too. Anyway, it's fine. It's whatever. So Severance is another
Scott
show.
answers his super chats. Whoa, that was
Severance
I've
is
never
another
not
show.
answered a single one within
And
the I didn't answer that stream, but I told her I wanted to give her a better one.
Yeah.
And you
Okay.
think
All
I
right,
give you a hard time,
goddamn,
Brian.
Scott. Got it. Sure. I want to hear your opinion on another show that I'm watching. I was saying Scott. Called Severance. And right, so I want to hear Scott, but more importantly, more than Scott, I actually want to hear Lactoid's opinion on.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, I know you never heard of it. I'm
Oh,
telling
you'd
you
love
right
it.
now.
Sick
But
show.
so Severance, fascinating show. It is about a group of people who are working in an office. But well, mysteries ensue. They are working on something, though we don't know what the purpose of that is. But the heart of the show is the severance. Now you think severance, maybe severance pay. That's not what it's referring to. Severance is referring to something very specific. And that's what I really want well, Scott's opinion and Lacto's opinion. So don't look it up, right? I actually want you guys to watch the show. Don't look it
Don't
up.
tell me that now. I already read like the.
Of course you did, because of course you did. I don't tell.
Who wouldn't?
Like that. But I don't like. Why? I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Let me guess.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't. No.
They sever part of you off or something. All right.
But
Go.
I wouldn't
Kind of.
look it up. I wouldn't look it up because I like to actually experience the show any which way. It doesn't matter.
Oh no, I watch
So
clips before.
what I want
everything.
to do, so I want to hear from like Lactoid specifically, right? For two reasons. Because in temperament and in profession, Lactoid is a shill for the bosses. And so I would be curious, right? Like what his thoughts are on this, because this show tests like what are the limits of what a worker, right, of what labor can consent to. I think for Lactoid, even more than Scott, right? You and I have had big disagreements about like what does it mean for a worker to consent, right? Like what does it mean for negotiations between an employer and employee, right? And how that can shake out. What are the limits of that, right?
Yeah.
I want you to watch the show and give me your opinion. What's your personal opinion about like the idea?
We should do a severance panel. Should watch it like a book club.
We will absolutely. Because I would spoil people, and I'm very big on not spoiling people. So I would want that, and I would want your legal opinion about severance, right? So two separate things: your personal opinion and your legal opinion if something like this happened. So if you just watch the first episode, you'll at least understand the concept, right? But if you watch more of the season, only 9 episodes in the first season, it'll start to like talk about the moral implications of the situation they find themselves in. The Office is kind of like I haven't read any of his work, but I think it's Kafka-esque. I think that's the way you would use that word.
I'm a fan of Kafka.
Yeah, so like I hopefully I'm using that correctly. So here's what I'm going to do for you, right? Because I love you all right? Like I am going to
It says only 9 episodes. You failed to mention each episode is between 40 and 57 minutes.
Is that a big deal?
That's about normal for an episode.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
That's
Whatever.
pretty standard for like a limited series. Or
See, I'm used to Aqua Teen Hunger Force. It's 10 minutes each. I just power through them.
It was the TikTok generation. That's what led it.
Fucking anime that's like 23 minutes. All right.
Is there subway surfers in the top that I can?
As everyone here knows, right? Prime has never broken a law ever, right? However, I have a friend who did break a law, and he sent me these links, right, to these places where some individuals can get their hands on these shows. So I put it in the group DM. Now, I didn't use these things, but my friend used these links.
I won't use them either.
I wouldn't. And I'm sure Lactoid wouldn't either. But there's some of you who are criminally minded, right? In the group, I don't judge. I kind of do, right? Because you're filthy criminals. But if you'd like, you can use those links to check out the show. So
I wouldn't download a car. I wouldn't download a movie.
Lactoid, we could talk.
I would definitely download a car
offline. We don't have to do it on stream. Because I don't want to spoil it for everyone else. Everyone else too. You should watch it. You should watch it as well, right? Because Severance is a really fucking good show. I love it. I'm only on the 5th episode so far. So I don't know, like the mystery hasn't.
You have to download anything at those links you posted? Because the one I posted, you don't have to download anything to use it.
So
if they're like torrents or something.
what you should do, whatever the legal option is available to you. All right. So anyway,
Just DM me something, Prime.
Okay.
Don't worry about it right this second.
All right. So we'll
DM
leave it
us,
there.
lady Fabian.
Which reminds me, Scott, did you look at the DM that I sent you on the 7th?
On the 7th? Oh fuck.
You can check that out. But anyway, so I'll give an outro to all these great individuals. We'll start with our friend. Yeah.
I gotta get on that. Sorry.
Yeah. No worries. No
I
worries.
actually have to get going.
Well, I'll start with Doobie then. Doobie, thank you for being here. I want to hear what your opinion. You're a boss, Doobie. I want to hear your opinion on severance too. What would you do if you had that power? Doobie.
Everyone except me, Corey, and Gibbs.
You guys don't own capital, and you don't. Well, Gibbs actually does Shipple Capital, so actually, him as well. But anyway, Doobie, thank you for being here, friend. You were great.
You don't give a shit about our opinions.
So much of the conversation was about you, Doobie. So I really appreciated that, and thanks for coming on. Hopefully, we can have you again next week.
Great. Talk to you guys later.
Talk to you later, friend.
Take care, Doobie.
Yep. And then let's go to Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you for coming through. Would love to have you again. I mean, I guess that's true. Yeah. Thanks, friend, for being on.
Yeah. So no, I appreciate you having me. I appreciate all of you talking to me. Definitely, I'm unfortunately not going to be able to power on through the open. I'm definitely it's time for bed, and I'm gonna be fully 100% next week. But you know, we're making it through. So really appreciate it. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Okay, thank you, friend. Next, Scott. Scott, still watch the show, even though you spoiled yourself because it's so weird. Why would you do that? So I don't understand that mindset, but you know, you and I disagree on lots of things, so it's okay.
Well, I'm not reading. I'm not like. It's not like I'm reading like fucking whole pages. I just read like the summary thing of like what the show is to see if I want to watch it. Like I don't fucking. My time is valuable enough to where I'm not going to be like, let me watch 3 or 4 episodes and see if
I am giving you the summary. All the things I'm whetting your appetite as we speak. You know, like, let me search for it. Okay, whatever, it's fine. But Scott, so I do want to hear your opinion on it later on. Actually, I'm curious. So you should also watch it. However you would do that, right? Yeah. Thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, appreciate it. I'm Scott, also known as Fabian Liberty. You can find me Fabian Liberty on X and YouTube. I'm on other platforms, but you know, this is primarily where I'm at. Anarcho-capitalist. Regarding the topic, obviously I don't want to like do like a whole big. I don't usually do like an outro thing or anything like that. I'm not gonna make any arguments or anything. I just want to say there's a great book by Sam Quinones, Dreamland: The True Tale of America's Opioid Epidemic. If you want to learn more about like all aspects of it, right? Like the Purdue Pharma, you know, the ads that were involved, the different legal cases, but also like understanding the opioid epidemic from like sociological perspective and like looking at like how doctors were affected and looking at like some of the crazy things like, you know, I think it was Mexican. It could be we'll say South American and or Mesoamerican gang, mafia, whatever. That were like going into suburban neighborhoods with little care packages of black tar heroin, and there's just like so much interesting things to learn about and get like a very more like full understanding of it. Obviously, it's a lefty because it's a sociologist writing it, but nevertheless, it's a good book that'll give you a lot of information on it. So you should read Dreamland by Sam Quinones.
Thank you so much. Next, our friend Corey. Thanks you as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me and having me. Always appreciated and grateful, and definitely appreciated that the topic from last week, we actually covered it this week. I think it was great, and like we spent I think 2.5 hours on it. So yeah, definitely a worthy topic. And I was glad I was able to get on my soapbox about intellectual property because yes, abolish intellectual property. It's stupid. It's bad, and in the case of the opioid epidemic, it has literally cost millions of lives. Okay, because The drug didn't need to exist in the first place. And it was literally created under false premises, and a monopoly was created under false and fraudulent premises. So yes, intellectual property, bad. And also ban football as well. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And Gibbs, Ali, Scott, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Glad to see you're feeling better. Hope the trend continues and you're 100% next week, Lactoid. And love you, Pry.
Same here. Thanks so much. Fuck, I was going to say something. But all right, thanks. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Prime Lactoid. I'm glad to see you're doing better. I second everything Corey said about the pharmaceutical. I'm not a big fan of the farm reps, the companies. They're bad. But more importantly, Lactoid, Corey, how do you guys feel about, potentially becoming the 51st state in Americans, right? No citizenship test. You just get to be part of the squad. How does that make you guys feel?
Lactoid doesn't have to fake it anymore.
That's when the fucking Canadian jokes will finally stop. Is when Canada is the 50th.
True.
It will never stop because it's literally now like everywhere. Lactoid can't get away from it. Not on Twitter, not anywhere.
There's no joking here. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Lactoid's Canadian. He lives in Virginia. Also, he's like 5'11". He keeps lying about being over 6 foot. We see through your lies, Lactoid. Okay, all right. But thanks so much. And finally, our friend Admiral Gibbs. Thank you, and for being awesome. Being extremely entertaining.
I'm glad that you enjoy the presents. I enjoy coming. It's always fun stuff. I'm Admiral Gibbs. Hopefully, in closing, we can one day convert Lactoid back to conservatism and away from his communist leanings and argue for statism. I would be nice because it's hard being the only conservative fighting for gun rights on all these panels. I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. I guess I'll stick around for some of the open here. Speaking of Lactoid's going to be on my show Friday. We're going to be having Debate Championship Series semifinals going down against Ico Rich. So it should be a good one. I'm excited. Hopefully he'll defend the right on that panel. So,
Fabian, I want to have a discussion one day. I'm trying to figure out where my political standings actually are, and you seem to know a lot of definitions. So if you're down to have a conversation one day, and we can definitionally figure out where I'm at. All right, cool. Hell yeah.
We'll do a political tier list together. How about that?
I'm down.
Instead of having a conversation about it, we'll go through every political ideology, and then we'll vote on the tier list, and then we'll create 2 tier lists and compare them.
All right, let's do it.
Okay. All right. So then I'll leave it there. I know some people got to drop off. I want to keep the panel going and let some other people in who wanted to join in, right? And Gambit's one of those people. He wants to say something quickly to the panel.
Yeah, he wants to give you thousands of dollars, Prime. He wants to give thousands of subs. That's what he's here.
Yes. No. So
join with video, Gambit. I can't. Oh, actually, never mind. It's too much work. Never mind.
Yeah. So, Prime. What I was gonna say is, and somebody was even saying this in chat while I was about to hit you up. I think it's okay for you to do a spoilers panel. I think you should set a date in the future and say, hey, we're going to talk about Severance on some random Tuesday in February. It gives people time that want to watch it. And then have a conversation about it. I'm interested because it just sounds like a lot of y'all care about the show. So I'd be interested just to hear. So, some people like spoilers. So, just saying that could be.
Okay.
Fire content could be a new show. Start a book club, or
I will send
show
you
club.
The links that only criminals use. So I'm not sure if there's any use to you, but now you have those links as well. But okay, yeah, this is an open space. We can talk. You want to? If you got to go, I know Lactoid, you have to go. So I'll see you later, friend.
Take care, Lactoid.
Feel better, brother.
Catch you guys later.
Yeah. See ya. So if others want to join in, you can as well. And our friend Gambit, of course, is going to get on camera. He's going to get on camera shortly, so that'll be great. Yeah. So
Ico, I think that's Ico that was saying.
Ico. Hey, great. All right. Yeah. So what do you guys want to talk about in this open open type panel.
Oh, I wanted to talk about something, and I think y'all are gonna assume I'm memeing, and I couldn't be more serious.
Don't worry, I get that a lot.
I'm ready for it.
Like
That's Gibbs's whole spiel.
So
yeah,
I was listening to y'all, and I was telling Prime I wanted to jump on, but I was like working out because I was trying to lose weight this year. So, I'm terrified when I hear things that happened on the panel. I think some of the things that Sociologic was saying, like to me, they hint at like white male school shooter vibes. And I feel like there's a lot of people who are like, I don't know, they intellectually come to a place where they think nothing can help. And like I heard Scott, I heard Lactoid, I heard a lot of people offer like suggestions.
Yeah.
And for about an hour, you kept saying, no, you guys are just saying do nothing because you're not saying go kill people in so many words. And like I think when I see people that seem defeated or however you might feel is best to describe your mental state right now, I think it's dangerous. And I think like I don't know what we do about people who fell into the hole you fell into, but I saw like a lot of laughing and stuff, and I see where we are with thoughts like yours, like being spoken as extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
So just before you do that, thank you, Sean, for the gifted membership on YouTube. Yeah, gifting one of Sean on YouTube. Thank you, Sean, for that. It's awfully kind of you. Go ahead.
Sociologic. I want you to speak for all white male shooters, by the way. Since
Right,
you
real
fell
quick.
in there.
Yeah, so like to Scott's point, I do feel like I am kind of like the general thought when it comes to like these, like in the panel. I do feel like I speak for the average man, the everyman. So for me, it's not so much that I advocate for the killing, right? Like Luigi should have went to jail. He got caught. He did a dumb thing. He killed someone. He should suffer the consequences of that thing and go to jail, which is like exactly what happened. And like, I don't think anyone should actually free him. But for me, right, like I can do my own thing. I can go work and be self-sufficient and all of that. The issue is I feel like we live in a country where everyone's supposed to like pay their fair share. I feel like we live in a system that we're bought into that like certain people get to avoid. So like for me, like I get it. Scott, like for example, hates taxes. I'm not so much that I hate taxes. I think people should pay the taxes in the country that they're living. I think if the taxes that we're paying like are used to actually benefit like the common citizens, it's fine. So for me, it's not so much like eat the rich, but it's like they won't even pay their fair share in taxes, and I feel like it won't benefit. Like it's not benefiting the greater people. While without us, they wouldn't be as rich as they are. And that's kind of like where I'm at. And I feel like right now we're in a point in time where the common man has no like tool to fight against the people who not so much that they're oppressing us, but it's just like they get away with kind of like insane bullshit. And that's where I feel like most people are at. It's not so much that I want like a killing rampage, but it's just like they get to avoid court, they get to avoid jail, they get to avoid taxes, and like I'm over here working and I have to pay taxes, and like if I do something stupid and I get caught, like I don't get to just pay off the judge, so on and so forth.
This is where I'll actually flip on you, right? Because you brought up like so earlier, right? Like I'm with you. I think there's a line. I think political violence is necessary sometimes.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I'm
I think you have to have
too,
guns. But then you sit here and you have the audacity to turn around and go, oh, that's because these guys aren't paying their fair taxes whenever they're paying like the major majority of taxes for the entire nation, like kind of thing. Like, all right. So this is maybe the issue that I think like people that have been arguing against this all night is that there's going to be a group of people with a perception of something that's not true that's going to kick off vigilante justice, and that's going to kick off a civil war or some other bad kind of thing. And there is some degree to that. And I will sit there and say, yeah. But I'm also going to sit here and say, just because you have a few crazies like this, right, that are going to kick off something due to perception, I need my 2A I need my guns because you know what happens when the government does something evil and we actually have to have a revolution.
Well, yeah, I'm not anti-gun.
Like, hold on. Like you say, you're like we're talking about self-sufficient. Like I'm actually, if I wanted to be, I could go on my ranch right now and I would never have to pay the government anything except for the taxes, right? Like I have water, I got electricity, I got oil, I got fucking cattle, I got crops. Like I could go out there.
You need people, man. You need people.
Right,
You need
sure.
people.
And I have
doesn't
people.
matter.
We have staff, and like in their family or their family friends. Like if we wanted to become the Republic of Gibbs tomorrow, in theory, like we could go and make our little nation state or city state or whatever on my right. Like but like yeah, I agree. You need people, and there is a point where there's violence. But whenever you sit here and say the violence is necessary because checks notes, rich man not paying enough taxes. Come on,
wait.
bro.
If I can't sit here, I can't
break.
sit here and give every single reason why I feel like people are. I'm going to the easiest and most accessible reason, which is like at the very least, like Americans are like, yo, I'm making $45,000 a year, and like I don't even get the 40. Wait, and I don't even get that. Wait, and I don't even get that 45. Right? They're getting like 30 of it, like 35, whatever it may be, because X amount.
Imagine how a millionaire feels.
So people are feeling fucked.
Imagine how I don't know if the tax numbers off the top of my. Yeah, okay, but let's just imagine how a millionaire feels. I don't know what the tax numbers are off the top of my head, right? I'm not like fucking H&R Block, but let's just sit here and go, hey, if a millionaire is getting 40 to 60% or 50% or 38% or however they want to clip it, because now we got to.
It should just be their fair share. I don't think it has to be any
what is their fair share? What is their? Because you're going.
If I pay 15, they pay 15.
Oh, you want a flat tax?
I mean, I'm not really like opposed to that.
So you want a flat tax? Oh man!
Is that bad? Is that bad that I do something wrong? I'm not. Listen, guys. I'm not a tax expert. I'm not a tax expert. Did I say something like crazy?
You want a flat tax?
Hey,
no. For me, if you ask me, I think it should just be like. I don't think an income tax works. I think the sales tax would probably clear things up. But anyways.
Basically you're everything I advocate for all the time. Come on over here.
I told you I'm not a leftist. I told you I'm not a leftist. But anyways, is anything I said crazy, or is it like does it just seem fair?
So this is what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say what you said is extremely beneficial for rich people. And
wait, which part?
If you told me I had an inescapable 15% flat tax, I would vote for it. Well, I wouldn't vote for it because it tear the country up, but it'd be favorable.
You would vote for it. Come on, Papa. You vote for it. You'd be right there next to me in line.
I mean, I don't want to sit here and be like tax 85%.
I generally care about my fellow American. I wouldn't vote because I think that would make what Sociologic was saying earlier more likely, that we'd have like people like trying to just commit stochastic terrorism, right? So I wouldn't do it on those.
If it was a flat tax, why does that work? I actually don't understand. I don't get it.
So, let me just say, right? So,
big fan of flat tax.
So listen, there is a very select, very small group of people, right? I'm talking a couple hundred people in this country, okay, that they basically don't have any income whatsoever. They have wealth and assets. They turn all of their income into property that is like resistant to
it's all
inflation.
debt. They're in debt constantly.
Right. Then they go to a bank and they get a loan based off their own assets.
Yeah.
Right. And they pay some level of taxes off of that, but they don't pay. They pay like they pay roughly what like the lower middle class pays. Okay. Now, I understand what you mean when you say those people ought to pay their fair share. There's two problems with that, right? One, I'll get into in a minute, but two, you can't tax wealth. And the reason you can't tax wealth is because it would destroy the economy. Like it would utterly destroy it would be like impossible to tax wealth. Because if you tax unrealized gains, right, like it gets taxed when people pull it out in money, and they get taxes to a certain degree on the loans. Now, if you want to tax, if you want to say to pay my fair share in taxes, we should tax people that take out multi-million-dollar loans from taxes as a form of like income off of other things. That is one way you could say the wealthy aren't paying their fair share. But you need to understand that in terms of the overall tax burden, that's not even 0.001% increase in tax revenue. the overwhelming majority of people that aren't like those 400 or 1,000 people that are like millionaires or people that like, you know, multimillionaires, they pay more in taxes as a proportion of their income than anybody else. The top quintile, which is like the top 20%, they pay a
Prime, you're the
majority-
counter. Is this true?
Right. The top
Absolutely, this is
20%.
I don't
pay
have
a
the
maj-
information. I'm listening
Hold on.
here.
Hold on. The top 20%, right? So you know the 80% of people are less wealthy than them, right? Or right? They pay a majority of all taxes. So for all the taxes that the top 20% are paying, it changes from year to year, but it's somewhere between like 52 to 60% of all of the tax revenue. The bottom 80%, so that's all the poor people, that's all the middle class people, that's all the upper middle class people. All of them combined pay less than half of all the taxes in the country. And if you want to go by marginal propensity to consume versus marginal propensity to save, right? So that is when you get $1, what percentage of that dollar do you spend on something, right? And that what you will notice is that the bottom quintile has a marginal propensity to consume above the level of 1.0, which is for every dollar that they earn, they spend more money than what they earn because they also get they also get welfare, temporary assistance for needy families, you know, subsidies in some form. Now, yeah, there are tax subsidies for the billionaires. There are problems with our tax code for sure. And there are that like 1,000 or 2,000 at like the highest group of like people like Elon Musk or people like George Soros or Jeff Bezos, right? That have like teams of lawyers and shit that aren't quote unquote paying their fair share, whatever that means, right? And if we can give a quick definition for fair share, which is paying the same percentage as the people that aren't in that fucking category but are still in the top 20%.
Which you guys all yelled at me for.
Right, but recognize
it's
the
different.
problem is that's like 0.00 or like 0. That's not even a large fraction of 1%.
Would it be?
So,
Also, I didn't yell at you. I was happy about your proposal.
I want to
Big
jump in on this. Sure. So, I agree with a lot of what Scott said.
Everything I just said is descriptively true. Everything I said is fact. You have to agree with like basically everything.
Yeah, I agree with Fabian right now.
Oh my God, Scott!
We all
Please,
agree.
please.
All sorts of
I'm not.
things.
The point isn't. I wasn't trying to fight you. Okay, all right, please.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying like I didn't give opinions in that. I was just giving like how it works.
Yeah. So there's lots of things that I would have a problem with a flat tax. So a flat tax is considered regressive, right? Or regressive tax, meaning it'll hurt like the poor more than the rich. In a sales tax,
not hurt. It just means that it takes more of their relative income.
Hurt. So, but anyway, because think about it, right? So 15%, let's say you make $30,000, 50% of $30,000 is a bigger proportion than 15% a person makes 30 million, right? Like of your wealth. So that's why we generally don't tax people the same.
Isn't it already like fucking 20% or something?
Is a regressive tax.
No,
I mean, it depends.
No,
Well, the lowest tax bracket is 0.
The top tax bracket is 40%, pretty much, bro.
Yeah,
it's incredible
right now,
the difference in the bottom and top tax bracket.
No.
Yeah,
I was saying like
tax bracket is like 2.
No, I was saying like the average American, aren't they like already paying like 15 or whatever percent like X out like
I don't know what the marginal tax rate is for them.
It depends.
But it's probably
if you're only talking about income tax, right? But you have to think about there's property tax, there's sales tax, there's state tax.
I'm trying to be real simple, real quick.
There's
just
inflation. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of taxes. Most Americans are paying close to half of their wealth, and the average American is paying, over half of all.
I don't think that's true.
Tax.
I don't know if
that's not true, Scott.
It is if you count inflation as a tax.
If you count inflation as a tax, I don't think most people would. But like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So beyond
too much taxes.
That's all I know. On the left, right? So Ali, I know you're not on the left. You say you're not a leftist, so it's fine, right? But like on the left, we want progressive taxes, and that like they get higher as you go up in income, right? But
Mhm.
we have tax brackets, right? Like you heard the concept of tax brackets, like so, like
Yeah.
from 20,000, if you make 20,000 a year to 100,000,
Yeah,
that's
I
one.
understand the basic concepts of it. Yeah.
No, yeah, I understand. Yeah. So there's tax brackets. People on the left, like me, would say, for instance, there's not enough tax brackets. So my friend Gambit here, right? He's in a very high tax bracket, not exactly sure, but very, very high, right?
Good.
Yes.
He
I'm in the
should
same
be
tax bracket with Elon Musk, which is why everything Prime is about to say is right.
Small and good for you, brother. I hope you make more money.
Exactly. But no. But here's the problem, right? So he is in a certain tax bracket. Let's say he makes 200,000 a year, right, or 400,000 a year. He's in that same bracket as Elon. However, like, is it fair for a person making 400,000 a year to be taxed as much as the richest man in the world, right? We would want to break it up to have multiple tax brackets where you can fairly tax the people above. When you have just one big tax bracket like that has all those people, basically it turns people of Gambit's status, right? People who are successful, relatively successful within our economy, right? It makes them have common cause with billionaires, because like I don't want to have my taxes raised. You said like raise the taxes on the rich, but like I actually don't make billions of dollars, right? So if you're trying to target Elon, you're actually also targeting me. So it makes it even harder to have that.
Okay.
We had a tax bracket for the billionaires and for like the 100 millionaires, right? We could then properly have our tax policy target them and get that kind of revenue. Now, so there is that part. Now, where Gambit probably disagrees with me is that my purpose for taxation is different, right? It's not simply raising revenue for me, but it's actually controlling the accumulation of wealth.
Wealth, yeah.
I think that and I've said it many times before, that the increased concentration of wealth that we have in the billionaire class is literally toxic to our democracy. That's why I say that there shouldn't be billionaires. Not because like I hate the number of like 1 billion. I'm talking about that the more concentration of money, right? The political sphere bends to that money.
Yeah.
Right. Like
Of course.
politicians respond more to people who have $1 million than they do people who make $50,000.
But hold on, Prime.
And by orders of magnitude more of billionaires, right? The amount of power they have within our government, within our society, actually threatens the functioning of a democracy.
Well, hold on.
That's why I would do that. But
You know what? Hold on.
That's
You know what?
why- that's
Also,
why Prime
hold on.
wants to ban unions.
But well, okay, we can come back to that. I don't know where that's going, but listen, I'll tell you something. Hold on. You know what?
We'll come.
I do want to get money out of politics. That'd be fine.
We'll come back to the unions thing, but I want to hold on, Prime. This is something else that lacks. That I think that Ali has kind of hit the nail on the head on, which is personal accountability. We talk about this a lot here, right? And I'll tell you what, this is why he instantly came to the idea of a flat tax, is because the idea fair share. Just because 30% of your $1 is a lot to you, 30% of my $1 may be less to me, doesn't change the fact it's still 30%, right? Just because, these guys have more, whatever, cool. Well, these guys also probably work 120-hour weeks. They're probably on the clock when they're sleeping. If you get a call from Singapore, they got to wake up and take the call from Singapore. With my business.
People do that.
Sure, and most of those people,
they're not billionaires.
Are rich, right?
Not all of them. No,
oh, sure, a lot of them are though. But hold on. I let you give your whole spiel there, just real quick. Okay, I'm not quite as wealthy as maybe GSU or here, who are in the same bracket as Elon, but I would wager, based off just like what I do know of, that I probably have more like land, right? Like I'm like more land rich than other people. That doesn't mean I'm rich because my margins are lower. Sure, cool, right? So when I'm sitting here and I'm getting fucked because I'm paying 30-40% tax and I'm trying to come up with ways to write this shit off and hide my money and doing all shit, and I've got 2 different accountants working on all my shit, and I have to hire a fucking specialist on top of that. That's ridiculous, right? That I'm having to do this all because I'm paying 30%. And then I go look over at Sally, who's fucking living off her welfare, not having to fucking pay anything, smoking rocks and knocking up babies, popping out babies, and like you're acting like I'm joking, but I know 10 of these bitches from my hometown, and it's cool. Well, cool. But guess what they can do as a billionaire? They can be like Elon and build a fucking compound for him. I'm not worried about them babies. I'm worried about crackhead Sally down the road. I'm worried about fucking Lupita over here that's fucking like sick as fuck, railing cocaine at the strip club, and then coming home and like popping out 6 kids living off government assistance. I'm mad about that. I'm fucking mad about cracking. I'm mad about that, and I'm sitting here, and Ali hits the nail on the head because instead of all of us paying all these different 50 percentages and me having to come up with a fucking 2 different people with like masters in accounting to come up with loopholes for me to get out of paying shit because it's outrageous how much I have to pay as a landowner. Oh, lordy, and a rancher who's getting fucked. Like Ali goes, why don't we simplify that? And why does everybody who works just pay the same amount? Holy shit, it's real appealing to somebody like me. And guess what? Everybody's got to hold up their end of the bargain. And I get why people like Prime doesn't like that because it is regressive. But maybe fairness should be a value in and of itself. Everybody being held accountable should be accounted for be something valuable.
So the thing to understand about taxes, right? Obviously, I want the tax rate to be 0 for all taxes. Fuck the government, right? But I again understand that not everybody is going to follow that line of logic. But one thing that you do have to recognize, right, is that every single tax that you institute is a disincentive against the behavior that created that money to begin with, right? So if I have a tax against billionaires for like a specific new tax bracket against billionaires, then we're going to disincentivize people to want to become billionaires. If I have a cigarette tax on cigarettes, then we're going to disincentivize people to smoke cigarettes. We're going to disincentivize companies to produce cigarettes. It doesn't matter. No matter if I have a tax,
we have a tax on those things, and it doesn't do either of those.
That doesn't, like
yes,
I can.
Does. That's
your
just
other
factually
examples.
true.
Your other example is fine, right? Like on cigarettes, like that disincentive to making cigarettes. I hear you, right? But on billionaires, right? Like there's no disincentive to want to make more money. There's
There absolutely is. So it's like, listen, there absolutely is. So we can take it from the cigarette perspective, right? If I make cigarettes 10% cheaper, there's some amount of people that will go, 10% more expensive, right? Via a tax. There's some amount of people that will go, cigarettes are just too fucking expensive. I got to quit. I'm done. And then there's some people that the 10% increase is like, I love cigarettes or I'm addicted to cigarettes. I'm going to keep smoking cigarettes. It doesn't matter that you taxed it. Similarly with let's say if you had a bracket for billionaires, there's some level of drive that people have to make that much money. And if you increase the tax at that level, there's some people that are gonna want to make even more and more money, and then there's some people because making more money requires more effort. It just does. And so if that money is smaller, no, listen. If this is just factually true, you can't like this is undeniable.
It's not though. It's not though. But I'll deal with it after you're done.
Let me finish. Yeah. So if you have $1 billion, right? If I'm making $900 million a year, right? And I want to grow my business, and there's a tax that the government has that says once you get over $1 billion, we increase your taxes by, let's say, 50% higher taxes. There's going to be some people that are like, there are going to be some people that are going to put in 80, 90 hours of work to get to that level. And then that new tax is going to be like, I'll put in 70 hours. Like they're not going to stop trying to compete because they're already way at the top. They're not going to stop trying to make money. But the thing is that the more you tax anything, it will always have a downward pressure, some level of. That doesn't mean that people don't still try to do it. That means that the amount of effort or that the amount of people in aggregate or the amount of like that will decrease. It's the same thing with a property tax. If you increase property taxes tenfold, right? Some people are going to be like, "Fuck it, I don't want to be a homeowner. I'll just rent." Or they might buy a tiny home instead of a bigger home because they don't want to deal with the extra property tax. Every single solitary tax that you put into the economy is a disincentive towards the behavior that leads towards that tax, because that tax is a punishment. That doesn't mean that like it's purely punishment for it, but it does mean that there's some level of punishment associated. So the more you talk about taxing wealthy people, the more you talk about taxing certain brackets higher and higher, you must understand that you're always putting a disincentive, a downward pressure on things that make people money. And in a capitalist economy or capitalistic economy, that is destructive towards growth.
I have my
So hold on. So Scott, all right. I think what you're saying is true at lower income levels. I think the amount of grit and personal will and blah 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 that you put into working, it affects the increase on your income the lower you are on the totem pole. The person who makes 800 million and the person who crosses 1 billion, it's different in market forces in their investments. And it's not necessarily tied directly to what their human ingenuity is being centered around every day. So like, I disagree with you on the principle that people are going to stop at 999 million, because that's not real. That's not realistic.
That's not my claim.
No.
My claim
is
that
no. Wait. I'll let you talk.
Well, what about capital gains, GSU? Like, what about capital gains? Like, how does that fit in what you're saying? Like, if I own land, GSU,
let him finish, because he hasn't actually addressed my claim.
Yeah. All of that is my point, Gibbs. So, like, if I'm making 700 million a year because my investments are fucking amazing, and next year one of the companies puts out some great new invention that dramatically increases the stock price, so now I cross into a net worth billionaire. It's not that it was something specific that I was doing in my day-to-day that caused me that super rise in income. And when you get to higher and higher incomes, that's how these things exist. So this tax that you're saying
GSU,
is going to... Hold on. I'm almost done. I'm really almost done. So this tax that he is saying is going to decrease people's work output is just not true based off that foundation.
No, it's two things. So
I got a different objection.
What I said is actually true. It just is. Okay, if you punish additional wealth more, you are going to have some form of downward pressure on behavior that leads to the.
I'll give you an easy example.
You can't disagree. It's just factually true. Like you could just say, well, they won't. Well, yes, they will. Like it is like you have to arrive there praxeologically.
No, you're saying the same thing in the opposite direction.
No, you're denying.
I'm just telling you. I just told you why I disagree. You just said it as a statement of fact.
It is a statement of fact, but again, the second thing, let's say it's purely an investment strategy and it's not in any way, shape, and output and effort. You're still going to have a pressure on the types of investment strategy that occur, because if you overwhelmingly punish a higher bracket, then what you're going to get is people that are close to that bracket are going to invest in more high risk, high reward type of scenarios as opposed to more stable growth, because they're going to be incentivized in such a way that they're like, look, if I invest in something risky while I'm really, where I already have a ton of money anyways and I lose, that sucks. But if I win, I get a fuck ton and it's worth it. But if I do something that's a slow burn that's stable, I'm just going to not make that much money when I break into the new thing. So in order to do it, I need to break into the stratosphere. And so you're going to incentivize risky investment strategies as opposed to stable investment strategies.
Did you explain that? I don't understand what you're saying there.
Right, like if I make 999 million and there's
I got a big objection to this as well, for totally different reasons.
Wait, hold on, Fabian. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm just trying to ask you a clarifying point. Earlier, you said that this is true if we increase the top tax bracket by 50%, which is something that Prime would do, which is disgusting. But let's be reasonable people here, not like Prime. Most of the tax brackets have 4 to 5% difference in this. If we created a tax bracket after I can't remember if it's 500 or something thousand or 600 or 1,000, whatever it is, we created a tax bracket after that, and we put another additional 4 or 5% and created a new tax bracket. Do you think that does all these things that you're saying?
It absolutely does. It just obviously is going to have way less of an impact, right? Like I use the extreme example to highlight it, but the fact of the matter is,
I think you used the extreme example because that's the only way it works.
Can I give you a not as extreme example? Can I give you a not as extreme example?
It's simpler to see that way. It is a fact. It's just like if you raise minimum wage, right? If you raise minimum wage by $1, right? Like not a large amount. There is over enough calculations in the market, there will be some job loss. It is inevitable that there will be some job loss. And the reason, well, actually, it's not inevitable that there will be some job loss. It's inevitable that there will be downward pressure, right? But like we could raise it by 1 cent and there would still be downward pressure. You just might not actually see, it might be so statistically small that it like doesn't have any measurable impact. But if we raise minimum wage by $1, you're going to see some job loss. You're just gonna.
So you think a person like me is saying, I'm going to lose 40% of my next dollar, so I don't want more money? That's what you think is happening?
That's not what I'm saying.
Can I try a different tack?
That's 100% what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is it's not a conscious thought that someone goes, I'm going to lose 40% of my next dollar, so I'm not even going to try to make it. What I'm saying is it has a downward. No, it's a downward pressure.
Can I try a different way, Fabian?
The growth is definitionally less valuable, and so because it's definitionally less valuable, there's slightly less, or if it's a huge tax,
it's less valuable.
But grit.
Valuable.
Let me try a different way. Let me try a different way. Just let me jump in here. All right. This is why I asked about capital gains grid, right? So I deal with this a lot with the ranch, right? Like this is a thing I deal with every fucking year, right? For example, so when I bought a piece of property recently, it had a homestead on there, which we tore down, but it also had, for the workers, it had like guest homes. They had bathrooms, it had like the bedroom, it had cable TV, it had, all the necessities, water, it had electricity, right? Well, I ended up sitting here getting the value for it. And after a year, I wanted to sell this property. Now, all potential buyers for this property love that it had these guest houses or these like the workers' houses. However, it ended up being more beneficial for me to go and tear down these properties than sell it and have the capital gains come and fuck me. Because if I had had a developed property, now this actually happens every time I own a property for over a year. Say I they build a windmill out there, right? That could either decrease the property value or increase it depending on like your rights with the company, right? Like if I get power from the windmill, then that could be a whole different situation, right? But every time I build something on my property, say I build like a stable, or say I build sheds, the house equipment out there, whatever, that increases the property. Then when I go and sell it, the government takes a huge cut. Now I'm not actually making any money from this because my investment was so high and it was spread out
to the land. Don't make it a permanent fixture to the land. Build it on a base.
Well, that doesn't work sometimes, brother.
Oh
yeah. Like listen, I can't.
Not every building can be a mobile home.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason why the immigration issue is big with me is because they're destroying fixed like in place fixtures, right? They're like, this is like stuff that gets damaged. They're killing cattle. Like, so when I go and try to sell this land, and say, for example, they rezone it in like Justin, Texas. I have some land like that's in like the Fort Worth, Dallas area, right? It's in between with the Metroplex, and now they want to rezone it. Now that land's worth way more. Now I have not even able to use that land anymore because I have cattle. I don't have any rent like things. So if I sell it, it's just a hickey, right? Because this capital gains comes in and just fucks anybody with any kind of land that they've owned for any long time. And like y'all go, oh well, it hurts. It helps us pay this fair share for this portion of like the class. But in reality, the people that are getting fucked are your ranchers, your farmers who like own land, invest in their properties, and then when they do eventually sell portions of it, they're the ones fucked because they only got like minimal return year over year because the margins are so high and every cost of investment is real high, and then like say I own a tractor, it depreciates wildly.
You might build more shit when you sell.
Exactly. That's exactly true.
Guess what happens if there was more homes? Is the home?
I farm coastal on my land. You know what coastal is?
Help the poor.
So for most of my ranch, I farm coastal. You know what coastal? It's fucking grass. You know why? Because it's cheap. And if I started farming other crops, specific crops, that raises the value of the land when the tax man comes and they appraise it. And guess what? Now it's whatever, and they'll come and fuck me hard on taxes if I'm raising like I don't know corn.
But you're also going to make more money off those crops that you're.
No, it won't. You know how expensive coastal is to sell? Like coastal is just like any other farm product. If they have a year where there's no fucking hay or grass or hay bales, I fucking make a shitload of money on coastal. Other years I make pennies on the dollar.
Hold on, wait. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. You're saying that your value will appraise to more if you put other crops that are the
because
same
you have to
value
build.
as what you raise now.
Yeah, because you have to build certain infrastructure for the crops.
Wait,
You understand what I'm saying? Like, so, like,
No,
say I
I
wanted
don't.
to. So, okay, so like, say I wanted to, like, have like a cornfield, right? Or I maybe not a corn. I don't have to do a corn wall, but like tomatoes or something. You're gonna have to build, like, you're gonna have to go out there, and I'm gonna have to build, like, basically the little vineyard things to hold the tomatoes, to hold a certain shape, so that they grow the like whatever. That all increases the value of the land, as opposed to if I just leave it grassland and never develop it at all. I could just sit here and sell and make probably about similar amounts on selling grassland that I roll up in a fucking hay baler.
Why would
I
they
ever
appraise
make?
it higher if it's similar in output?
Because it's because the infrastructure
So
and the infrastructure.
The more he puts, the more he builds on the land, right? The higher the taxes go up. And so when he sells it, he's making the same profit, which is usually just breaking even. And so it's a disincentive to him building anything on the land and then selling it, which means that less things get built.
No, wait, Fabian, I'm not.
We need tomatoes.
Wait. Hold on, wait, Gibbs. Wait, Fabian. It's not that I don't understand that part of it. I don't understand the appraisal itself. If these things produce equal value, but it doesn't matter because those are expenses to the income that you would make.
Okay, let me
which
try.
Means it's a decrease in profit.
So let's just use like tomatoes. Let's use tomatoes like I just used, right? So if I built like greenhouses instead of doing whatever and put them on my land, right? They could use whoever comes in. They go, oh, I have the option to build like plant any of these crops. Some of them more profitable, some of them less, right? Based off their needs, and they all work for the greenhouse. Versus they show up to my land and I haven't built anything. They go, their only option is to build the coastal. Thus, by building the infrastructure, it's worth more because it's like
Understood.
Yeah,
100% understand. Appreciate that.
So, yeah. So I have a different view of these things.
Yeah, because Prime, you're unreasonable. Prime, just be reasonable, bro.
No,
I'm gonna tax 99% for everybody over $100, so effectively they won't be able to exist in my Prime. No, it's not reasonable.
It would.
There's no such thing as a reasonable tax.
Sure. So as at the billionaire level, right? You could still make hundreds of millions of dollars. That could still come in. However, right, like every dollar above like your billionaire status, like would be taxed at, I don't know, 60%.
But nobody has a billion in income.
Sorry, what?
They don't have billions in income, though. They have billions in wealth.
Oh, sorry, no, did I say I didn't say a billion income. I said above your billion, but I didn't say billion. I don't think I said billion income.
So
anyway,
wait, you tax wealth?
Wait,
you're talking about taxing wealth?
No. I said, sorry. Maybe I expressed this incorrectly. Sorry, hold on.
You did.
Talking about taxing income, all right? And at a certain amount, like you get taxed, like on your billionth dollar, above like at 60% or so, right? Like or whatever.
We just want to understand that statement.
But hold on,
we're just trying to understand that statement.
No, hold on.
No, you don't understand why we're missing you. I'm asking you a question. I'm not trying to argue with you.
I know. I just hold on. I just want to get.
What is $1 billion? That's not income tax.
Sure.
Nobody makes $1 billion.
Don't. Okay. That's not what I. That's. Okay. I'll talk about it later. It's fine.
Okay.
I'll talk about it later.
Okay.
But I want to get my point out. Fuck. What was I going to say?
I'm sorry.
I
you
want
just
to
got taxed on your conversation.
It's fine. Like we can talk about it in a second. I want to talk about what our friend Scott was saying in terms of effort, right? So I agree with what Gambit was saying, that like effort comes in the lower brackets. That's where it really matters. when you go to the stratospheres of the 100 millionaires, right, then into the billionaires, there's a point where like the human being isn't doing so much more work, or work that is so much more valuable or so much more ingenious, that in itself earns them that money, right? Like it is a combination of investments, of connections, of maybe government protections,
But
right? Like
that labor
all
is more
these.
valuable. That's why they make more money.
I don't I don't look at it that way. No, actually I
Well,
don't. But hold on.
think about it like this. Okay.
The market proves
Yeah.
that it is.
Sure, if you
What's
worship
your
the market,
question?
then
All right,
yes, I guess
I'm
that
trying
makes
to
sense
understand
to
your
you. But I
question.
don't.
What's your
But
question?
it's not even a question. So I'm just like responding. So I that work isn't so much more valuable that it makes a billionaire, but even more to the point what I was going to say, right? Because I believe implied, right? Even though you may not express it this way, or maybe you do, I don't know. But I think implied in your statement, talking about, well, if you tax, you disincentivize like the actions that got that money, right? That you are taxing, right? Like it disincentivize. Like when talking about billionaires, it implies that the work they do is positive for the economy, is useful work. And I would argue that oftentimes it isn't, right? Maybe it was useful in the building of whatever company they were making, right? And in that pathway, they became millionaires, right? Like small digit millionaires, single digit millionaires, right? Double digit millionaires, even maybe a triple digit millionaire. They that was the useful work. But beyond that, the extra wealth doesn't come from necessarily useful work. Maybe it comes from entrenching themselves, right? Like you talked about yourself, Scott, in terms of like getting government protections, right? And so that inculcating their billions and raising it. Maybe it comes from squeezing out competitors. Maybe it comes from all kinds of things. But actually, I resist this idea that it's necessarily useful. So when I'm talking about,
let me break it down for you.
Okay.
Right. So I agree. So when there are two ways that you can make money, in a business, right? Fundamentally, the way number one, which in a market economy, right? So it doesn't necessarily need to be capitalist, but just in any market economy, the way that you make money is either A, you provide goods and services that other people value. Right. Whatever that whatever that service is, whatever that, property that you're selling, you're providing the service of selling, right? Whatever. And then B is that you use your money and influence to gain state protection, to inculcate your position, against competitors. Those are the only two ways to make money in a business. Every action can essentially be put into those two categories. Now, I agree with you that when you're talking about billionaires, or when you're talking about 500 millionaires, right, or you're talking about like giant corporations, that they're almost all of them are doing both, right? And I do agree that to what extent they're doing B instead of A, that money is a net negative on the economy, on growth, on the citizenry, on everything, like on liberty, right? Like every dollar they spend, every time they try and get favorable laws to inculcate themselves and give themselves monopoly protection from the state, is wrong. But so I agree with you on that. Like I am talking purely in a pure capitalist sense, right? Where option B doesn't exist. Right, where option B doesn't exist, where only option A exists, where the only way that a business can make money is through the goods and services that they sell or purchase or investments, right? Which is kind of a good or a service. So if B is taken off of the table, then the more money they make is proven to be more valuable labor. It is proven to be such. And the reason it's proven to be such is because it provides more value. It gains more money, right? So like even though it's you can say like, well, there's no more value to like a billionaire or a big business investing $100 million and it comes on to a return of like 8% in some business investment. All they did is put money somewhere, to fund some company, and they got like 8% in a year, and like inflation was, let's say, like 2.6%. But it's like, but that's actually not true, right? Like it is absolutely true that the labor that put them into the position to be able to make that large investment and to make that investment is more valuable than some form of labor that like nets some wage slave $32 an hour. Like it simply is more valuable, and the market is showing that it's more valuable. I agree that billionaires do crazy, evil shit with regulatory capture and use the government to punish businesses and buy off politicians. But the answer to that isn't to tax the billionaires more. The answer is to take away the billionaires' power to gain influence in gaining influence in the state to regulate the market, so that it frees up the market for their competitors, which means that they'll only stay billionaires if they're providing goods and services better than their competitors. Because if their competitors come in and they can provide things cheaper, higher quality, or whatever,
It's not your birthday. Said the
we
no
can hear
birthday
your
man.
birthday thing, Admiral Gibbs.
Gibbs.
Oh my God, Gibbs.
Right, so like that's what I'm saying. So like I agree with you that like there.
I don't
there's all
know what
those
that
stuff,
was.
but I'm talking about like in theory, right? Like in theory, in a capitalist market, that other option isn't available. I do agree that other option is available, and a ton of businesses utilize that option. But the answer isn't tax them more. The answer is get rid of that option.
So I'm not talking about taxing. Well, maybe you actually may met
That's
the,
been the general
the
conversation
CEOs.
about like
So no, I
option doesn't
thought you
really
meant.
matter.
What I thought you meant like was taxing the businesses. I wasn't talking about taxing the business. I was talking about the CEO. Maybe you were talking about that. Like taxing the billionaire themselves rather than.
Yeah, I mean, like,
but,
well, I mean, we can use the same is true interchangeably, right? Like, it doesn't matter whether or not you're talking about the CEO's tax rate versus the business as a whole's tax rate, right? The business as an entity is made up of the labor of everyone in the business, and the pyramid structure of those that make more money tend to have more decision making power, and therefore their labor is more valuable.
Well, no, well,
but
the
increase, the increase in wealth isn't tied to this individual business, and it's most likely passive income. There's a point that you reach, which for my retirement accounts, not my after tax accounts, but my retirement accounts last year grew by more than I invested, right? And as you take somebody like Jeff and Elon and this, there's no way they can make more than what their investments are going to make in a single year. So their increase in wealth is tied to their previous activity, mostly, not their current active activity. It's very rare for them to probably generate more income than what their investments are going to grow in passively year over year. So this like downward pressure that you're talking about, it just doesn't exist.
If it's so, your claim requires you to believe that businesses and investment strategy will not change no matter how we increase the tax rate. You disagree with it, right?
No. What I'm saying is, if you live in Prime's universe, I get on your side somewhat, because you're now just stealing money from people. But if you do the progressive tax rate that we have with the percentages that we have, and you create one new tax bracket or two new tax brackets, I'm saying that I don't think that would create downward pressure.
Okay.
I think there's a range. Yes, go ahead.
Let's say we create a new tax bracket and it's, let's say, a 4% increase, right? Do you think, yes or no, that will change investment strategy?
I really don't.
So you think that there would be zero change in investment strategy if we changed the tax structure and made them pay more taxes?
Yes, I think there will be. Well, okay. So I don't want to say zero, right? But I think it would be so infinitesimally small that it's ridiculous to talk about it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So that's fine, right? So by saying that, you recognize that there is a downward pressure.
I gotta go, guys. It's
that
been
it
fun.
does
I'll
change
hopefully
behavior.
see you next Monday.
You just
Have a good
think
one.
that the behavior change is worth it because you believe that it will have a very small change on the behavior.
No, because what I was doing is cowardice. I actually don't think it would change anything. I'm just not willing to say zero. But like there's that to deal with. But
so that's a wild claim. Right?
If I had to bite the bullet, I'll say no.
But, right. So you believe that the people that like the quants and like the hedge funds and that like that like ARK Investments is going to stay exactly the same in all of their investment strategies when the tax structure changes and taxes them at a 4% increase, after a certain level. And what I'm saying is that we can look at history if you want empirical evidence as opposed to praxeological evidence, because you don't accept my praxeological argument.
No, wait. I want to give you this.
The tax bracket changes. They change their investment strategies.
No. Listen. No, I think they would change the allocation of depreciating assets to write it off to stay in the same bracket. I think that's more likely than them changing their investment strategies. Like that's the truth. What they would do is, okay, you just created a new tax bracket that's worth $120,000 over the course of that bracket, right? What they would do is they would change their allocation of depreciating assets so they can write that 120 off to stay at the same tax bracket they are in now.
Yes,
the people, the most savvy
exactly
people would do that.
Saying. Hold on, pause. You just proved my point that there would be a percentage relative to the increase of businesses stopping moving a certain allocation of resources into investments that have return on investment and growth, and instead change their behavior to avoid the tax increase, which would invariably mean that they're shoring up assets and that the market has less investment in it, which means less growth. It disincentivizes that behavior.
I don't think that's the case.
But you just
no, that's not the case. No, wait. Let me. I'm not agreeing with you at all. I can change.
Have to disagree with your previous statement. You have to change.
No, I don't. I'm trying to explain this to you. I can create a entity that I can invest this money in, just like they do today. They're just doing a slightly higher percentage of into this company that has more expenses in this way that offsets the increase. But it doesn't mean that they're really changing their investment strategy. They're still doing the same things that they do today.
Right, but their behavior has changed, and the behavior is that they moved resources from one domain, which gives them presumably overall, if they're successful, a return on investment above inflation, which is growth in the economy, and then move it to another area to avoid as a tax haven or to, avoid some level of tax increase, which is a downward pressure on growth and valuable labor. Like, that's my argument, right? Like, I understand that you're saying that, like, it doesn't change. I disagree with it, but I understand your argument in saying that it doesn't necessarily change how many hours a CEO is willing to put into work. We disagree on that. That's fine. But you're at least admitting that when you increase taxes, that tax comes with a downward pressure on investment, on the way that they move money, on the way that they behave because that tax exists.
I would say a change in behavior does not imply a downward pressure on value. I think that's where we're actually disagreeing. I don't think that those things are necessarily true, and I think you do believe that they're true. I'm saying that it can change their behavior.
Necessarily untrue.
That changing their behavior is a downward pressure on growth and value of labor, is what you said. I think if I'm trying to use your words exactly, I don't think one engenders the other automatically.
Okay,
I think it can.
Everyone
but I don't
will
think
work equally as hard, right? Because they have found a way to offset the money, and they have found a way to like. If you put it,
like they don't care if they They don't care if they make the money by moving it to some fucking 501c versus they gain some depreciating asset that's actually more valuable to them, but it's depreciating, so they get to write it off. The minutia of that is for the CPA to figure out. But the person that's making it, they don't care. Like, that's not important.
So, I mean, I want to separate these arguments because, like, I just don't think we're ever going to agree on the praxeological argument that I made before, right? But you are recognizing that there's some pressure. You'll agree to that, right? That a tax increase changes behavior.
I agree that it's changing behavior. I don't agree that it's creating downward pressure. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So what type of pressure do you think it is then, if not downward pressure? Because obviously not upward pressure, right?
I don't.
It's like
maybe
side pressure. Like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, if there's a word for side to side pressure, then yeah. Or if we're gonna say no pressure is side to side pressure, then I would say no pressure. But I don't think a change in behavior, like, it is a pressure of some sort, but I don't think it's an economic pressure, which is, I think, what you're saying. You're saying a downward economic pressure.
It's obviously a downward economic. If not for that tax increase, that money would have been spent or invested, right, in businesses or in in investments, be it their own business, be it in the market, be it in whatever, right? That would have that they presume, because they're guessing, you're making like bets on the future, that they presume would have had an ROI above the inflation rate, which would have been economic growth for them and would have been economic growth for the economy. But with that pressure, they remove some level of investment, some level of funds in what they presume to be investments that will increase in value to another place to avoid the taxes.
Or they could change the amount of money they pull out the market by the increase in taxes to stay in the same bracket. And that's still a change of behavior. That's not a change in downward economic pressure. So imagine I'm going to retire.
I agree.
No,
I
imagine.
actually agree with what you're saying on that regard, but that's only because the tax is presumed to be temporary, right? Like, that, the only reason they would engage in that behavior is that they think like a new presidential administration will come in.
No. But imagine, no. So let me give you a situation, right? Like, a lot of people, and this is the fire movement and everything, right? No. So imagine I'm in the fire movement, right? And imagine I want to retire early. Now, imagine I say, I'm going to live on $500,000 a year. So when I do my withdrawals for the year, I'm going to do it in a way that I land in that tax bracket. Now, let's imagine you create a new tax bracket at $480,000. And you say any amount over $480,000 is now taxed differently. What I can do is I can just change my lifestyle to live off 480 rather than 500. So my investments are still the same. No.
Changing your
It's
lifestyle
a change of
to have less
behavior,
money
but
means less spending, which is a downward pressure on the economy. Like, you keep describing how downward pressure occurs, and then I go, yes, downward pressure, and then you just go, but it's not. Like, you're describing downward pressure on the economy.
No, because you're making the fallacious argument that any amount that they distribute to themselves is going to be spent to bolster the economy, and that's not true. Let's say I do distributions to myself, and at the end of the year I have $500K, and I have $100,000 in my checking account doing nothing. Now let's say I say, oh, they're going to create a new tax bracket, so I'm going to withdraw 20,000 less. I'm actually going to leave more into the market, which is like an upward pressure for the market. And now in my checking account at the end of the year, I'm going to have 80,000 instead of 100,000. I changed my behavior, but it didn't necessarily change anything about economic pressure. It's just a behavior change.
Well, no, because number one, you just described that you're going to spend $20,000 less, right? You're going to leave that in the bank, right? And you are correct that the bank,
which is upward pressure.
You are correct that changing marginal propensity to consume, right, has an effect. But more consumption has more economic growth and more of an economic impact than does investment in like banks, right? Like now, if you're saying maybe high risk investment mutual fund, maybe you could make the argument that the economic impact of keeping that in the investment fund as opposed to spending it in the economy would have. I don't know how you would make that argument, because it would have to be like a really aggressive.
But this is what rich people do with required minimum distributions. But this is what rich people do with required. This is what they do with RMDs. Rich people say, okay, what year do I need to get out? What year do I need to start taking money? And what's the minimum amount I'm going to be forced to take? And what tax bracket do I want to be in when I withdraw this so that I pay the least in tax? Like, this is what rich people do.
Right. You're describing downward pressure of taxation.
No, but it's
you
the
just
opposite
repeating
of
what
what
I'm
you're
saying
saying.
and then saying it's not.
No, I'm not repeating what you're saying, because you're assuming that the money that they pull out of the market is going to go back into the economy, and that's just not true.
Okay, so what were they going to do with that? You're saying that the natural human behavior is to pull money out of your mutual fund and keep it under your fucking pillow? Like that doesn't make sense. Nobody does.
That absolutely happens because you have required minimum distributions. Yes, you actually have to do they actually force you to do that.
No, they don't. No
like
one
seriously,
requires you
like
to
this
keep
is
cash
actually real.
on hand out of investment funds and then have the cash, in a locker somewhere.
No,
it's not real.
They require you to take the money out of your investment accounts for sure. Just look up required minimum distribution.
That's not the same thing as you're saying. You're saying just because they require you to pull money out is not the same thing as pulling money out and then you saying that I'm assuming that money pulled out will not enter the market in some capacity.
Oh, no. What I'm saying is that just because money has to be pulled out doesn't mean it's going to enter back in consumer spending in the way that you're saying is almost guaranteed, which I don't know where you get that from.
No, yeah,
I'm just going to pull the money out because I have to.
Right. I agree that if the government forces you for tax reasons to pull money out of an investment account and changes your behavior like against your will in that regard, that some of that money absolutely, distributed amongst people is just going to go into like a bank account and sit there because that doesn't just because that being forced to pull money out of an investment account that has a higher ROI than like the barely keeping up with inflation like checking account or like savings account, right? I agree.
Yeah, so let's take the government force out of it. Let's take the government force out of it though. Let's say we're not pulling money out to pay something instantly, right? So let's say me in retirement, I have a set amount that I'm targeting to make per year. It's not that I've calculated my expenses and they're directly one-to-one with that amount. It's just the amount that I'm saying, you know what, I'm probably going to pull X amount out per year. But even though I'm going to pull the X amount out per year, I know I'm not going to spend all of it. So some of it is going to be surplus. And what I'm saying is that surplus can be the difference in a tax bracket. And so it's not changing my behavior. I would just pull out less surplus.
Okay, but again, without the tax bracket, without the government forcing you to pull that money out, why would you say, let's say I make the decision to pull out 400,000 each year. Why would you pull out, let's say you pull out 400 and let's say you spend 300. Okay. The next year, in what world does it make sense that the next year you also pull out the exact same amount despite the fact that you have a 100K surplus?
Because that's what a lot of people that I know do. No, it's just the process that they've mapped out and the way that they've done it. And most people that I know with like great means, just like you have a salary right now where you make X amount per year, they've planned, I'm gonna pull out X amount per year. Now, some of it has to do with RMDs too, which is like a force, but they just generally like, hey, every year I'm gonna pull out this amount. and it is what it is, and it's not necessarily correlated to what their intended expenses
again,
are.
I think you're misconstruing downward pressure with it must change behavior at an individual level, right? Like some people's behavior doesn't change when economic upward or downward pressure occurs. So like let's take a simpler example, right, which is minimum wage increases, right, as opposed to like the complexity of like investment strategies, right? So like if I am in a state and it's like the minimum wage is $10 an hour, and then the state votes for the minimum wage to be increased to $10.50 an hour, right? And I own a business and I have, let's say, 15 employees. Just because, peace sociologic, just because the minimum wage went from 10 to 10.50 and I have 10 employees doesn't mean that I automatically fire an employee, right? Like I might shift,
absolutely agree.
I might shift where I get that money from. I might increase my prices. I might, change my investment. I might choose, like I might have been saving up money to like buy some type of like kiosk or something that was going to make the labor more valuable, but I decide not to because I don't have the money now because I have to pay more in wages and have to pay more in like, like employees, like all the taxes they have to pay, because of the increase in wages, right? What I'm saying is that just like the individual employer might not change any of their behavior in terms of like how many employees they have. What I'm saying is that a downward pressure is pressure, right? That when you increase the minimum wage from 10 to 10.50, that changes price, and that over the statistics of it all, right? You're gonna see behavior because of that downward pressure, but that doesn't mean that each individual will necessarily change their behavior in that regard, right? Like they might have kept money on hand, and now that money just gets smaller because of the increase, but other businesses are going to have to downsize. Other businesses that would have been able to succeed won't succeed now, right? Like the overall market pressure has put a downward pressure. So, I'm saying that the same is true at a high tax bracket when you increase taxes. It can't.
So what I said at the beginning, is I think the things you're saying are true at lower income levels. So I'm never going to disagree with you that raising the minimum wage does the things that you're saying. But we're talking about increase in taxes on extremely high income bands. That's the difference in this argument. So if you're talking about
change behavior, why would it not be a downward?
I'm not saying that it wouldn't change behavior. I'm saying it wouldn't create downward pressure. Remember, we both agree that both of these things will change behavior. We even agree that on the lower rungs of income, it's also going to change. It's also going to be downward pressure. We're disagreeing on what happens to these things at higher levels.
Wait. I just pulled up because like this is driving me crazy. So we're talking about a change in behaviors. Does a change in behaviors mean that they aren't going to be making the same amount of money? Or are they just changing behaviors to shelter their money where it doesn't make any difference in the outcome?
So at an individual level, right, you're going to find instances where so this is like when you talk about empirics, right? So like Paul Krugman, for example, did a famous study and got a Nobel Prize for it, for like trying to prove that there was no downward pressure on like minimum wage laws when there are slight increases.
Well, can you define downward pressure? Because that's where I think we may be getting hung up.
Okay, so I want to give you a perfect definition, so I'm going to look it up instead of just trying to come up with it off of
yeah, that's fine.
Because the way it sounds like when you say downward pressure, it's forcing them to change their behaviors to where less money goes into the market. Where I believe the argument is, and I agree with this argument, they weren't going to put that money in the market in the first place. It wasn't going to be distributed. Trickle down does not work.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean by trickle down doesn't work, but okay.
Well, I'm saying trickle down economics, if you make sure that the people that hire people and the people that have more money, that's going to trickle down to people and it's going to be higher wages or it's going to be upward mobility for people that are below them is not the case. They fucking buy back stocks. They do everything not to put that money back into the market and make more money for themselves.
Well,
So that's why I want to understand what you mean by that.
If they make more money, they spend more money. If they spend more money, then that's economic growth. If there's
No, that
economic
doesn't
growth, then there's an
necessarily. That's not
increase in
necessarily
wages,
true.
etc.
If they make more money, they spend more money. That's not true.
That's absolutely not true.
That's definitely not true. The higher you go on the income total pole.
In order, like when I say spend money, I don't mean buy steel for the business, right? I don't mean hire more people. I mean put the money anywhere other than like in a safe in a room, not in a bank account. The moment that if you make more money, right, you can let the water cry. You can make the argument. I think it's wrong, but it is an argument we can have that we can have, right, from a different domain, right, that like the increase in taxes is, giving us, the ability to help poor people more than the market would, and that the return on investment is better in that way than the other way. But what you can't, and that's a totally different debate, right? But what you can't say is that like, if they have less, if we tax them less, well, then they have more money. Even if they don't spend that on real assets or commodities and they just invest it in the stock market, that is that the business that got that money, right, might spend it on steel.
But that would be upward economic pressure.
Right. That would be.
That's exactly what I'm trying to understand. What is?
Okay. So let me go with, let's see.
So I want to see if you agree with this definition. I just Googled downward economic pressure. It says downward economic pressure is a force that causes a decrease in prices, wages, or the quantity or quality of goods and service, or quantity of goods and service produced. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. So like it gets weird when you start talking about when you start individuating it like prices, right? Because then a downward pressure there could potentially be like a good thing, right? But like in the general term, right, when we're talking about downward, we're talking about some form of pressure that disincentivizes growth, right? Like that would be like your overarching thing. Now, if you look into like different, and this is why like it gets weird, is like when you start talking about prices, downward pressure on prices means the prices go down, which would be good, right? Whereas upward pressure on prices would mean prices go up, which would be bad, right?
But if people made more money, why would it be bad that prices go up? If the general population had more money and prices went up, that would just balance out. If the people that are hiring people are artificially keeping the wages low by taking the money that we're giving them in tax cuts and everything else to lobby politicians to keep the minimum wage low, that's less money in circulation. Poor people spend more money.
I agree. I agree that if inflation occurs due to and it's specifically due to an increase in wages across the board, not minimum wage, okay? It's very different. But if inflation occurs because, let's say, everyone makes 10% more money, right? Real wages go up, and then inflation is like the balance of that, and therefore the prices go up. I mean, I would need more data to say whether or not that's good, but that could potentially be good, right? Especially if for whatever reason, let's say like asset inflation didn't keep track, then like, yeah, that'd be good.
Question.
Because like, what's that?
Well, so let me ask you a question. Let's use the example that I've been using. Okay, I'm a person that is in retirement and I have extreme amounts of wealth, and I say I'm going to pull out $300K per year. Let's say the tax rate at 250 increases. So now I'm saying I'm going to pull out 280 instead of 300, right? So this increase in tax rate changed my behavior. But I would say that's a upward force on economic. That's not a downward force, right?
Okay, so hold on. You repeat it so I can get like all the details again. I had to fix my mic volume.
Oh, no. I'm making $300K per year.
Mm-hmm.
Prime creates a new tax rate that says, for some reason, because he would do this, at $280,000, I'm going to start taxing 99% after your $280,000.
Right, yeah.
So now I start to
extreme
pull out
example of
280.
yeah.
Yeah, so now I start to pull out 280 because people like Prime are ridiculous. Now I'm leaving more money into the market. That 20K that I would usually take out, and maybe to your point, maybe spend. I'm now leaving it into my account to grow. To grow. To me, that's well. How would you describe the economic pressure? There is that a upward economic pressure or downward economic pressure, and why?
So like if you individuate it, right? And you say just this one person pulls out 280 instead of 300, but they're going to have a surplus in a different account that has less growth, right? Then that would be a downward pressure, right? So if you take less money out and you spend it all, that would also be a if you took out 280 instead of 300 and you spent all of it, then in order for it to be an upward pressure, then you would have to assume that the whatever investment you're keeping the money in is at a higher rate of growth than whatever is spent in the economy. Now, at an individual level,
I have a big caveat here.
At an individual level, that absolutely can be true. But at a larger level, it can't be true. And the reason it can't be true is because the market itself is made up of individual choices, right? So the market itself is designed by bringing people their most valued wants, right? So if at least in the latter portion,
at a lower economic level, yes, but at higher levels where there's a surplus regardless, I'm saying that's not true.
That's what I'm saying.
But if there's a surplus,
that's what I want to say to
if
Scott.
there's a surplus, you're moving like
your argument works for wages, for people that are working for wages, for people that are just trying to keep their money, throwing that money into a hedge fund, doing stock buybacks, anything else is literally going to keep their money. They don't care.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave more money to make more dividends to buy more shares. That's what I'm going to do if Prime gets in control. I'm just because I've already optimized my expenses. My expenses are much, much lower than my income. So the only way you could affect me with this downward economic pressure would to be if you depress the tax rate so much such that I now don't have a surplus, is what you'd have to do.
Okay. If we take this example,
well said.
If we take this example and we repeat this example 1,000 times, okay, what we are going to see is that because the state has instituted a tax above 280, right, that there are going to be some people, not necessarily all 1,000, but there are going to be some people that spend less. It is like not every person in this situation, right, is of even if they are of means, right? Some people, because there is a tax increase on pulling out money once like realized gains, right? Like once they pull that money out as income, some people are going to change their spending behavior because there is a tax increase at a certain level. Like that is necessarily going to happen if you run the experiment tons and tons of times. It is true that there are going to be some individuals that were right on the cusp, and like so it doesn't actually change their spending behavior. But there are going to be other people who wanted to pull out $500,000, and now there's a tax at 280. So they have to change. They have to drastically change what they were going to spend on. Like that's the difference between saying, like when I say that a downward pressure, right, doesn't necessitate that every individual changes their behavior because of this, especially the smaller the pressure is. But when we talk about the economy as overall, what we are saying is that there is some force that exerts pressure on people to change their behavior, and some people will be above that line, and some people will be below that line. Yes,
but so wait, can I assume that if you say downward pressure, you really mean downward economic pressure. Is that a fair assumption, or am I being fallacious?
I mean, I'm using the two interchangeably here, right? That there's
This is why I asked for the definition. So I wanted to be
yeah,
clear.
I'm just making sure because I don't want to be putting words in your mouth. So I'm literally asking just for clarification. Yeah, okay. I think I see where we disagree. It's fine. I understand your point of view.
Okay. Well, then what do you disagree with? I'm still trying to understand what you disagree with, because you keep saying examples of downward pressure. Now you've changed it by having examples where the behavior of one individual isn't changed because they're right at that cusp, right? But that's only because that individual is right at that cusp that individual doesn't change their behavior. If you recognize that there is a change in behavior because of the taxes, where less money is spent or where money is moved into lower ROI investments, or companies put less money in more aggressive growth options and put them into things like depreciating assets, or move it around in ways that they can use them as tax havens, or maybe even invest that in some NGO or charity, et cetera. You're recognizing there's a downward economic pressure, but then you're saying it's not there, and then you're giving me limit cases of individuals that don't change their behavior because they're not that affected by it.
No, I think I've been clearly saying that I believe the opposite of what you're saying is true, which is why I think people like progressive tax rates. They think as you increase taxes, that the goal is to generate more money for the economy because people are not able to hide their money in investments accounts. They don't even get that money. It goes to the state to be distributed. So as you increase the tax rate, most people think you stimulate the economy and increase the economy, and it's a upward pressure. But you're saying it's a downward pressure. So we're saying the exact opposite.
Like I said before, it's like this is a separate debate, which it's like I'm not going to have, only because it's 1 o'clock in the morning for me. But it is a separate debate to say that how the state utilizes those resources has a larger positive effect on the economy than those things would have been had those taxes not occurred. But if you are pulling money out of the fucking economy, pulling more money out of the economy, obviously that has a downward pressure on the natural growth of the economy. Now you can make the claim, and again, it's a totally separate debate, that that money is better used for temporary assistance for needy families, or for college programs, or infrastructure.
That's not where it's going.
Wait, Scott, hold on, wait. Okay, if because I'm really starting to not understand you. If most Americans increase their savings rate, which means they retain more money than they do currently, do you think that is a downward economic pressure or upward economic pressure? Because most people say that would be a downward economic pressure. If people increase their savings rate. Earlier, you talked about how much people spend over a dollar that they make. And you brought up that some people actually spend more than the dollar that they make, which is like an increase in debt usually, and is better for the economy. And the people who spend less of their dollar, they're stimulating the economy less, which would be they would spend less.
This is a much more complicated question than we have time for, because I'd have to get into the business cycle, right? I'd have to know why they're spending more, all other things being equal, changing the marginal propensity. You're talking about a change in behavior, so I have to figure out why the change in behavior occurred, right? So if we're talking about changing the marginal propensity,
don't want to use consumer debt. No,
okay,
they don't
so
want to use consumer debt like they do today.
Right. So if you're talking about using less debt, right, and so everyone becomes more debt averse, right? I would say that in the immediacy, you would gain less economic growth, right? In the sense that there's less money being spent in the economy, so there's less consumer spending, and so there's less growth in that sector of the market, right? But I would also say that what you're engaging in is low time preference thinking, which overall is better for economic growth. Because I think debt is dangerous and causes all kinds of problems, right? Now, but again, it also depends on whether or not you're utilizing or leveraging that debt responsibly, right? If people take on debt and then they pay said debt back, then the universal time preference comes in, which is like something is more valuable now than it is later, and so you're talking about an increase in in value, because something is always more valuable now than it is than the exact same thing later. So there's just a lot more factors involved, right? Than just I would think it would be good for the economy, given our current situation with debt in America and how many people are in credit card debt and things of that nature.
Well, can we take
more people were
COVID as
debt
an
averse.
example? Can we take COVID as an example? Like when people had stimulus checks coming in and people had money and money was being circulated, all of a sudden people accrued more debt, people were spending more money was flowing through the economy. It just goes to show that when people have money and the money is actually in the hands of the people that spend money, the economy is going to move in a different way. Whereas when it becomes stagnant again, the people that are at the higher end of it are going to always want to make sure they stay wealthy and make sure they're not at a loss. So they're always going to shelter their money. They're always going to make sure that money stays at the top. That money will stagnate up there, will not circulate through the economy. Like, it's just, at the end of the day, we know that more money in wealthy hands is not going to be.
Yeah, it's just my lived experience, and I'm being 100% upfront that I'm being, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word I'm looking for. But in all experiences that I have, and all experiences that I know, when people who make more money get money, they invest more or save more, which is bad for the economy. And to say that if you do things that will cause rich people to invest and save more is going to be a downward.
So
yeah,
I disagree, and I don't want to get too combative.
Oh, sorry.
Right? I just want to give my opinion.
Someone gave me. Oh, fuck me.
What, somebody gave you something on YouTube?
Me. Fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, who's paying you, Prime? Get that money.
Yeah, come on. Get that money, bro. I just got some money.
No one, but because the moment I look away, literally the moment I look away, because I was like using my screen to research things, right? The moment I look away, I was like, no one's giving me anything, so I'm not gonna look. Oh my god, Alexander.
This is what you do. Hold on, pause. This is what you do.
Alexander.
You write down the time. Write down the time right now. Okay.
Yeah.
And then what you do is, as soon as you finish the stream on YouTube, okay, go into the description, put the timestamp, find whoever it is that gave it to you, go to their YouTube channel and find out what their thing is, and then at their specific YouTube channel, and be like, your question was answered here or whatever.
Well, no, they're there. They're apparently here.
Okay,
good. Sorry, Alexander. I think it really was the moment I started looking up things. Okay, Alexander, for $50.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you, Alexander. Says the notion that taxing billionaires, even at 90%, would somehow kill the desire to become one is laughable. The drive to amass wealth doesn't need external pressure. It's hardwired. The idea that taxes could extinguish that ambition is pure fantasy.
This is true. Very true.
It's exact opposite. It's definitionally true.
Yeah.
It's just objectively true.
I just got it. Oh, Alexander, I'm so sorry. And please don't let this discourage you from supporting the channel in the future.
No, please support, and you were dead ass right.
I
swear
was like,
to
no
God.
one. I was like, no one's gonna look, because like the entire stream, no one gave anything. So I'm like, no one's gonna give anything else. So I look away.
So I have to ask Scott. I want honesty from Scott.
Hold on. 1 second before we jump into the conversation. Prime, you don't get a notification to stream OBS or anything when YouTube gives?
Not for YouTube. Not for YouTube. I don't get a notification.
What do you use? Are you using Streamlabs or regular OBS?
Streamlabs.
No, GSU needs to start educating people. That's all this is.
You can set it up on Streamlabs to have like its own audio thing, especially if you have a virtual audio cable, so that like it won't affect other audio. To where it'll give you like a default notification. You have to set up like a box, like a media box or whatever, so that it shows up like on the screen, like such and such donated this or whatever. And you can set it up so that you hear it in your headphone when you get like a super chat. And no one else will hear it except for the stream will hear it. And then you can acknowledge it then.
Yeah, well, help me out later on and some other time.
We need that help.
But thanks again, Alexander. But go ahead, guys.
Yeah, shout out Alexander. No, go ahead.
It's the idea that, like, Scott, I want to ask you 100%. If you were taxed more, would that make your drive to make money less? You want to be poor.
It's not about wanting to be poor, right? It's like, especially when you're talking about a progressive tax, right? So it's like every single time you make more there and you're in a higher tax bracket, so you're getting punished, more for the money that you're making, right? Now, obviously you're making more, right? So that punishment is, it's not like 100% punishment, like there's a reward and then there's some of it, right? But there's some level of effort where you eventually go, I'm good, I'm going to retire, right? Or there's some level
realistically,
of effort.
for you, if you could have $6 million instead of $5 million, would a higher tax rate make you say, no, I don't want to have $6 million?
Of course not. But that's not
There it is.
one-to-one. But no, that's
It
not
kinda
one-to-one.
is.
No, it's not. It's saying it requires X input to make 5 million. It requires X plus some input in order to make 6 million. And if the 5 million is taxed at 10%, let's say, and the 6 million is taxed at 20%, right? Most people, I do agree, most people that have already made 5 million are still going to continue the behavior and try and figure out how to make that next amount. But there's going to be some level of people that go, I'm good, right? Like
these are the people we're talking about. You're talking about wages. You're talking about people that are making $200,000 a year. Like if I'm making $200,000 a year, making $300,000 a year, I don't have the same incentive to deal with the tax bracket once I'm making $300,000. But when we get to millions and when we're beyond that, it's not a question.
Let's take an example that that is rich but not fucking billionaires, right? Let's talk about in the middle with our current system, right? If let's say we were to add a tax bracket of like people making over 1 million in income, right? So, and there's not a lot of people making that much income, right? When we're talking purely on income tax, right? And let's say we were going to do the same for, let's say, 10 million for businesses, right? Because obviously income and business is going to be totally different. Yeah. Right. So we'll say it's like we're going to add a new tax bracket for people pulling over 1 million in income and a new tax bracket for people pulling, where their business makes, 10 million or let's say 30 million is probably closer in revenue. Right. And let's say I'm a plastic surgeon. Okay. There's going to be some plastic surgeons that are working inpatient at a hospital. Okay. And then they're going to make the decision whether or not they want to move from inpatient, where they're making really good money, right? Plastic surgeons are making great money in inpatient, but they know that they have the skill and ability to move into private practice. Okay? Now, if you put that new tax bracket in, there's going to be some plastic surgeon out there who, without that tax bracket, would have made the decision to move from working in the hospital to moving into private practice for a more lucrative business opportunity, and then saw this tax bracket increase and said, it's a little too risky. It's not worth it for me. That's what I'm talking about when I say downward pressure. I'm not saying every fucking person making that level of money is going to change their behavior. I'm saying that there's some pressure that is going to change some behavior in the economy, and that to say that that doesn't exist is the fantasy here. to say that some people don't change their behavior and how much effort they put in or how aggressively they invest or, you know, when they choose to retire, etc. When you start taking more money, when you compare the two,
I'm willing to concede
some people
that.
will choose one or the other.
I'm willing to concede that. Like when you're talking in the hundreds of thousands numbers, those numbers, flight percentages make a huge difference. And you may not want to put in the extra effort for an extra 50 grand a year. You're already living pretty comfortably. It's not going to change your lifestyle too much. I can understand that level of downward pressure. But when you have the ability to invest and you aren't really dependent upon your wages or what your business is doing based on how much money you can throw into the markets, because when you see a stock that's $3 a share and you know it's going to raise up to $7 or $10 a share, and you can buy 10, 20, 30 grand worth of that share and make that money off of that and sell back, you're no longer just dependent on what you are outputting into the market. We're not playing in markets at that point.
Okay, but here's the problem. Is like, I understand that what you're saying is that there's going to be minimal, maybe even like non-measure, like statistically insignificant pressure, right? On like how many hours a CEO works or how many hours someone spends in labor. But what I'm saying is if you increase taxes, it's going to change the way people invest. And if it like that money is coming out somewhere. Okay? The money is being taken from somewhere. Okay? It's like in order for this idea that there's no pressure exerted on these people, then you have to make you're saying that human behavior doesn't change when different decisions change how much money they make. And to me, I don't understand how you get to that.
No, but we're saying that behavior can change. It just won't change in a way that causes downward economic pressure.
How could it not?
So I feel like
if my behavior changes, right? If my behavior changes, why did my behavior change?
Because you just didn't know to act differently once you got to a certain wage bracket or to a certain bracket of money. So once you have a certain amount of money, why would you act the same way? Like behavior is going to change either way.
Well, I think the way to dumb it down the most would be wait. I think the way to dumb it down to the most is my behavior changed because conditions changed, but that doesn't mean that's a downward economic pressure.
Okay, so is it an upward pressure? Is it an economic growth pressure? Setting aside that we're not spending the money, is it economic growth when the government takes money out of the market?
But you're assuming that the government takes the money out. That's what I'm saying. I can change my behavior such that the government doesn't take the money out.
So what you're saying is you're going to have a tax increase and that the tax increase is going to pull out $0?
At certain income levels, yes. That's why Donald Trump isn't paying federal income tax.
Okay, so
when you increase the tax rate, it doesn't change the zero that Elon Musk and Donald Trump pay. That's exactly what we're saying. That's like precisely what we're saying.
So you're saying if a new tax bracket is created and it is a higher tax rate and it pulls in $0 out of the market, then why do you even care about the tax? If why do you even care? Why not be 100% tax? Because your claim is that no one is going to get taxed by this tax. If some people are going to get taxed by this tax, right? Or if some people are going to change their behavior to not have to pay this tax, that is money that would have been in the market that either isn't going to be in the market or is going to be in a different way so that they don't have to pay taxes, right? That would have been in the market, right? Or like either like if you admit that the tax is going to make money, then you admit that someone somewhere has money in the market and now they're going to get less of an ROI on that money in the market because the government took a larger chunk. And if you admit that, and if you say if the inverse is that no money is going to come out because everyone's going to change their behavior to avoid the tax, you still must admit that that is money that would have been in that portion of the market that is then moved to a less profitable portion of the market, because
it doesn't have to be less profitable.
But it would be less profitable because they wouldn't have made that decision unless the government stepped in. So the only reason they made that decision is because the government stepped in. So even if it for at individual levels it isn't less profitable, they believed it was less profitable because they would not have they would have put that money elsewhere had the government not had that tax. So overall, when you're talking about the price mechanism in the market, it must be less profitable because it's going against what those wealthy people would have invested in for profits and returns.
I think you have to demonstrate what they would have done otherwise, because when push comes to shove, they've shown what they would do.
Yes.
Okay,
those people pay zero.
I understand that corruption exists, right? Like I understand that, like.
But wait, I don't think this is corruption.
I'm talking corruption. I'm saying when they got the tax cut, they spent it on stock buybacks,
right? But that's not
and let their companies die.
That's not relevant to the economic pressures that we're talking about, right? Like you're talking about something else at that point, right? Like you're talking about, like, you know, when people, you know, cheat and gain a bunch of subsidies that poor people can't get, or things like that.
But I don't think these people are cheating.
Well, they are when it comes to like COVID stuff. Like, I mean, like half the fucking Congress got fucking loans that were bullshit. So that they're.
Well, I was speaking more so when it came down to COVID, like poor people's spending patterns trending upward and spending more money and putting more money in the economy. So it shows that putting more money into the lower end of the economy is going to be better for the economy all the way around than putting it into rich people's hands. That was the only argument I had there.
Right, you're talking about empirics of where money is best spent, in terms of like this is classic Keynesian like theory, right? Prime the pump. When there's an economic downturn, right? Like your goal from Keynesian economic theory, right, is to pull money from, you know, the Federal Reserve or from bonds or wherever, right? Inject it into the bottom sector of the economy to increase consumer spending, and then what nobody follows, because nobody's really a fucking Keynesian in politics, is when there's an economic upturn that you're supposed to do the exact opposite and forcibly deflate the economy, and that this gets rid of the boom and bust cycle or the business cycle, and that this levels out the business cycle, right? Even the Keynesians recognize that you're talking about temporary growth in the economy based off of taxation or in some form, and that this is supposed to like get it started quicker so that we can hurry up and get to that growth, so that like there isn't like loss of property or loss of life or like, you know, like all of these bad things.
Ultimately all I'm saying
is
to
shrink the business cycle from the up end as well, and so like it evens out, right? Like when you take that to its long-term consequences, even Keynesians understand that taking money and giving it to the lower sector does not create a stronger economy or more growth in the economy in the long term.
I'm not saying that at all.
To push down the upward end of the business cycle.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying raise wages so that people feel more comfortable spending money and not feeling like they need to hoard money while being poor, so that they feel comfortable in making the purchases that they were going to make. So you can see what people on the lower end of the spectrum's spending patterns would be if they felt that they had money to make these purchases. So making sure that
like raising consumer confidence by
raise consumer confidence. Well, not even by giving stimuluses, by raising the wages. So the corporations and the people that are lobbying the government make sure that wages stay low. That's just something that's going to happen.
That's actually not true. A lot of big businesses love minimum wage increases. It's because
I've not heard where. Please show me something where anybody has said
we
that.
can like Koch brothers loves this shit, for example. You can, and I'll get you more stuff later, but let me explain why minimum wage actually helps business, like large businesses as opposed to small companies, right? When you are a large business and you increase
makes the investment need to be higher.
So when you
need more money,
it's going to kill every business. It's going to drive up costs. We can't raise. Oh,
Okay,
please,
so
sorry.
when
I
you
apologize.
raise the minimum wage, right? Like what? So like if you're a small business, right? And when I say small business, I mean like making under 50 million in revenue, right? So obviously that sounds like a lot to a lot of people, but like the CEO of like a $40 million a year company might only be pulling out like 60, 70K personally, right? So when you have, let's say like 100 employees or something like that, yeah, it kills your ability to, it kills your growth in the short term. And then eventually, everything balances out, right? So when you increase the minimum wage, what ends up happening is, people have, in the short term, they have more spending power. So they can consume more, they are more confident, they can, invest in and they can, fix problems like debt. It helps low socioeconomic status people in the immediacy. There's no argument there. But it does a couple of other things. So first and foremost, over time, prices match the increase for the lower individuals, right? So, the moment that there's more money in the economy, you start changing the supply and demand equation in terms of every single business that exists, right? So there's more demand for products, but there's the same supply. And obviously the supply might shift as demand increases, but it doesn't quite catch up. But so the price of things will often increase in very quickly, and then eventually it reaches an equilibrium, but it doesn't go down. So you cause inflation in the market. Okay, so when you cause inflation in the market, you also cause, due to wage inflation at the low end, what ends up happening is that inflation doesn't trickle down, right? Like you're kind of making a trickle down argument here in some ways, or a trickle up argument, I guess you could say, right? In that people,
Yes.
let's say I work in HR and I make $20 an hour, and minimum wage is $10 an hour, and there's warehouse employees that make $10 an hour. And then we increase the minimum wage to, let's say, $14 an hour. Well, me working in HR, I don't just magically make $28 an hour now. Right? I don't make a proportional increase in my wages compared to the people that are on minimum wage. Instead, my wage stays the same, and then maybe I have to switch to a different business, as prices go up and people demand more. But what ends up happening is that the middle class don't get the same proportional increase as those at the bottom do. And so what ends up happening is you have a pressure where the middle class and the lower class are kind of squeezed together, where the lower class comes up a little bit and the middle class comes down a little bit. Then what you have is you have businesses that invest in things that are long-term investments that increase the value of labor, right? Which can be good and it can be bad, et cetera, but it will almost certainly have a downward pressure on the labor market, right? So if I'm a business and I've wanted to invest in like some kiosk where people can order things instead of a customer service representative. Well, the moment a minimum wage increase happens, right, I go, well, what might not have been worth the money then is now worth the money now, because the change in inflation hasn't hit yet, but the immediate law has forced a price floor on wages, so I have to immediately pay wages. So what I end up doing is I immediately invest in things like kiosks and things that take away jobs so that I don't have to spend as much on labor at the low end, and I can fire people, or at the very least I can grow my business without having to hire new people, which then has a downward pressure on the labor market.
I somewhat disagree with that.
Those at the very, very top are unaffected by this inflation.
If you had a functioning,
we've been talking about. And
so why hasn't? No, I have to
increases.
ask you a question. So why haven't places like In-N-Out or Chick-fil-A done what you're talking about? They pay higher wages to their employees. Why haven't they done this?
So there's this. So just because this is the problem with empiricism, right? A lot of things change in the market, right? And so it can absolutely be true that a minimum wage increase happens, which, by the way, the reason this hasn't the easy answer here is that minimum wage nowhere has kept up with inflation. So really minimum wage has gone down over time, even with the increases in minimum wage. Like minimum wage, like federal minimum wage is like laughable. Like who the fuck is working for $7.50 an hour right now, or $7.25 an hour, right? Like that's like not even worth showing up to work at that point. Like, I mean, obviously there are some people that might show up to certain jobs for that. But like the increases in minimum wage have not kept up with inflation anyways. So it hasn't it's actually minimum wage has been less of a burden over time in like the past 15 years than it has been more of a burden over time. That's the easy answer.
Well, what you're stating is the issue of why they had to raise it to 20, because people were literally walking out of these jobs because they didn't feel it was worth their time to even show up. And because there's a demand for that labor, so the supply and demand wasn't meeting the demand. So they had to do what they had to do.
Right. So they had to hire people at a higher wage because the market demanded that wage. That's the market mechanism, not the minimum wage.
As little as it possibly could. Well, they raised the minimum wage in California. Like, I live in California, so I'm going by this. And the cost of living in California is insane. So raising it to $20 an hour, and this was already a precursor. So COVID was the precursor for this. When people were getting stimulus checks and didn't want to come into their minimum wage jobs, they had to raise the prices they were the wages they were giving people. So before the minimum wage increase, they were already saying, "Hey, we're going to give you 18. We're going to give you 20. Like, we'll give you whatever it is. Just come and make us money, because you don't make money if you don't have laborers."
Yeah, that's
so you have to understand. There's a circular.
There is
That's
another
the market
reason
working
too.
without minimum wage.
Hey,
There's
Rich.
another reason too why like big businesses sometimes advocate for a higher minimum wage. Like I watched this with Walmart. Walmart was opposed to the minimum wage for years, and then at one point it decided to go to $15 minimum internally, like for everyone in their stores. And once they made that change, then they lobbied to increase the minimum wage to $15 because they didn't want their competitors to be able to pay less. They wanted their competitors to have to have the same burden that they have. So they supported it.
Yeah, I mean,
once that happened,
they knew that they needed to increase their wages, or they weren't going to get the labor that they wanted. But yeah, they want to price out others out of the.
But they didn't want to compete with other people who would pay less.
Yeah, they want to price other people out of the market by investing in
So-
regulation and politicians.
This is another comment. This is not a super chat, but I think a lot of people might feel this way, and I want to give Scott a chance to respond to this. But Alexander said on YouTube, why does Scott act like people are rational actors, perfectly capable of choosing the best move and responding instantly to market forces as if they are run by IQ 1000 MCs? I'm not sure what MCs means, but people. I think this is a common criticism.
MC's main character, I believe.
Yeah, maybe main character. But yeah, criticism to and I think I've raised this with you before in the past, is that like it seems like you think the people act within their best interest in the market, right? Or don't act in a way that undermines the market. Because their best interest might be just to undermine the market to make more money, right? You talk about that on the billionaire scare, but like I feel like that happens all throughout the economy. And of course that they have perfect knowledge of the market. I think that I am oversimplifying your ideology. I know, but like I think a lot of people feel that way when they listen to you. So I want
it's fair, right? Like so the theory of human action by Ludwig von Mises, right, proposes the axiom of human action, right, which is that all humans are rational actors, right? Now that doesn't, just because someone is a rational actor, that doesn't mean that they always act in their best interests with perfect knowledge. It just means that human beings always choose what they value. Like they might say, "Oh, I value X over Y," but their behavior will always go towards what it is that they actually value. Right. And so it is absolutely true that there is information failure, that like people don't have perfect knowledge, that like they think they're getting, like, I mean, plenty of people in the job market, right, think a business is going to be great. And then it turns out to be like a horrible fucking business, right? Like, oh, we're like a family here. And then they get a job there and they find out that we're like a family here means that they're going to treat you like shit. Right. Like, and you're like, holy shit. Right. But when you're in that bad business, right, that doesn't pay you well and treats you like shit, what you prove is by your actions, right, is, let's say there's business A and business B. You're currently working in business A for $12 an hour, and business B is willing to hire you for $14 an hour and treat you better. When you stay in business A, which everyone would agree, given this example, is against your rational self-interest, that you ought to move to business B, what you're proving is that you value the security of the company that you're working in right now versus the effort or the anxiety that it takes to dust off your resume, go talk to other people, and take a risk that business B is either going to actually treat you worse than this company or just the effort that you put in. So you choose what it is that you actually value. And so if business B puts billboards everywhere saying, instead of $14 an hour, $20 an hour, a lot of those people working for business A will all of a sudden be like, all right, fuck it, dusting off my resume, I got to go to this place. It's almost double the money I'm making, right? So that $2 an hour extra is better for you and is the rational choice. But working within, we do work without imperfect knowledge, but when we say that they're rational actors and that we prove what it is that they value in their decisions and their outcomes, what we've proven is that the business only offering $2 an hour is not enough of an increase compared to their competitors to actually pull employees away from their competitors, because people value the security, and you could maybe even say laziness, if you will, of like not going out and trying to find a better opportunity.
I sincerely disagree with you.
Are all values rational? That's it. That's my question.
Are all values
can
rational?
you value something irrationally?
Can you value something irrationally?
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand the formulation of that concept, right? Because what I would say is what is rational is to act upon your values that are in your own rational self-interest. I don't want to make that circular, right? I want to, right? Like I want to,
that's the risk.
I want to like, right. So like, if you know, can you value something that is irrational? Yes, but it depends on what your definition of rational is, right?
So
now we're in two different
let's take for instance,
right? Like
loyalty to company.
Why are you saying
loyalty to your
self-interest?
coworkers?
Mm-hmm.
So you stay at that job because you know if you leave that job, it's going to be harder on your coworkers. It's going to be harder all the way around. You have some company loyalty. That is irrational.
That's a value you have. That's a value that you have.
And I'm pointing that out as an irrational value.
Well, I mean, it depends, obviously, right? Like, I mean, it would depend upon what value that's giving you, right? Like maybe
if your life is in a worse position for maintaining that loyalty.
Hold on, maybe you're a school teacher, right? A lot of the reason school teachers don't make that much money is because they have a really high psychic profit off of like working in education, in mentoring the next generation, in working with other teachers, being a part of the school system that is, you know, bringing in the best and brightest in the next world. And that has a value that isn't necessarily shown. What is shown in the wages of teachers, it's shown by how low those wages are, because there's a lot of people that are willing to not work for that much money because they gain so much value in the happiness they get from, you know, being a teacher, the fulfillment that they get. Yeah, they don't make a lot of money, but they go home and they're proud of what they do, right? So it depends upon the context. If that loyalty is working against your own rational self-interest, right? If like all those people are pieces of shit, but like you were abused as a kid, so like you're a people pleaser, then like, yeah, that's an irrational value, that you value the people in your company as opposed to going somewhere that's going to treat you better and give you more money. But I wouldn't necessarily say that that's the same thing if you're like a teacher and you value your coworkers and you value your job and you value all these other things. Like it might be that you don't make that much money, but you really like you couldn't stand to work in an office for twice the money because you would feel like another cog in the machine as opposed to like someone that's doing something meaningful with their life.
Yeah, I think that describes a lot of teachers, but I think the fact that if you can say it depends in answer to that question, then that at least implies that some of the time values are irrational.
Well,
right?
Again,
so some of the time we're not rational.
We're using two different, well, you're not a rational actor. You're using two definitions of rational here, right? So there's the philosophical definition of like of rational. And then there's like, is this value in my self-interest, right? Like, is this a good value? Is this a value that I ought value? As opposed to being a rational actor means that you have the will to act consciously.
You have a
on your
rationale.
values. Right, you have a
rationale,
where-
whether it be a good or a bad one. You have a rationale.
Right. Like like I said, cigarette smoking is probably the best example, right? Plenty of people, it's irrational to smoke cigarettes. It's irrational to do that. It's poisonous to your body. It's not helping you in the long term. It's costing you money, right? But you are a rational actor that proves via your actions of smoking cigarettes that you value cigarettes more than you do the fear and anxiety of loss of life in the future, more than you do the other, like you value that at a higher value than you do the money that it costs to buy the cigarettes, and more than you do the presumed psychic profit.
Yeah, so maybe
the
misunderstanding comes from the fact that that when we say that somebody's a rational actor, we're assuming that they're acting rationally, and that's not the same thing.
For
And
sure.
so
That's
maybe
what I was trying to clear up. Thank you.
Well, Rich, may I, as you're doing this, somebody brought up black companies in Japan.
Okay.
Do you know about black companies in Japan?
I have no idea. No.
So they basically get people that have company loyalty or bully them into company loyalty to put out more work until they literally die.
Yeah. I think I've heard a little bit about this. Like I've heard that like you have to do these like really severely anxiety inducing exit interviews too, where like to the point where there's actually businesses that hire people to do your exit interview with you or for you for why you're quitting a company, because they're so anxiety inducing that it's worth it to a lot of people to pay someone else to let them know why they left the company.
There's multiple things. So I think that might be a little different from what he's referring to. So there's two things. One, yes, what Scott said was correct. Like there is a small industry in which you hire an individual to quit for you. Go in there, quit, because like there is such social pressure like placed on you, like shaming you for like how dare you quit the company, right? You should be tied to us or whatever the fuck, right? You're letting us all down. And so they send someone out there to do that. Secondly, there's also when companies want you to quit, they will stuff you in, some of them will, right? Or was this in Korea? I forget. I'm pretty sure it was in Japan as well. But like they'll put you in a room with like nothing to do and just like wait you out to quit. All right, that's something they do. But
Well,
I think
based on your work ethic.
like
So like what you said is correct. Prime, what you said is correct is based on your work ethic. Because they know you want to work, by not giving you work will make you want to quit. Or they will send you overseas and overwork you, knowing you can't meet the goals that they're looking for, and allow them to berate you until you quit or leave or die.
Well, I think this is a great example of how cultural differences in values can create different market mechanisms, right? Like I know another thing that Japanese companies do is sometimes they'll hire Americans at their company, like to be in meetings and things. And your job is to be a stereotypical American. Like you're literally, your job is to be kind of rude, kind of an asshole, kind of brash, even if you don't want to be, because everyone expects you to do that. And it's more culturally acceptable for you to be like, hey, that's a dumb idea. We're not doing that, because nobody else in the room wants to say that a business decision is a bad idea. But everyone kind of expects the American to step out of turn and like break the social convention. And so they'll have Americans in companies that like their whole job really is to just shoot down bad ideas because everybody else is too nervous to say.
I want this job. I want this job
so bad. Yeah, like they would show up in a business suit and be like,
"Oh my god, Scott, this is so perfect,
boys! This is fucking retarded."
But does this not destroy Scott's argument of how like these things work?
No, these are value. Like again, that's why I made a distinction, and thank you, iCal Rich, for showcasing like the distinction there in simpler terms, right, between a rational actor, right, and then people doing rational versus irrational things. That these are two different definitions, right? That when we say someone is a rational actor, we're saying that the market's not good or bad, right? The market just gives you what it is that you value. And so plenty of people can have like look at pornography, for example, right? Like pornography is not good for society. Like it's there's very few fucking
Ooh, wait, hold up, Scott. So you know there was a porn star that decided that she was going to get like over 100 people to pull up.
We did a whole thing
and
on
literally like let her. Yeah. So like people will pull up in these instances.
Right. What I'm saying is that just because someone is a rational actor, which means they act based off of what it is that they value.
Yeah, everybody that showed up in that
those
line is
values
irrational.
Are like good values, right? Like, and that's the same thing with any capitalist. Any capitalism.
No, I'm saying they
doesn't
are
give them-
irrational. This is all an irrational act.
Well, it is an irrational act, but they're still rational actors.
It's the same distinction. They have a rationale. It might not be a good rationale, but and actually, you know, Scott, when you said you don't mean to be circular, I kind of think you have to be circular, right? Because rational actor is definitionally true. That is to say, by definition, you are acting to fulfill your rationale because your rationale is defined by the thing that's motivating you to act.
Well, it's an
So,
axiom.
it is
and the
circular.
reason it's an
It
axiom,
has-
it's axiomatic.
Right.
I can ground it, but I don't want to get into the deep philosophy of that.
No, you're right. Axiomatic's probably
but
more
like, right,
pinpointed
but
word.
it's not circular. It's just that because the other position would be that we don't have free will, that we're not rational actors, and that we don't actually act in our own based off of what it is that we value.
Damn it, I hate
that
you,
we
Scott.
act
I
based
agree
off
with
of
you.
Like a predetermined like perspective.
Right, and probably where I would get you on this, I can't because you said the other thing.
You said the thing. You said the thing.
Well, he said the other thing, which was that you also can't assume that you have perfect knowledge, right? So you might think that you're serving your rationale, but there might
Exactly.
be something that you're not
for
aware
sure.
of that means that you
For
can't.
sure, you're acting off of your values in that moment, but that doesn't mean that you have that you know what will occur, and that doesn't mean that you know what other things are. Like when I go to the grocery store, right? I'm very conscious about what it is that I purchase, right? I read the ingredients labels on everything that I eat. Like I make sure that I don't eat like yellow 5 and red number 3. I don't really care about red 40, right? Like I'm very, and I also pay attention to like what those companies are doing. So for example, I only buy like Dr. Bronner's chocolate when I want a chocolate bar or some other company because I know that Dr. Bronner's, even though it's like $1 more, it's not the best chocolate. I value the fact that they use regenerative farming and that they're not like destroying the environment and that they're helping heal the environment. And that is something that I value, which is something weird to hear from most like right-wing libertarians, but it's a value that I hold. And to me, it's worth $1 more, or, every 5 chocolate bars only getting 4 chocolate bars instead of 5, because that's something that I personally value. But there are plenty of people that go and buy a chocolate bar, a Milky Way or whatever. They have no idea the poison they're fucking feeding themselves. Or they have no idea the horrible fucking practices that have existed in countries in South America where it's basically fucking slave labor, and like when any fucking communist group rears its head up to try and take back the land for the people, that some fucking corporation protected by America fucking offs a couple of them with PMCs. You know what I mean? Like they don't know that.
I want to say something that agrees with you, but it also like pushes back on some of what you're saying. It's our lack of knowledge to let us know what's good for us. So I'm an old ass person. So I was around in the 80s, 90s, the whole deal. I got to see like, we thought rice cakes were good health food, where we're just intaking carbs for no fucking reason. But at the same time, we're like inhaling
Good, better,
chocolate
best.
and things
rice
like
cakes
that.
aren't that bad.
Oh, it's just eating carbs for no fucking reason. If you're not working
thought you
out,
meant just,
eating
like,
rice cakes
just
ain't gonna
rice.
let you lose weight. Yeah, it's literally people were eating rice cakes as health food. We're not eating protein. So like protein now is what I was gonna get to. We're now seeing that chocolate protein has cadmium and lead levels beyond what we thought it was. So while we thought we had the knowledge to make good decisions, we don't, because that knowledge was withheld from us. We didn't know that getting chocolate protein powder versus vanilla protein powder wasn't going to fuck us over. So like all these different knowledges that we could have, like we can be rational actors to a point, but I think if we have the goal of knowing what we want to get out of something is the better end of the rational actor portion of it. So if we want to push up our wages, if we want to have better outcomes for ourselves, having loyalty to a company is not going to be the answer for that, because that company, if you are loyal to them, has no incentive.
Yeah.
Exactly. So this is what we've been dealing with constantly. And this is why I brought up, and Rich basically put me on this train of focusing on, if companies have no alliance to us and are looking at their bottom line, like even during COVID, is one of the best examples of how the market works. McDonald's stock rose and their income rose.
Everyone's did, yeah.
So,
I mean, big business.
But wages did not.
America, obviously. Yeah.
So we want people at the lower end to have living wages. Living wages is going to make people want to spend more, because if you're not just looking paycheck to paycheck and you can afford to buy a TV, afford to buy a car, afford to get in debt and know that you can pay off that debt, that's better for the economy in general.
I value that just as much as you do, right? I value just as much as you do.
I don't value that. I don't want people to be in debt. I wish people would just pay shit off. So this isn't about my values. This is about the reality.
I mean, like, I value what I mean to say is that I value poor people's material conditions going up. Like, to me, that's good. That's good for the economy. That's good for society. That's good for culture. That's
No. I think we're missing each other at this point. Like, I get where you're going, but like, to see a motherfucker living in his car across the street from my apartment is not good for the economy. So to make it so that people are able to live in spaces and spend money is our best interest. To have people being homeless because they're priced out by the housing markets, which are forwarded by the corporations, which are forwarded by people having tax shelters in other countries, like because Middle Easterners and Chinese people and other people decide to buy housing in our country and price out people from being able to give or get somewhere to live, is fucking up the entire...
I disagree with that bit, but everything else before you said that, I agree. I've been homeless, right? I've gone multiple days without food, right? Like, one thing I'll never forget is rolling up in my buddy's abandoned. We were kind of all sharing / living, couch crashing in a condemned building in the basement that like my buddy's dad owned. And he went upstairs in the kitchen and just made taco meat. When I say taco meat, I just mean like cheap beef that was like, 70.
Oh, trust me, I understand tacos.
Right. And like
anything
and like
anything that goes in a tortilla is tacos.
And I hadn't
if you got meat, it's good.
I hadn't eaten in like 3.5 days. Right. And like, I will never forget the smell of that when he came down to like,
But were you working a 40-hour work week doing that?
I was working, I wasn't working a 40-hour work week, but I was trying. You know what I mean? I was trying to find 40 hours.
I'm saying we have an influx of working homeless people that are working 30 to 40 hours a week or more that are homeless.
I agree.
This is the problem.
That is a fact of the reality. I agree that that's a fact. What I disagree with, right, is how we solve that problem. Right, like I what I'm trying to say is like I agree. Like I'm not some unempathetic asshole that's like fuck poor people. Like let them be poor. I hate the poor. Like I've been there. I've suffered through that shit. Like I have, I've never lived on the streets because I had a car, right? And then like I was able to get a gym membership so that I had a place to shower. And then I would like keep my dirty clothes in the trunk and keep my clean clothes in the back seat. And then I would go to the laundromat and like I was, like I've struggled, right? And so I don't want other people to go through what I went through, right? I don't want people to, feel like it's not even the hunger that gets you. It's not even the lack of a place to sleep that gets you. It's the persistent depressive feeling that you are a failure as a man and a piece of shit that just haunts you, that like makes it difficult for you to even like act like that's what does you in more than not having the house. But it's, I mean, obviously it's because you don't have the house. And
Well, no, it's a different deal. We're dealing with people that are willing to like just commit a crime to get 3 hots and a cot. So people that were willing to go out and work for at least 20 hours could afford a shitty apartment somewhere. You can't even get a shitty apartment working 20, 30 hours. Right? Like, that's what I want. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're working,
we want the same thing. I don't disagree that the solutions that like the left provides get us that. I don't think it.
I'm saying that the states or government should be subsidizing housing to the degree that people that are working a decent amount of hours should be able to get housing. Because when I was growing up, if you saw somebody homeless, well, I understand that, and that's an entirely different issue. I think that's one of those things where I can get at you on that. But if people are working and putting in time, effort, and are having to go bathe in a sink at a gas station to go to work, it's a really fucked up climate. So
I agree. Yeah, we agree. Like I don't disagree.
I think we do agree on this. But what I'm saying, when I grew up, if you saw somebody living on the street, they were either a homeless veteran
membership. Get a gym membership.
Well, that shouldn't even be the case either. You shouldn't have to have a gym membership either. But I understand that's the best
I'm talking about
case scenario.
Do that, boys.
Yeah, that's an is. That's an is. That's an is. But I'm saying, like, when I saw homeless people when I was growing up, it was because they were mentally ill, people that went through war, or drug addicts, or people that just didn't want to live that life. It's now people that want to work.
Over 50% of people that are homeless in America have been through the foster care system. That's a huge part of homelessness problem is 18-year-olds turning 18 and in foster care. And then hey, you have no family, you have no support, you have no job, you have
there is support. There's the ILP system. There's the ILP system. Okay. The ILP system may fail some people, but
listen, I'm not saying you have no options. What I'm saying is you don't have the traditional support system that normal people growing up with a family have.
I agree with you, but I think the ILP system is better than most families are for a lot of people.
Nevertheless, I'm just stating it is. I was just adding to your list.
Well, you just hit into what my job actually is. I work in Children and Family Services. I've worked there for over 10 years, and I work with ILP, and seeing what the ILP system does for people in the system, it's better than what my own family did for me. And it's better than what most people's families did for them. As much as I hate to like out myself for what my job is, that's a huge thing. But I don't usually tell people my job either, but this is like, wow.
But we have the same end goal. We just disagree on how to get there wildly, right? But I'm just trying to say, like, yeah, I don't want to see poor people fucking suffer, man. I want to see housing. I want to see affordable housing. I want to see good wages.
Yeah, my ass working 40 hours a week in the county system was about to live in my car. Like, when we get to that point in housing, we need to reconfigure things.
I think there are a lot of things we need to reconfigure, like starting immediately with the abolishment of every single fucking NIMBY law. Like that's where I would start. Like we just have different means of getting to that end goal.
So people that have wealth or have some asset, people that have wealth in this system have more input than people that are putting into the system or are trying hard. I agree with you.
I just want people to be able to build fucking apartment buildings without fucking having to bounce through 20 pieces of red tape and then giving up, right? Like, if you want to solve housing, you need to build more houses. And if you want to build more houses, the best way you can build more houses is, and this is where I severely disagree with you on what you said earlier, is to allow more people to purchase houses, which means foreign investment. And it also means getting rid of regulations that stop people from building houses.
Dude, so like literally South Park laid it out that if people are coming from other countries using housing as a tax shelter, they're going to drive up the price of housing. So you look at like the little town of South Park where they had low income housing and bring in some investors that are trying to fix up homes and get more money on their investment using it as a tax shelter from a country that they know is going to take their money anyway. All of a sudden it's going to drive up the cost of housing in that area.
So why would it drive up the cost of housing? Let's
Because they're willing to pay more for the house. If somebody's willing to pay $300,000, $500,000,
if they're willing to pay more for a house, what does that mean towards people that build houses? That means more growth in people that build houses, correct?
yes and no. So if
Where's the
people build houses, they're going to make money. That's great. That's going to go into the economy. But once that house is on the market, if somebody from some other country that has a bunch of money that's using that money as a tax shelter is going to buy up that property as well.
Yeah, and
So if the cost of housing goes up, right, then that means the price equilibrium on rent goes up. And if the price equilibrium on rent goes up, that means that every one of these, let's say Chinese-owned houses, has a higher incentive to not have the house be vacant, but instead have the house rent because there's more money to be made. So again, where is the loss of the housing market? Like that's
that's a problem right there in itself, right? One, if they are renting these units that were available for purchase before, well then they're those houses off the market, and you can't use that to build equity, right? So rather than a family using it gaining value out of it as equity and as housing, right? Now it's an asset, right? It's an asset for some foreign buyer, and so you'll have an increase in the housing market, right? Of the prices. That'll be a signal to developers say, oh, maybe we should build more houses, right? The housing market is hot, but what are they going to build? They're going to build more high-priced apartments, right? They're not building low-income apartments. They're going to build high-priced apartments because now we know within this market, right? Let's say the market of South Park, they will. You're going to have an increase. There's interest in assets there and they can park their money in, right? And they're going to want to park their money in something that is of high value, right, than paying a lot for a low value item. And so that is more units being built that can't be accessed by regular people, right? So you have empty buildings. We've seen that in different states. You have like almost completely empty buildings, but they're all bought. All the apartments are bought, but no one's living in there because they're just being used as an asset, right, to hide money. So this is why that'd be a problem.
You're nailing it, Prime. They regentrify the area, and now people can afford to buy the housing in that area. So they'll even build up. So they'll build over businesses and the whole deal. Those apartments are out of the range of anybody that would want to live in that area. So everybody just has to move away.
Right. So I agree that if you build houses and you keep them vacant, right, that those vacancies, if they were no longer vacant, would lower the housing prices, right? I agree to that. The problem is when we look up the issue is, would that house have been built if not for the ability to utilize it as a tax haven? And so there is this assumption that like the house would have already have been built and that this house would be going to someone else. But because it is a tax haven, the house is empty. And that's just not true, right? Like if
it's a tax break. It becomes a tax break.
Yeah,
because they have empty housing is a tax loss.
That's true of housing, but that's not necessarily true of land, right? We have a finite amount of land. It can't go forever, right? So a greater percentage of it that gets devoted to vacant housing means that next marginal unit of land that you have to buy cuts that much more into a finite resource. And while America is a large country, it's still not infinitely large, and we do know that we need to leave a lot of that land fallow. I sit on, or I don't anymore, but I used to sit on a board of a local nonprofit that its whole job, it was a conservancy, was to buy up land in the North Texas area that would otherwise be developed and just sit on it and never let it get developed. And the fact that we have to actually do this in the private sector now because we don't feel like enough of it's being done like by government, just tells you that we are starting to hit some pretty hard limits in terms of what we can do. And then if we allow so much of it to be occupied, like I agree that if we were just concerned with housing and developers and like the you can have more developers if you have more demand for housing. So I understand your logic there. I just don't think it applies to the land that housing sits on.
And two things. Well, two things. One, I think this type of speculation in the housing market affects the type of housing that's built. Right now, all housing is equal.
For sure.
Right? Yeah. So like I was applying with like the high rent apartments or like a McMansion, right? That's gonna be used for speculation.
It's like because of like mortgage-backed securities, like before the financial collapse, right? Like you had people trying to buy 2 and 3 houses off of debt, and almost all of them were like suburban family homes. And the amount of materials and time it takes to build a suburban family home compared to like a high-rise apartment building in terms of the ratio of materials and time to how many people can be housed, because these things are in competition with another, is drastically different. But that was a fraudulent market.
Let me just get the second point out, right? And also, all land isn't equal. Of course, you understand this, but like, there land that is to our friend Eiko's point, right? Land that is closer to infrastructure, right? Be that transportation, like public transportation, or businesses or whatever, right? So it's not that we can build infinitely outwards, right, to accommodate the land closer to all these things will be the ones that are more valuable and the more likely the ones to be empty, right? So this land that's like next to this train stop, right, is more valuable. But rather than filling that with individuals who could use that train stop to get to work, right, and do something valuable for the economy, that unit is being used as asset speculation. So like all of these compounders.
Right, but like again, this isn't because foreign investment, right? This is because we have tax policies in the United States that benefit, especially in places like New York is one of the worst of them, right? But like New York City. But we have tax policies that are designed for the wealthy and the rich because they're designed to incentivize speculation over utilization, right? Like we very easily don't need to ban Chinese people, or like, or some other country people from like owning property. What we need to do is stop having tax codes and tax laws that are.
Well, I want to ask you a question, Scott. When you get done, I don't want to cut you off, please.
Well, no, I think my point is essentially made, right? Like it's the tax structure that is incentivizing speculation as opposed to utilization, right? I mean, that's just one of many problems in this, but obviously, like like NIMBY and other things that I mentioned. But like
when we're looking at this tax code, we have a bunch of people who work hours at places like Walmart, Target, all these other places, and are getting substandard wages. You admitted yourself that the wages have not met up. Where does that money go?
Where does what money go?
So when the wages are not met by the work that people are doing, who pays?
I don't understand your question. Who pays what? What do you mean?
The taxpayer pays because these people are not getting free health care because they aren't working enough hours.
Like who's subsidizing?
Yeah, I'm saying subsidizing the wages of the Walmart worker, the McDonald's worker, the Del Taco worker.
Abolish welfare. I agree.
No, it absolutely isn't why we should abolish welfare. We should force the companies. that are forcing them on welfare to pay more
They're not
wages so
forcing
they
them.
wouldn't be on welfare.
Walmart's not forcing anybody.
Well,
on
they can
welfare.
just they could just quit. They should all just quit. Every
they could,
Walmart
yes.
worker, every Taco Bell worker, every McDonald's worker should quit.
They could, right? I don't know. Where
Do you
they
know
get
what would
their next
happen?
job.
Oh, they would get their next job. Trust somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, if they're paying you a wage and you're still on, and you're still,
It's their
utilizing
fear of
government
not having a
resources.
job, like exactly what you just stated. Their fear of not having a job is why they are working for these people and why they're subsidized by the lower class wages.
Right. Well, that's two things, right? So part of it is the fear of being jobless and having less money, and part of it is that the government provides an incentive for Walmart to pay their employees less and an incentive for Walmart employees to not quit their job by providing welfare and resources regardless of what it is that they do, as opposed to, let's say, like a charity organization.
They don't provide the welfare. We provide the welfare because they
Well, the
decide
government,
to,
yeah, right, with our tax dollars. Like, I agree. I'm a libertarian. Like, I get
while
that it's us
subsidizing these businesses.
I agree. Yes, this is why I'm against welfare. One of the many reasons I'm against welfare, right, is because
No, the welfare is for
corrupting
businesses. The corporations are getting the welfare.
Well, the individuals are getting welfare as well, right? Like all welfare needs to go away. I'm against corporate subsidies. I'm against local townships giving Walmarts tax breaks so that they can build a Walmart near their town and fucking destroy their town. But it works better in the market because they have a tax advantage because they can.
Okay,
like,
this is
build a
where I
local
can
like,
agree
I'm
with you
against a
to a
bunch of
degree.
shit. Right,
I can
like,
agree
I'm
with
against
you.
all of this. But I want to get rid of welfare. I want to get rid of Social Security. I want to get rid of food stamps. I want to get rid of all.
I
of
would
that shit.
rather get rid of corporate welfare over the welfare for the lower end
If you
of
want to
people.
fucking start there, hell yeah. Like, I don't care. Like, if you can't get with me on Social Security and TANF and food stamps, but you want to work with me to get rid of fucking corporate subsidies, like,
Well, I
want
paid
them
into
all
Social
gone.
Security.
Like, I'll, yeah. Well, I mean, I think the only feasible
That's
way
my
to get
money.
rid of social, well, sure. The only, I mean, like, all of the money that was taken from you is your money. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme. But, you know, if the only real feasible way to like get rid of Social Security is to like phase it out, right? Is to have people that are entering the job market not have to pay Social Security tax, and people that are already paid into Social Security to either A, continue paying in Social Security and take it when they die, or B, just stop paying now, and then they get like some proportion based off of how much they paid, etc. Like,
I
don't-
think Rich
like,
has a better argument for this than I could even come up with, but I'll let that ride.
all I'm saying is that, like, I agree with you that corporations get welfare and that people get welfare, and that both of these are an incentive for Walmart to pay people less.
Well, I would say
understand
the welfare
solutions are
that
wildly
each, I want to say that the welfare that each entity gets is disproportionate.
I mean, maybe.
I mean, I
don't know-
think
don't
you're
know what that
looking at the
means, but,
same
like, sure,
dollars.
like, I hate it all. Yeah.
You're just looking at the same dollars, but like from two different directions. Like neither one of you's wrong in terms of like who benefits from those welfare dollars. But it is true that
I
you
hate
know
the idea of Walmart fucking paying people $15 an hour and then them getting like welfare from me, and then like Walmart being like, I don't have to pay them that.
Yeah,
and then me
Rich.
subsidizing both of these people so that they can have shitty wages and people can feel like shit because they feel like a piece of shit because they're getting government handouts.
I don't
just
think
wanna get rid of that whole
multi-billion-dollar companies should get welfare. That's where I'm like right here with Scott. Is damn it, you're doing this to me twice in 1 week. I hate you, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to start with like massive farming corporations getting all these farming subsidies that like fucking family farmers can't afford and can't get, and you want to start with like companies like fucking Walmart getting like these giant handouts, or like things like, if that's where you want to
Elon
start,
Musk
like, we
getting
agree.
fucking subsidies.
Yeah,
I want to let Prime know, like, I had to judge a debate panel, well, a debate between Scott and somebody else. And I already came into that conversation saying, I'm going to not vote for Scott. And Scott convinced me. I fucking hated myself at the end of it.
Well,
So that's
don't
twice this week where I have to agree
maybe,
with Scott.
maybe don't go into a conversation saying that I definitely am not going to listen to your other
That's
guy.
probably not the way
Fuck
to go
that
into a
guy.
debate round.
It's not, but I'm still movable. So like the idea that I can still be moved and I'm not so ideally captured
Yeah, well,
speaks more to me than what it is.
yeah, that's great. I mean, like I try to listen to my friend Scott, even though our values are different, right? Where we come from is different, and sometimes we can find agreement. But yeah, I usually don't come into these conversations saying there's nothing that you can do to convince me, unless it's like like empathy.
I
shouldn't
thought it was a
enter my power.
popularity contest going in, and in popularity, fuck Scott. No, I love you, my dude.
Look, here's the thing that's really crazy, that both of you maybe will begin to understand better. I don't think our values are hardly that different at all. I think our values are very close. That's probably
Yeah, I think it's how we act on them.
I was a Marxist-Leninist Maoist as a teenager, right? Like I don't think my values have changed that much since then. What has changed is my philosophy and my theory on how to get the world that I want to live in. And yeah, I mean, maybe I've gotten a little more conservative over time, as most people do as they age, and I have children. But like for the most part, I don't think most of our values are pretty fucking similar. It's that we have wildly different philosophies and beliefs in how reality works.
So like you and I both have children.
Mm-hmm.
Like we both have a progeny. So if you put your kid into their first job, do you want them to get ripped apart by the system?
Of course not.
So like, do you want your kid, like, even if they're doing a menial, what we consider, like, I don't even consider this menial because like, honestly, I consider this a service industry, and service industries deserve caveats because we have to deal with people's bullshit on a regular basis. And this is when I was working at Starbucks, when I worked in food service. To deal with people's bullshit deserves a premium. They have to subsidize on tips. So if I were to send my child to work their first job, I don't want them to feel the brunt of like, hey, you got to take shit off of people to make it in life, to make them want to be in the workforce.
What do you mean? I'm not. What do you mean take? Shit
I'm
off
saying.
people? Oh, you mean like take bullshit from people?
Yeah, a lot of us want have our kids, and then once they get to 15, 16 years old, we're like, go to work at McDonald's, go to work at whatever. And they got to take shit off people.
I don't want them to work that job at 15 or 16. Like,
Many people, a great deal
sure.
of people, especially
For
conservatives,
Fuck
want
the
their
service
kid
industry.
to work.
I don't want my kid. No, I don't want that. Like, I want my kid, like, some of the most.
I think it's a good thing.
Now,
I don't think that the service industry is a bad thing. I think it's something you should learn to know the nature of people and how service works so they can be better.
I would rather
at the end of the day.
Like, that's fine. I would rather my son did kind of like some of the things that I did. Like, I worked in a mill, learning about different types of wood and like having to like unload like wood off of trucks for like a specialty mill, where we made like dental block and like panels, specialized trim for like houses that were built before trim and like quarter round and stuff was like standardized, right? So like
that's a specificity.
That's the type of shit. But I want my son, especially my son, probably.
Yeah, that's a specialty thing, like to know what something is.
His hands on something. I want him to have his hands on something. I want him to see a completed product from his labor. Like, I mean, like in the most Marxist kind of way, right? What I don't want is my kid to have like the alienation from labor, right? I want my kid like, or Durkheimian if you prefer, like anime, right? Like I want my kid to be able to put hands on something, learn, and then gain skills and know what that feeling is like to look at a finished product and go, I was a part of the construction of.
But on a small scale of that, like if I could create a drink. So if somebody came into my coffee shop and wanted a drink that nobody else in that shop could make but me, and give me the acknowledgement that I made their drink properly and they were happy with it and they would only come in and only talk to me in that shop, I think that's something that should be a premium.
Okay, so sounds great. I think
Yeah,
we've
I gotta get
wound down here. So
Yeah, it's been a good long
There
panel.
was
Holy
one
shit,
thing I
Brian.
wanted. There was one thing I wanted to say just real quick on that though, is
Okay.
that because it's funny because when you talk when conservatives talk about people should work for a living, it's one, and I know this isn't, you're not connecting this to welfare necessarily in this conversation, but a lot of times you'll hear conservatives talk about, oh, people should work for a living and not just have things handed to them. And often I'll hear people on the left say the exact same thing about the rich, right? My perfect example for this was always Paris Hilton, because not only did she, not have to work for a living and will never have to, she does do work, but it's by choice, not because she has to. But she even starred in a TV show in which she took regular jobs that normal people would take at the beginning of their career, just to make fun of the fact that they have to do that and she doesn't, right? It was a stupid TV show back in the 90s. It's always stuck with me.
Yeah, I remember.
Because yeah.
It was like her and
so,
some other rich blonde chick.
Yeah, another rich, teenage white girl. Yeah, exactly. And it's just, I hear very often out here from the left and the right people saying the same things, but about inverted, context. And it's just that, it sort of makes me reminds me of that.
Both.
If we think everyone should have to work for a living, then that means people at the upper end of the economic bracket should have to work for a living too, which is one of my arguments for progressive taxation.
You guys are thinking of Nicole Richie. She was
Nicole Richie, yeah.
Yeah.
Lionel's daughter.
I don't necessarily think people should have to work for a living. I just think that the default state of nature is that if you don't work, you starve. Right. And so if you're lucky enough to not work and go, I don't know, fuck around and make art, I'm happy for you. Right. But I think that, man's capacity is to, nature is coercive by its existence and, to a certain extent. But it's not consciously coercive in the same way that, that commies might make it such. But if you don't work, you don't deserve to not work, right? I think that's the key distinction. But I also agree that we ought not value as a society Kim Kardashian's new fucking TV show, right? I think that's a sign of a sick culture that we value that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what I impressed upon
I'm gonna
you.
set you off too.
I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
No worries,
Please,
friend. I'm gonna send
I
you
gotta
off
get out of here,
not to a woman, not to a woman. Oh wow, that's such a big change. But to our long lost friend, who I haven't talked to in a long time. Our relevant.
Irrelevant.
Apparently just
I knew
started.
it.
Really?
Yeah.
Where did you go, GSU? You shut the fuck up so
I've
long
been here.
ago.
I started playing Street Fighter 6, but I've been listening.
I need to face you again because you face rolled me. I hate you.
I'll see you guys soon in the future. Just waiting for this timer to run out. And then we can all go. Bye. Okay. Ended my stream. But yeah, this was a great conversation. I'd like to continue to try to do these open panels. Like I said to our friend Scott, the point is to find new people, right? So we got 3 people here, but they're known quantities.
You're regulars.
Yeah. But
because we know we can come here. We need I was pointing out to your chat, hey, pull up.
Yeah.
But to some degree, it's new, right? Because people who only watch you on Mondays, they're not used to seeing Lethe,
Well, they didn't see me at all, but they heard me.
Yeah, next time we're gonna have to go into the Discord. So
I feel like one of my strengths is
I pulled it up on my screen.
One of my strengths is talking to chat as things go on, and I was trying to utilize my strength for Prime to let people know, hey, pull up in the open. You're more than welcome.
That's really kind.
And the more people that know this, it's going to be a good thing. Scott, goddamn you. I need to talk to you about working homeless people.
All right, brother. DM me.
I will. God
yeah,
damn.
Scott, watch the shows I sent you. I'm going to send you the links directly. Okay, I'm gonna watch these things. Okay, all right. Especially Severance.
Talking about the Severance show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might watch some this weekend while I have the kids.
Well, it's been a thing in my like I have my own
I'm
panel.
fucking
You've been on my panel.
Right.
Yes. Peace.
Hey, hold on. Wait. Fabian, before you do ask your question. No. This is just a no. It's small. I promise it's small. You
said
spoke
no.
to some. No. You spoke to some philosophy where people should work with their hands and they should see the product. And I'm about to make a masturbation joke, but I can't remember what you called the philosophy.
Masturbation is philosophy.
No, you were saying like we should be in a world where people use their hands and they fit like I can't remember exactly what you said, but it worked perfectly for
To
masturbation.
create a new product, yeah. And
There was a philosopher named Diogenes who was famous for masturbating in the streets. I'll just say that.
True.
Okay, bye.
All right, peace. Bringing up Diogenes now, like, oh fuck. All right, guys, this was so much later than I was planning on doing it, but you know, people were still talking, people were still donating money, and the questions and topics were still interesting. You know, and I take any opportunity to proselytize libertarianism, which for some reason always becomes like an econ discussion. It's something about libertarianism is about natural law, and yet every time I end up talking about libertarianism, it's very rarely like natural law philosophy. It's like the natural conclusion of the conversations to prove to the empiricist, right, is a discussion of like Austrian economic theory. I don't know why that is. I wish I did. You made me not sleep the entire night. This is your fault. I'm sorry, brother. I'm about to try and relax and fucking get some sleep my damn self. Oh, luckily I'm not streaming tomorrow. But also I end up scheduling like all of my family phone calls for Tuesday. Because people are like, they're like, why are you busy? What's going on? When can I talk to you? Because like, you know, people work 9 to 5s. Then I work it, you know, and then I'm streaming at night. They're always like, why can't I talk to you? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, fucking call me on Tuesday. I'm available Tuesdays. Slope came back, I guess. Why am I still streaming? Because I'm good like that. But I'm getting out of here, buddy. I will see you guys. I'm going to be starting stream early on Wednesday, talking to some, like, I don't know. It's like I have to read her research. It was very interesting, though. It was like on reformed patriarchy and like an anti-feminist perspective. It was very strange, but it's an academic, at least to some degree, and I want to dig into it more. But she's a Britmonger, so we're going to be on, you know, British people time. So probably be starting around like 3:30 or so, and then maybe we'll do like libertarian kind of nerd night after that. But yeah, I'm exhausted. I'll see you guys in the Discord. Follow me on X. Consider becoming a member for only $3.99. You get to spam helicopter emojis at people that don't embrace the fash far enough. See me be toxic on Twitter. Join me in the Discord. That's where the go lives are. Consider liking, subscribing, clicking that notification bell. But if you want to make sure that you know when I'm live, you got to be in the Discord because the notification bell doesn't always work. Peace.